All right, let me mute myself.
And we're live. Hello and welcome to the 28th episode of Quant Gang. Maddie ALLin, WhalesOnly, Karim the Dream, and future us here to talk Hex origin address, $14 billion worth of sacrifice for the PulseChain. That's the largest in crypto history by about 10 billion in terms of an initial offering. We are going to speculate about Pulse price and when snap.
Amen.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Living the dream. Thanks for everybody being here as always.
Let's get started.
Yeah, let's do it. Shout out to
So I noticed that, other crypto shows are upping their thumbnail game. And so the one I made for tonight is kind of making fun of them because they're all using borders now. So I used like 3 or 4 different borders on our thumbnail and,
Didn't you invent the border around the thumbnail idea? Wasn't that all you?
I mean, I didn't see people doing it in crypto before we did, but
Yeah.
it's whatever.
I don't know, man.
yeah, they can have it.
So long as I said thank you. I mean,
You're funny, man.
But I did see on Crypto Banter, Crypto Man Ran, or whatever his name is, he did talk about the Pulse sacrifice. He talked about Richard Hart in a couple different episodes today that were seen by tens of thousands of people. We've had all-time views, I know, on our channel here and elsewhere in Hex. What's your guys' take? Why does everybody like Hex all of a sudden?
That's how I was. All of a sudden.
I think everybody just likes airdrops, honestly.
I think maybe a lot of people are just waking up, hibernation. It's winter down here in the south, so.
It's one of those things in life where you constantly keep winning, whether you like it or not. Sooner or later, you gotta wake up to reality. So.
Yep, just another one of those things where you just keep winning.
Yeah, like we literally talked last week. Hey, watch out, bull trap, dead cat, this, that. Like how many times do you gotta be right for people to, pay attention? So we're seeing some of that shift, and I think it's a good testament of the viewer and the listener because they are the one controlling the narrative at the end of the day, and they're starting to, more question and realizing that, the crypto furus, and it's not a meme. It's actually they don't know what they're talking about. So now they got 2 choices. Either they get caught up front or they, change their worldview and realize that we're here to stay, that what's been said before that wasn't true. You know what I mean? They're waking up to the reality. So happy to see that. So
Yeah, I mean,
PulseChain thing that we've seen. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Another thing that we've seen in the past day is that Richard Hart got interviewed for Kitco News, even though that just got released a few minutes ago. I would already say it's probably one of his best interviews ever. We see him answering questions really in a way that is explaining things, I think, a lot better when it comes to really digging in on what is a Ponzi. And of course, we know what a Ponzi is. Right?
Absolutely.
We know Hex is not a Ponzi. We've read the code, done the math, right? And studied this for hundreds of hours. But not everybody else knows that. And so being able to communicate it in sound bites to large audiences, I think that that's something that is we're going to continue to see progress in.
For sure. It's not a simple system that we can just say, hey, ABC 1, 2, 3.
Yep. And that's one of the beauty of this, right? Again, people are waking up to the reality. It's almost like an anime, we say like Genjutsu, they're waking up from that that dream that they were on. So and it's a beautiful thing to see. And
I mean,
the humble way continue to educate that we genuinely want what's best for them, because a lot of the time, again, they realize they've been lied to. So
yeah.
it's one of this eye-opening moment, and be able to see propagated more and more and more. And I mean, man, I love the stream yesterday. That was just epic. To me, that was also one of his best streams. So keeping it real, I prayed about it yesterday too. Of like keeping it 100, baby, all day, every day. And that's what we're here to do. So that's amazing to see.
Yeah, riling up those other groups to get them interested.
Yeah.
Master marketing. Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, he's not really riling them up. He's just calling them out for what's true.
Oh, no, for sure. Riling with truth, best way.
I mean, it's like Karim says, right? How long until people just realize that there are no lies over here, right?
Exactly.
Like, how much more price action do you honestly need?
Right.
Like what else do you need? Like, would you like an invitation?
For so long, right?
But hold on, people are already sending letters out, so too late.
Facts. Fucking facts, my nigga. It's hilarious to see, because it gets to a point where like there's so much truth in your face.
That
right?
is too much. It's too much.
What are you gonna do?
I don't even know, man. I don't understand. I don't know if it's a personal problem that I have or what, but I don't get it. Like, the information is all out there for you to like find. Like, there's nothing being hidden. It's crazy.
I guess it's because there's so much other information that
it's like you heard the famous thing, right? The cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
Because there is, I don't want to say hate, because that's a strong word. I don't want to use it today, but it's like there's so much, for lack of a better word, maybe a little either borderline envy to jealousy, that some of those people that like, please wake me up. This must be a dream. Like, please don't make this be a reality. So the denial, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Some of them have come around, but like anything, like the Michael Sella joke, everybody got their price point.
Yeah.
It gets to a point where the fight is the denial versus you're literally messing up your opportunity. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like what Richard said, when do you know you're wrong? So
right.
Actually, it's helping you, so you can make gains, because you're literally blocking yourself from the opportunity. It's crazy.
I think that information overload, like, people know when they're not gathering information because there's too much of it. But especially in crypto, one of the reasons why Hex hasn't gotten the adoption that it deserves, I think, is because people come up with simple rules that generally work. And so the rule that, it's too good to be true, or that you can't get high APY from something, these are filters that people applied in their attentional systems. And so it's actually harder to come back from an error in your thinking or in your filtering of information than it is to come back from simply knowing that you weren't gathering the information and being ready to learn. And so when there's been so much noise in the system, and then when we add on top of that the fact that these centralized exchanges are corrupt, that crypto is corrupt. However, that also clashes with the narrative, right? That crypto is here to save people from banks, to occupy Wall Street 3.0, right? And set people free. Well, a lot of cryptos, whether they're a scam or not, they use the same narratives, right? And so there's all this noise compared to the signal that people are able to pick up on. But I like the examples that you guys are giving, because, for example, with the direct mailing that Richard mentioned recently, where Ledger users were warned that they might receive compromised devices that are designed to steal all their crypto. I believe that the person in Hex who is doing that public service and letting people know that that they're at risk, and, oh, by the way, have you heard of Hex? Here are some facts about it. That was from the hack, the Ledger hack that is where that list came from. So the more that hexagons do good in the world, I think that will be the signal that people will probably see even more than the facts, right?
Right.
Very well said. Very, very well said.
Yes, sir.
And then they'll be ready for the facts, and they'll come here to Quant Gang.
Easy peasy.
And it goes back to what we always say, what I've always said, right? Repetition is the mother of all skills. Some people need to hear it multiple times. Some people, again, it's the denial. Some people, it's just like, funny enough, they're like what I call secret admirer. They really want to believe, but they want to make sure it's like this is for real. Like it's not going to disappear on me. You know what I mean? Because sadly, right, you have got people that have been burned before, right? So that little PTSD is still there. So that's why we empathize with them. And that's why we always say, right, we're not nice, we're kind. But I think lately people only focus on about the rough, but like those who understand that, those who've been here, those who are new at some point, quote unquote, come late, even though it's never too late, but it came correct. And I said that earlier today when I was on the trading chat. I was talking to somebody when they were talking about the Eric Wall guy or whatever, making them understand, I need you to get the full story. Like we've been through a lot, but we're never trying to use that. I use my word very careful. We're never trying to use that to say, oh, that's why we're so hard in this and that. No, we're not naive. We want to expand. We want to grow. As a matter of fact, because we've been through a lot, and I know that, me, where I'm from, that's why we have empathy, because we know what it's like to be broke. We know what it's like to be lied to. We know what it's like to buy a fucking promise coin. That's why we're so against it, because we've been there. We've been through the trial, tribulation, the losing money. I share my story, right? Many, many times. How I, got into EOS, whatever, wrote it all at 21, back to $2. Even though I literally bought it less than $2 That's how insane it is. But that was a testament of how much trust I had. But yet I got burned. But because we maintained an open mind and we still went around looking for the promised land, looking for the right things, but we learned from our past mistakes so that we can share that with other people. So when we find something good and we want to share that with the world, share that with other people, we want to make sure they understand that so we can also protect the good people from those other people, right? And I use the analogy of if you ever been to a really fancy restaurant or a club, there's a reason why there's bouncers at the door, right? The people who come correct, the people who come the right way, they get VIP treatment. The people who trying to create stir, lie, FUD, nonsense, just, the need to be right and be argumentative and then spread lies, come in a chat for 10 minutes, ask questions, barely know anything. And then all of a sudden you think you're expert and then you spread lies and you start to argue with people like, no, we got to check you. It's not because we're having fun doing it, but we're done being disrespected because we worked so hard to get to where we are now. We've been through the mud. And that's what I wanted that person to understand, where we were coming from. Because there's many people that came, quote unquote, late, even though it's not, but that behaved the right way.
Yo, I felt like I came in late, and I came in 9 months ago.
Exactly. And the thing is, cool. Not only Wells came correct, but on top of that, he was open-minded enough to ask questions. Next thing you know, he's also leading the pack. So this is the proof that it works. The difference is people got to be held accountable. And that's what that person in the chat understood. It's about accountability. You can't come in here, speak nonsense, being disingenuous, not asking questions, or basically barely knowing anything and then making conclusion when you didn't fucking know anything. It's like literally you're asking me stuff. I'm trying to help you. I'm giving you the thing. And then you're going to come back and then trying to tell me that you already know when you didn't know. And you're still wrong on top of that too. That's hilarious. So that was that. And then again, it's an undeniable truth because those who came, who did the right thing, like my friend, for example, he wasn't early as well. Yes, he put 80 grand, whatever, but he's 20 plus X on his money, right? Do you want to be, I don't want to say, do you want to be right? Because a lot of the time they're wrong. But do you want to make money or do you want to argue?
Yo, nah, that's it though. Look, I spent 10 years learning that lesson the hard way. Well, I really didn't spend. I spent a solid 4 years learning that lesson the hard way, shorting the S&P when there was no reason to short it, or really 3 years. But that's something you got to go through, right? To understand that just because you understand something doesn't mean you actually understand it. Or just because you think you understand doesn't mean you actually understand it, excuse me, right? Because reality is much different than what you are actually perceiving in your brain. This is why when people tell me, oh, but you don't have the perception of somebody else. Well, that's not my fucking problem, because guess what? When the real world comes and knocks you upside the head with a 2x4, and it's not going to be anybody's fault, but you're wrong. Exactly. And that's exactly the point, right? Like, people always want to make excuses for others. No. Personal accountability is the key to success. It is not somebody dragging you by your ass, forcing you to do something. That's why when I mention something, I'm to the point where I don't even onboard Hex to people. I don't onboard Hex. I don't onboard people in the Hex that are like nonchalant about trying to get this money. If you're not about it, I'm not wasting my time with you, because you gotta want it. My time is valuable. Why should I be just giving it to you? Time is the only commodity I'm not willing to give away. Everything else is free. Knowledge, all that, free. But my time, however, that we don't have an infinite supply of that. So that's something we must be, more strategic with, right? So
that's
when
why,
you go ahead.
That's why Future Us and I created T-Share.app, because I was tired of onboarding people, but I felt guilty.
Yeah, that's why you have to make a decision. Like, how are you going to onboard, right? Like, it's hard, man. It's not easy. It's not easy because you want to keep onboarding people, but sometimes you can't onboard everybody.
It's not easy because we're early, right? And if you wanted to buy Bitcoin at a penny, you'd have to send a money order to Japan. Now people can just log into their PayPal or something, right? Supposedly. I don't know if that's really Bitcoin.
Cash App for sure.
Okay, yeah, Cash App.
So they say, right? So they but what I want the viewer to understand is that at a next level, because to me, I mean, I do this like it's like breathing, because again, I'm a professional in sales, but more importantly, because I actually care. I think one of the reasons why our community is so successful, not for us to twin our own horn, but we're actually extremely, extremely efficient. Those people fuck with the wrong group of people. And I really mean every single fucking word. That's why I love Richard so much, because again, just like in sales or whatever, like alpha follow alpha. Like this, because we see ourselves vision. This is what the number one value in anything, a business, corporation, team, top 1%. It's like, it's the culture. Nobody's going to join a culture that they don't feel like they can belong. That's like, okay, we're making shit happen. The most dangerous thing, Patrick Bet-David said in this video best, the most dangerous thing you can do is to mess up with somebody that's actually able, but maybe a little bit lazy, because it's like, I already won. I'm just chilling. Leave me alone. But you trying to mess with me when you know that, or maybe you don't know that I'm actually capable. I'm just letting you do your thing because I don't give a fuck. But now you're going to come at me. Now you're going to make me want to fucking do it. What did Richard said yesterday? I used to do the 150 plus company, whatever. I let it go. Well, guess what? You guys want to talk shit? We're going to do it again. Just to go shove it to you, because it gets to a point where it's like people were just getting confused. Influencer doesn't mean successful. Doesn't mean you know what you're fucking talking about. How many times we proved this? How many times Wells told people many, many times? It's not because you're out there turning the camera on that you know about markets. That doesn't mean shit. So you got to a point where now you give us a reason to come at you, because we were just chilling in our corner, minding our own business, and you came and trying to mess with us. Now you're going to get it. So as a community, we're extremely, extremely efficient. We're really good at what we do. I'm not done onboarding. I'm going to keep doing that, but I know how to do it the efficient way. I know how to ghost the troll, shut it down, and the people who genuinely come correct, want to learn. I will spend 2 hours with you until you get every single thing, because I care so much. And many people in the chat already knows that. Some of them, I've talked to them personally, DM, strategy, this, that, whatever, because I'm fortunate that I can read people and I can discern the genuinely curious, ask a lot of questions, tough question or whatever, but it's just confused, and the straight up hater, disingenuous, doesn't really want to know, just trying to troll, because those we just gonna ghost. The same way we figured out there's more money out there that's not in the crypto space. The no coiners is where it's at. We're not gonna waste our time. This is why the crypto people are crawling back, because we realize that we don't need them. Because we used to play the nice thing and it doesn't work, because they're like, whatever. And then in a funny way, adversity made us overcome as a diamond, that we actually don't need them, so to speak. We would like them to join. It's not like we're waking up like, hey, we want to be gatekept today. No, but we also understand that, again, man must become, right? adversity is something to be expected, right? That's what they said. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's it.
Right? Those are the strategies. That's why you want to talk to you guys for the last couple of weeks about the sacrifice. Yes, we want to do this, we want to do that, but we got to prepare. Catch the whales. Make sure you put your stuff there. Get the yellow bag if you want, but make sure you're prepared for every scenario. And as we keep rising, more and more gate open, it's becoming easier and easier. But those haters doesn't understand that we were doing well when we were gate kept. What do you think is going to happen when the floodgate opens? It's going to be insane. And we're ready for it because we've been preparing for that. We've literally born for this. So that's what I hope they understand, that you don't want to fight this. You want to get with the program. And I'll say it again if they're watching. We genuinely do care. That's the crazy thing. Our community is made of real people. We are, and again, we are a right leader and we're moving in the right directions. Just come correct. That's all we ask. We don't ask for much. We don't need your money. We do this stuff for free. I mean, we're gonna get our own because we know how to do our own investments. But we just want you to come correct. That's it. No nonsense. Because
and to speak to that,
yeah, go ahead.
I do have some surprise statistics to share with you guys that really speak to how our audience and us as a Quant gang have really been speaking truth to power and coming correct for the audience. So it blew me away that our episode from a week or two ago surpassed the number of views that the first day of the first Hex conference got.
Wow. Which was one of our biggest day, right?
Yes. We had already over 6,000 people watched that Quant Gang episode recently. And then
that's epic.
I also,
that's epic.
Yes. Yeah. And part of the reason why so many people I think are watching is because they're getting value. We're crushing it. And people are smashing the like and subscribe button. The algorithms are happy, right? The viewers are happy. And the other thing that I was really interested in is really how advanced and rich is the audience of Quant Gang after listening for 28 weeks and going through, I don't know, since we started the show, what has it been, like a 20x or something? 30x, somewhere in there.
Probably.
So I did a survey that was asking whether Hex had made someone a millionaire yet or not. And we had about a third of the people who are subscribed to the channel answer that question. First of all, that's outstanding engagement.
That's amazing.
A third of the people who responded, have become millionaires because of Hex.
Wow.
So shout out to you, Hexican. Much love.
Over 200 millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires watching right now. Shout out to everybody who is already there and everybody who's headed there, because they're sending money to their future self, and that money might be worth a lot more than you can even imagine.
And seriously, let's speak to that for a second, right? Again, just in the spirit of Quant Gang, this is facts. We're not here wasting anybody's time. We're bringing the receipts. When we talk, it's not just to look cool. We got the receipts. This is the reason why we left the crypto furus. We got tired of getting the free hopium, feel good, and then a fucking week later, the account is red. Shit's going down. Price is going up, right? What is the worst? You be a bull in a bear market, and then you get wrecked. They tell you, oh, we're going to 50K, and then you get liquidated. You know what I mean? Or you just lose your money. Like after a while, that frustration is just be like, what the hell is going on? And then you realize those people are not being truthful. They're being disingenuous. At worst, they're literally using you. You become the liquidity, and then you margin trade, you get liquidated, and they get some kickback. At best, they don't look at things objectively. They don't mean well, but yet they make you lose money because they don't understand. This ain't a game. Like, you got to make sure you know who the audience is. You got to make sure when you speak, you understand that whether you're just thinking, oh, they're not going to listen, I'm just a YouTuber. No, they're watching for a reason. You got to act as if you're giving the best you can. That's when we come on Quant Game, we'll always look at what's the best outcome to provide value. That's what our viewer comes back. When I was talking sacrifice, I was looking at what's the best probabilistic scenario that's going to help the lowest denominator, the person that hates trading, that doesn't know anything about chart, but are just going to be protected. The same way Richard said, don't trade. Now, can you be successful and swing this and swing that? Yes, but in the balance of probability, the masses, there's a reason why 90% of them get wrecked when they trade. It's for a reason. So we have that mindset. We have that awareness. So people don't get themselves wrecked. When I talk to my friend, I take that seriously. They got kids. This is their life savings we're talking about, even though obviously no financial advice, all that good stuff. But still, I give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? And it blows my mind that some of those guys, they just don't care. It gets frustrating. That's what Richard yesterday says. Like, why are you taking money from the little guy? You're already rich. You're already a billionaire. Like, why do you got to do this for? People are fighting all kinds of shit. But
that's how they stay that way, though, bro, right? Because people don't understand the game. That's why it's important. You know, that's why people keep coming back.
And you're right. And those are the people I call the cockroaches. You know why? because they don't know what abundance mindset is. They don't know how to be rich by creating. They only know how to be rich by taking from others. Because there's two types of people. The only reason why, to some extent, I still give him respect, even though he fucked up in crypto, the only reason why I give so much respect to Elon Musk is because, to some degree, as an entrepreneur, he did it right. He wanted to create. And this is also why on the a couple of days ago, I had this on the crypto power talk, whatever I was there, I was making a good analogy about how good business professionals look at when they get into a partnership. Because us with the viewer, it's like a partnership. Because, right, I'm pumping their bags, they're pumping my bags. We're moving as a unit. That's what the Hexicans are so good, because we're moving as a unit. Nobody can fuck with us because we understand that. But the mindset is, like a true business professional is, hey, here's your business. You got it to this much. Maybe you got it to $1 billion valuation. Good for you. I'm going to come in. I say, I don't want a salary. Pay me equity because I know that's the real value. But I'm not going to be a leech. I'm not going to be a cockroach. I'm not going to be like, hey, give me what you already made. No, that's bullshit. I'm going to say, I'm going to come in. I'm going to add value. I'm going to grow the business. But now you pay me a percentage of the growth of the business. So if I said it's me and you, and maybe I want 50-50, but I'm not going to take 50% of the billion that you already created because I wasn't there. You did it on your own. That's your money. I'm going to come in and grow the business. I'm going to make it go to 2 billion, 10 billion, 10x it. And then I want a piece of the cut from where I found you to where we're going. And that's a fair deal because the previous guy, the business owner, has nothing to lose. Whatever he worked hard, he sweat equity, that's still his. It's basically a win-win-win because the business is going to grow. I'm good at what I do. He's going to get the plus upside. And I'm giving him a fair deal. So I'm not getting screwed, right? Because I'm not nice, I'm kind. I need to get paid for the work that I do. But I'm doing it in a way that I'm not taking advantage. And that's what those people, they don't understand. Because
that's what we need. Karim, we need people like you to be billionaires instead of the people that we currently have as billionaires. And I think you have the delayed gratification. You have the delayed gratification mindset that it's going to take, right?
You're fucking right.
And so guys, hold on. I got to report this because this is actually pretty cool. This is actually a pretty cool stat. Karim, I don't know if you were with us on the first Quant gang that me and Maddie did. Were you with us on the first one? I think the first Quant.
It was his birthday, wasn't it?
February 2nd, right?
February 3rd.
3rd? Okay, yeah. So I think you were on. Yeah. So check this out. This is a crazy stat. The first time we streamed was February 2nd. Mm-hmm. Since then, we've had 163 days.
Yep.
The price of Hex is up 3,071.5%.
You see? Building equity.
Wow.
I came in and added value. Wow. No fucking shield. No interest. You don't even know my
That's without interest.
Wow. Like nothing. But perfect example. Here's a synergy. 3,000 something percent. Dream account is in the high 8 figures. Yes, you know it. You know what time it is. And guess what? Hexicans, the viewer, they got value too.
That's right, baby.
People that got involved in my old promotion, the hoodie promotion.
Oh yeah.
$500-600 on the low end, because I got people that put millions of hex, millions. It's so stupid. The t-shirt that they got, it's insane. But I've seen people from $500 turned into 20 grand plus, and that's last time I checked. Because as the price goes up, I mean, it's gonna turn into 6-figure by itself. And they got a free hoodie. But the move that they did changed everything.
Everybody loves hoodies though, so it's a comment. It's a good
pay
point
attention. They took action because they know me. I tell them all the time, knowledge is power. That's garbage. Apply knowledge. They had to apply. That's why I give them the credit. You did it. Like Richard said, you did everything. You bought the hex. You did the staking. You put it for 15 years. You fucking did it. So you get the credit. And that's what's next level. Because the system is so good that, first of all, you don't even need to come up with the idea. It's already fucking there. You just need to fucking do it. Apply. And part of the application is to understand how the system works so you can build the confidence to apply the system the way it works. And this is where we come in. We give you that trust because we can break it down so that you can understand how it works, so you can maximize the system, so the system can give you the max return, and it's built in such a way where everybody wins. And that's why it's so good. And this is what separates us from those other people, because we actually do give a fuck. We spend the time learning, deciphering, looking at what could go wrong, looking at overall markets, because you got to worry about that too. Looking at, hey, there's a dead cat bounce. Watch out. Hey, weeks ago, look, Ethereum is going to crash. Protect your fucking value. Because if you don't fucking do that, you get wrecked 40%. That means it's 40% less hex you're going to be able to buy. Yeah, you guys are right. My bad. 1 second, Maddie. I got to go get the scarf, man. I forget the scarf. I got to get the scarf. Be right back.
That's the only thing to slow him down. Hold on. The scarf is missing. Karim out of control. You're out of control, yo.
Yeah. I don't want the viewer to feel like, it's like an NFT and then they got the wrong version. Like, no, it's the real version. This is the real version. The scarf is here. You get in there, the real.
You're stupid. Now you got the right one. This is the one with the serial number.
You don't get diluted. You get the right diamond. So, yeah. But yeah, I am so proud of you guys, man. Just the message that I get, but also, again, because we actually care. And Maddie, we are seriously just getting started. So,
yeah.
It's a game changer. It's a game changer. And then,
Robert Kiyosaki was on Robert Breedlove's show, and I really like Breedlove. He doesn't buy views. He doesn't buy subscribers. Mm-hmm. He's a really smart guy when it comes to studying economics and Bitcoin. And their stream only after a week has 5,500 views, less than Quant Gang. Wow. So what we're seeing is Hex is getting engagement. People are watching, and they're continuing to watch because Hex isn't just buy it and then forget about it. It's not buy it and stress out. It's buy it and improve your life and be part of this amazing community, right?
Absolutely. And one more thing too, which goes back to the product, right? Is because our content has product market fit. The same way the views are accelerating because the content is that good. We were just being disrespected before because people were like, hey, like the cloud chasing. Who are you? How many viewers do you have? What's your subscriber count? They don't understand that we're not paid shield. We don't buy views.
Yeah, that shit doesn't matter, baby. Exactly. People come here to get paid. They don't come here to fuck around. That's the difference.
Exactly. And because we knew that the content was that good, that it would just grow organically. Because again, just like Hex, we delay gratification. Do we want to have hundreds of thousands of subscribers and live viewers? Of course. But we're also patient that we understand it's not overnight. Rome wasn't built in one day. But because we know we're moving in the right way and we have great guidance. I know people who are like basically now have millions of subscribers, but when they started, they were barely getting 100 views because I watched them. I've been fortunate to be part of channels that started with less than 10,000. That's amazing. That shows me that I have a good discerning eyes. PBD, Patrick Bay David. I was there way in the very beginning, literally. He only had like 10,000 subscribers, like way back when, because I think like an entrepreneur, and I was like, wow, those are great content. Like, because I didn't care about the view, I came for the content, and that was the key. And in multiple aspects, whether it is obviously business, relationship, mindset, personal growth, you know what I mean, like inspiration to some extent too, like even a little bit rah-rah, David Goggins, that hardcore, you know, Grant Cardone, my boy, like it just, those are the things that moves you forward. And because you know it's just a matter of time until the content blows up. And that's how we are confident that we're going to get there, because we're moving in the right direction. And Maddie, I am telling you, it's going to be a matter of time. Within 6 months, it's going to double again. Richard is averaging almost 30,000 views now per video, which is really, really awesome. Not so long ago, it was like 5,000. And before that, it was maybe like 2. So
that does accelerate. Every successful YouTuber I've followed, once they get above sort of 30,000, somewhere around there, it really starts to ramp up. And then when they hit that magic, actually there's another magic number at around 50,000, but definitely 100,000 and up, it just seems to just go crazy.
You know what it is?
Before you know it, it doubles and it doubles again. It's people telling people, right?
Yeah, you know what's funny? It's just like physics, right? It's called escape velocity. Literally just like a rocket. No pun intended. Literally. Because if you don't, you go back to the ground, you crash. When you reach escape velocity and you're moving faster than gravity, you golden, cruise control. It just, you can almost autopilot the thing, it just catch fire. And if you did it organically, not buying the views and bits and all this other crazy stuff, like look at Twitter, for example, another example. Every time Richard tweets or when he said live, do you know how many likes and retweet? The ratio is insane. Insane. I know people that got hundreds of thousands of freaking subscription, whatever, and they tweet, they barely get like 50 likes. I mean, it's just like, oh, forget even the likes, the engagement is just low.
Monetization setting off on all this, most of our content, you know. Richard's this, yeah.
No, dude, yesterday was one of my all-time great stream. I mean, I almost wanted to make a joke. I was like, did he drink something? I was like, oh, he can't. I think because he was tired, which is so good, he just like, F this. Today is not going to be PG-13. I'm gunning all the motherfuckers. And this is good because it was the last day of the sacrifice, man. You know, little confession. At the last minute, I just throw extra money just for fun. Yeah, do it, Richard. Because, get them all. Yeah, don't talk about fucking longevity. Don't donate for shit. That's another thing, too. No validity, man. We got to check those motherfuckers. Like, you talk about something and you know about the thing that you're talking about. Like, what world are we living in?
Speaking of which, full disclosure, I have to apologize. I advertise my strategy as I will not sacrifice. I'm going to wait. I'm going to buy the dip. I broke. I went in last 18 minutes. I was like, God damn it.
It might go 1,000% before it dips, though. Just let you know.
Day 19 FOMO.
Invalid.
Yeah. I must confess.
Yes. Are we doing this now?
I nearly made it.
Man. That's so funny.
18 minutes to go.
That's so funny, man.
I was like, I wonder if my Trezor won't work properly this time, like when I tried to get that tip. I was like, no, it all just went straight through. I was like, oh well, I guess it's meant to be.
Pretty much. Just couldn't hold your horses, man. It's okay.
You guys are right. Yeah, magic carpet on the way. You know,
I think we started that bad boy already. To be honest with you,
it's just so amazing to watch, man. Real talk.
Good luck to whoever has that cell wall there, because they're gonna need it.
Yes,
whole lot of it.
Yes, sir.
Hope
Thanks
you're ready
to
to get
everybody
cleaned
for hitting the like and subscribe button. And we have 356 people watching right now. And do we want to get into our content about the Hex origin address, pulse price, and
before that, Maddie, I think we need to do the typical housekeeping at least for 5-10 minutes just to update everybody. Again, showing the receipts from last week. Talking about the BTC premium. It's important because we got to get that overview. I'll try to do it quick and then we'll hop into that because that's important as well because we're doing updates. So let me share my screen real quick. Boom. And let me know when you see my screen.
Okay.
All right. So everybody again, welcome. This is Crypto Quant. Nothing new, just like we called it out. Dead cat bounce. Premium went all the way to -6, just to give you a little history. A couple of days back, whatever. People are talking about, oh, this is great. And then literally, you can't make this shit up. At the fucking top, it went -13%. Insane. They'll be like, yep, we're exiting. And I'm going to show you on the next chart afterwards, like the liquidity came in, they just sold the top, which was great, of the dead cat. And now...
Just hang on a sec, Karim.
Yep.
We're not actually seeing your screen. Have you got that? Is it showing on your end, Maddie?
I haven't seen it yet.
Good point. Yeah, sorry. I forget to get one more. My bad. My fault. I was like,
red card.
All right. Thank you. All right, cool. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
I thought I was seeing shit. I'm like, what's going
so
on
this
here?
is crypto Quant. I mean, like over here, boom. So right around here to the run up, just to kind of give you the history for people who are new watching how this works. In the run up, since the 28K, the premium was actually closing, which, somebody could speculate, oh, there's buying. It went all the way down to -3. It still never went positive, but still it went up to -3. And then right around here, it started to switch. It went negative again. That's when you know it's getting close to the dead cat. There's a little fake out right around 37, 38K, right around here, because there's two liquidity events. First, it was the liquidation from the people from the Bybit, the Binance, and all this other shit. So that's what created the short squeeze. Why is that important? Because that was the last of it. Binance closing all their heavy 100x leverage, whatever, all of them, they're all shutting down. Binance completely shutting down. Some of them are going to maybe 10x leverage or whatever. Now, why is that important? Because yes, regulators are shutting down because people are losing their life savings. But I need you guys to understand in terms of price movement, the less leverage it is, the harder it is to pump Bitcoin price. I'm going to say it again. I need you guys to understand. The less leverage it is, the harder it is to pump the Bitcoin price, because we're talking heavy levels here. This is the reason why I want crypto Quant. We're not worried about El Salvador, no offense, because at this level, you need billions of dollars. And you got to go to the people that can potentially have that money to push the price up. So those people got liquidated, premium closed all the way to -3. This was supposed to be the top. But then what happened 2 days later on Friday, there's option liquidation as well that also happened, which is gambling at an even higher level on the, Deribit and all those other places. That's what we got all the way to 42K. But when this was rising, this is kind of like a bearish divergence. People were not paying attention that the premium was starting to widen again, all the way to the top when it went to like -13%. To let you know, big investors, they're not playing this game. The price was pumping up because of the liquidation. So it's a different event. Market makers are having a field day. And right around the top went the other way. Obviously, the liquidations are done because it takes like weeks, sometimes months, to create those traps that the market makers do. Like Richard told you guys many times, a bear flag, when something's supposed to go down, you have to let it go down. But of course, the generate traders, they think they're so smart because they know it's going down, they have to go short it. And they don't understand that's the trap. That's what the market maker is waiting for, because they see every fucking thing. It's rigged. They see you stop. They see where it is. They have the money on deck. They will buy the shit out of the thing just to get you liquidated. And then they'll profit out of it. And then the FOMO tar is going to come in right around here. Oh, we're going back up. And then we're doing the liquidation on the other way. Because market maker doesn't care about the Bitcoin price. Let me say it again. They don't care about the Bitcoin price. I need you guys to understand that. They make money on the way up, on the way down, doesn't matter. They need to create traps, setups, volatility, price movement, and going against the herd, so to speak. The only way you can beat them is by knowing where it's going to go and not margin trading. So you're not showing your stops, you're not showing where you are. So they're forced to let the thing do what it's supposed to do. So long story short, we're back to heavy negative. Even right now, negative 11% is disgusting. That means people are buying Bitcoin at 34, 35K. Again, quick math, right? 11% of $38,000 is roughly about $4,000. So when you minus that from the top, that's a $34,000 Bitcoin, which makes perfect sense because it's right around where that support is from the rising wedge. So that's telling you it's the dead cat bounce confirmation. There's no more liquidation. Binance future stuff is closed. They're all shutting down, which means the next pump, you best believe it's not happening anytime soon. And the big money is telling you the demand is low. They're going to go buy fake Bitcoin for 34,000 before they're going to come here. So that's very important. Ethereum, Not big.
Look what we have here. Imaginary Chaos is joining
Hey,
us.
what's up,
to
Gunter?
Probably do some accounting on the origin address so we can back up with facts some of the things that we talked about yesterday for
What's up, guys?
sacrifice. So
I'm so
looking
sorry
forward
I could
to
not make it
this.
until now.
No worries, dude. Thanks for
no
putting
problem.
my links, though. We know you're
It's
busy
been
sometimes.
it's been a hectic night. I'm out with my daughter and a couple of her friends, and we're just like chilling, cold stone and eating ice cream.
Hey.
Nice.
What's up?
Hey
What's
guys,
up?
welcome.
Guys, we're
Well-
learning crypto.
There you go.
Hey.
She doesn't even know yet, but she's set for life.
Yeah,
I'm hungry.
hey, I'm
So-
teaching teenagers how to become millionaires.
There you go.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
First million's the hardest, girls.
Spreading the love. So quickly here, going to Ethereum, it's basically the same kind of show. Even though the premium is not as bad, but it's still kind of like negative, and now it's getting to a point where Ethereum used to always be around like -5, -2, but now it's starting to do almost double digits negative as well. That tells you that this is also another dead cat. So get ready for that because it's very, very important. Now, moving that back to the chart, what does that mean? I drew some couple lines earlier before I go DMI. So this is what happened. Rising wedge, broke out of it, puke from there. Now, what did I say from Crypto Quant? -11% premium. Where does that bring us? Right around here. Can't make this shit up. This is where the moving average is. Let me just go back on the daily first, just to make it simple. It's 4-hour chart. So again, another low. I told you guys, textbook, just like in 2017, it pumps close to the moving average. We ran out of gas. We didn't even make it because this was the pinnacle. We didn't even make it. Now we're retesting back to where the moving average is, but get ready because chances are it's going to make another low. It's going to look like this over here. Textbook here. This is what we're doing right now. We pumped, we barely touched it. Then we're going to retest the moving average, 34,000. And chances are, get ready. The FUD is going to come. The nonsense is going to come. We're getting closer and closer to September. And if there's no pump, I mean, we already told you guys, reverse repo is not looking good right now. So the longer the time goes and we don't get the famous going back to all-time high, good luck with that. It's not happening. It's going to be even worse and worse. So we're going to do this. And then after that, get ready for the lower low. And just like Wells said it last time, and I mentioned it too, when this arc is a bad thing, that's the trap door. The moment it stays like this, the more it's going to start closing. And then we're just going to get more lower low and all that other stuff. So I need you guys to pay attention to that. Going on a 4-hour, clearly you can see it here.
Karim,
Yep.
are you able to show what Richard was seeing when he was saying that there's some pattern that he's never seen before in Bitcoin
yes.
until now? And I'm going to answer this question real quick. The $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Hexflex. A quick question about something dumb I did. I sacked. Ended up sacking in the last 3 minutes to go, but it finalized 43 seconds after. Am I screwed? Question mark. So here's what I would say. I would say it's definitely up to the sacrifice address and to the team of people that is putting together the report in order to know whether that last $1,250 is going to count. My suspicion, although this is complete conjecture, is that it was 10 minutes before the end of the hour that the deadline was. So if anything, I wonder if they might include an extra 10 minutes to catch people such as yourself. I can't see them including an extra 10 days. But,
yeah, no, it's not going to happen.
But maybe,
Again, we got to set proper expectation. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. Now, I will say this from the pro chat and talking to whatever I've seen that there is somebody that was like 3 minutes late because of gas fee. Again, we'll be very careful because a lot of people watching. So those kind of people, borderline gas fee, and we can see that basically they did the transaction. It was just pending because, they used the low fee because that's probably all they had. So those are going to be kind of included because you can see the transaction was triggered before. It was just, a few minutes. But if you're like 30 minutes, an hour, whatever, nah. Because again, you had 19 days. Because it's like handling customer service. If you just let it flow for everybody, then it becomes a shit show. You're supposed to follow directions. So within 3 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes. But beyond that, don't get your hopes up because you didn't follow direction. I have to be honest with that because that's important. And a lot of those people, when I say 3 minutes, the transaction was started before, very important, before the deadline. It just so happened that it took maybe 20 minutes or, you know, because some people do crazy stuff. They put the gas fee very low, so it takes forever. And also randomly, or maybe it's because of, you know, what was going on, at that time, the fees, the GUI just went very, very high, 10, 20 minutes before the end of sacrifice, because I think other people were rushing, so there's also that going on.
Yeah, my bad. I just chuck in 100 GUI. There's nothing worse than than coming back an hour later thinking, you know, you did that thing and it didn't actually go through. So for the extra $3 or whatever it was, it's like, I'm not, you know, and MetaMask is there going, oh, this is an unreasonably high thing. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, take it.
So Gunter, the accountant, only has another 5 minutes. So let's go ahead and switch to the discussion to include him so that we can make sure to get the story here. And then, Karim, we can come back to the charts if that's okay with you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Gunter, let me stop share screen for a sec. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Update.
What's up, guys?
Hey, good to see you.
It's been a hectic night.
And for those that don't know you, you are somebody who has done an audit of the origin address in Hex, and you created a spreadsheet that people find very valuable in order to be able to track all the on-chain transactions that are occurring. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And that's very useful for us to figure out where this 14 or 15 billion dollars came from here at the in the last day yesterday for the Pulse sacrifice. Is that right? Do we have any clues from the spreadsheet?
Yeah, so like one thing that I noticed, and obviously many noticed, is that there were sacrifices made from the controlling entity, as everyone refers to as the OA, but also sacrifices made from just like regular users in the network. So it was a combination. It turns out when I ran the numbers, there was probably about a little under 7 billion hex that were sacrificed from regular users from the liability section of the Excel spreadsheet. And then everything else came from centralized ownership.
Wow.
Yep.
So the numbers look really good, actually. Like we're talking, so now we're talking with the controlling entity owning after the sacrifice phase. The controlling entity owns about 96.15% of all hex in circulation, which means that the users only own about 3.85%.
Wow. That's incredible. And that's actually price positive, isn't it?
That's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. This is crazy. Whenever you have supply decreasing to such an extent and you have demand that is staying the same or increasing, I mean, it just means price goes up. That's all it comes down to.
Facts. Yep. And just to put in perspective for the viewer, before sacrifice, we were trending around 5%. And now being 3.85, that's why we talk about the liability tab, because, you know, we were already tracking OA stuff a long time ago. That means we dropped another percent plus, which is amazing, from what was available for sale, aka liquid to potentially purchase. And just do a quick math. When you go from 5% to 3.85, that percent plus, that's almost 20% of available hex that will no longer be on market. That's huge. That's a force multiplier.
On the screen here, we can see the old analysis before the sacrifice phase that I believe came from Gunter's spreadsheet. And for those of you who are just listening and not looking at the screen, what we see here is that the circulating hex of that 9.9% is staked, 90% is circulating. But in terms of the origin address, the portion that it controls, or that it fits the criteria that it could control, because Gunter was looking at the patterns of the on-chain behavior and you know, crypto movement. It looks like 13% is staked, whereas the users have staked 87%. User staked Hex is 87%.
Damn.
What's actually even more remarkable is just look at the user staked Hex.
Yes.
So out of all the liquid Hex, out of
That's
all
wild.
the staked, out of all the Hex that's owned by the users, you're talking about 70% of that is staked and 30% is liquid. So that just goes to show you that real users are using Hex as intended.
Yep.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
when
that's
idiots,
incredible.
so when idiots want to talk about Cardano, this, that, whatever staking percentage, they have no clue how this actually works, because like Gunter perfectly alluded to, the user Hex is only what really matters, because that's what's potentially movable. So, and we're almost 70% stake, which is great. And then even from the liquid side, which is very important, the reason why we talk about circulating is because there are also users who have quote unquote unstaked Hex, but that doesn't mean they're planning on selling it. That's what we're looking at, the real overall just user circulation, to kind of give you an idea. And I can even dare to say that a lot of it is not planning on being sold. It's just there maybe for like rainy day, emergency, whatever. For lack of better words, they would have been staked, but they just sit there just in case somebody need money randomly. It's like those regular people owning coins that they just expect to go up, but they don't sell. So we factor that as well inside that 3.8%.
Yeah, there's probably it's probably about 16, it's about 16 billion Hex that are sitting in addresses where the balances don't change from month to month. So you're really talking about a floating Hex of about 6 billion.
Yep.
Roughly.
That's what's left.
Rough estimate.
Wow. So, okay, that's incredible. So that would be less than $1 billion worth of Hex that could even be sold unless people start emergency unstaking.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. And once you understand that, you realize also that making, and I'm going to say this very slowly, making a quick 10x from here is no big deal. Because if you only look at that user circulating Hex, like you said, less than $1 billion, if you want to look at that like a market cap, we'll make a 10x move, it's 10 billion. It's no big deal. That's the impact of how good sacrifice was, because those Hex are never coming back. And mind you, it's going to be copy on the other chain too, which means if it's less than $1 billion, and even if it gets copied, that's 2 billion. That's not that big of a deal. So when people are talking about, oh, one side is going to sell off versus the other side, they're sadly mistaken, because it's the copy of the same system state. Because this is the better move. Because let's say we didn't have a sacrifice thing, and then you get a copy with everybody with all those Hex lying around, that could have been a big deal. But since a lot of it got removed, what's left is what we're talking about right now. Okay, you copy that times 2, big deal. 2 billion, what's that? That's nothing.
So if 6 billion is the total amount of liquid Hex that could even move based on, the audit estimate, then, if we're looking at whatever the price of a T-share is for a 15-year stake, which is the cheapest type of T-share you can buy in Hex terms, that is easily divisible. If it's about 6,000 Hex, it might be a little bit higher, but about 6,000 Hex per T-share for a 15-year T-share, then that's only about 1 million Hex, or 1 million T-shares that could be created maximum. So we're
for life,
getting deflationary too at the same time, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, here come the force multipliers and the adoption and everything. Wow.
Karim, a 10x market cap only takes us to the number 1 position.
What's after that?
Only, exactly. Which will be no big deal to do. And that's going to blow people's mind. They're not going to realize. And this is what also very important. Let's not to throw some opium, but just quick math. This is the reason why the PX can start and literally, even though it starts at 0, it could start and then go up 300,000% in one candle and just be as valuable as the other one, and then probably take off after that. Because literally people keep forgetting what copies is not just all your money, your stake copies too, your system stake copies. So technically speaking, the only thing that's going to be ready to move is just what's liquid at the end of the day. And most people sacrificed that liquid to begin with, rightfully so, to get to Pulse. So now you got that going on. So when the copy comes in, that's easy money. And then obviously true Hexagon that watch our show understand we're all about the money printers. Nobody's going to be stupid enough to say, hey, let me just emergency end stake my PX just because I got a copy. No, you're going to get paid on both sides, which means logically it could literally catch valuation right away, have the liquidity, and just be ready to go. Ready to fucking go. And then when people FOMO from the Pulse ecosystem, because Pulse bringing new users in and realize that, yeah, we're on PulseChain. Yeah, it's cool, it's cute. The Hex is where it's at. And then with lower fees, they might logically have more adoption, and then PX can just take off from there. So it literally can match valuation and then just take off from there, not lose valuation, because you don't have to choose between one money printer to the other, because you got your copy and you can just let whichever one of the two just run faster. No big deal. I mean, nobody's going to get mad if PX go to $5 and then EX is maybe $2. You know, nobody's going to be like, hey, I need to sell the $2 to go to the $5. That's dumb, because you're getting money printer left and right.
You just take the average. 5 + 2 is 7. Divide by 2, 350 per hex. Like you're a winner.
And literally, because we're going to be talking about no Quant game. Make no mistake. Wells going to get updated chart. It's going to be crazy. We're just going to be like, all right, this week, the best move for new T-share is on PX. Next week, it's on EX. New funds comes. That's what you got to do. You look at share rate, which one is cheaper. And then you just stack up over there because you literally get a copy. So it's like in the beginning, it's the same thing. And you just look at where you want to top it off for the cheapest price. It's a beautiful world. Same thing with your Pulse. Put it over there, get the APY money printers. And it's not as good as Hex, but you know, it's still a yield, you know. Especially if he has the potential to do 14,000x, right? Because Ethereum did it. Not 6 years, but you know, we might get there a little bit faster. But that's how amazing this is. Yeah,
you know, it's going to be interesting as we go forward. You know, as a species, I guess, or whatever on the planet. Yeah, I mean, all of us, not just us hexagons. Yeah. I'm going to be very curious to see how the topic of economics as a thing may change through all this, because this is a pretty big event that's taking place right now. Facts. And it's there's different economists who have different ideas about all kinds of different things, and I think this is a big enough event, this whole PulseChain thing, to to get some limelight, just in those poor broke plebs that want to know how it all works, because it really does, to me. It just confirms so much, and yet I'm not entirely clear exactly what it's confirming, but there's just so much evidence about how free markets actually operate and where value can actually come from. I mean, all this money out of nowhere, out of thin air, and yet it has genuine value. That's mind-bending for people that grew up in my generation. It's like, what? That's not how it's supposed to be. And yet that is how it is, and that is the way it's always been. But that's not what we get taught. So
the two most powerful things that the sacrifice phase has proven, facts, again, Quant game, is this. Number one, people really voted for free speech, because at the end of the day, that's still billions of dollars. No, I don't care what anybody says. That's real money. That means that people literally voted with their money. And number two, the thing that I'm the most proud about too is the 28 million for the Sands Foundation. No matter what anybody says, every Hexican is so proud of that. Richard first, of course. It's like mainstream media. Nobody, even the haters, cannot take that away. And that has never been done. We're literally on top of the world, on top of crypto for that, because he was the biggest crypto donation for any type of charity. And I even dare to say for this specific type, for longevity research, we're definitely number one for years to come. So people need to let that sink in. So whatever breakthrough they can come up with, hopefully in the next couple of years, 5, 10, 20 years, we have something that we can feel good about, that we say, you know what? We had something to do with that. And that's fucking insane. It's amazing. Obviously, because we're a long-term thinker, delayed gratification, we definitely want to be able to use some of that technology. But just knowing that we were able to help a fellow man. So when the hater talks shit, like, hey, I funded the research to help save your fucking life, bro. Chill. That is something that we can take it to the grave. That's how good it is. So knowing those two things, and mind you guys, we haven't even got the Lex Friedman interview just yet. Just let that sink in. We're literally just like punching through, cracking the door, and starting to get to escape velocity. So get ready for that. It's going to be insane.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the media, and when and how that all finally rolls out. It's I imagine it won't be soon, even with what's just happened, but it'll ramp up pretty darn quick when it finally does.
Yeah. Hey, one quick FOMO thought before I roll out, because sorry, I'm under tight time constraints. So what if the controlling entity decides to take the $200 million plus that was sacrificed and starts to like buy up more of the supply to remove more from circulation? Yes. And it's a great way to onboard people to Hex and Pulse when you see fat green candles being painted on the chart.
Fuck yeah. Let me throw to that too. You pump the price of Hex, everybody wins. You get that rolling, and then when the sacrifice, when the chain launch, what's amazing is that, because in the beginning we got to worry about the PUSD risk, because they may or may not shut down the contract, so we can't rely on that. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna focus on the two pairs that we know are solid and don't have admin keys. So, and that's Hex and obviously Ethereum itself as a native asset. So the two first most important bridge are going to be those two things. And obviously Hex being the one, right? Hint, hint, Hex swap is coming, right? So it's like, especially for those watching, oh, I came late, oh, I didn't do this or didn't do that, I didn't buy enough. Well, guess what? By buying Hex, you get that purchasing power that you can deploy on the PulseChain. So you already know there's going to be a lot of on PulseChain Hex-related pairs. Obviously, Pulse to Hex as well, because the path to valuation, as we talked about many times, is going to come through, Ethereum, and then Hex, and then Pulse. So because Hex derives its value from obviously Ethereum and USDC on the Ethereum chain, and then move over on the Pulse chain via one of those two bridge, either Ethereum itself, like a Ethereum to Pulse, or a Hex to Pulse. So which means by removing more Hex out of liquidity, Hex becomes more scarce, price goes up, and then that Hex is so valuable that when you arrive on PulseChain, it's going to be one of the dominant pair token, Hex and Pulse. So it's just a win-win-win all around. It's amazing game theory. Add to the scarcity. The same when you go on exchanges, what do you see? The two biggest pair are Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, I want you to visualize that on the future Hex exchange, and the two biggest pair are going to be Hex, which is the Bitcoin better store of value, and then Pulse itself, which is the Ethereum better version. So you're very blessed to get both. And obviously Pulse Hex is a faster horse.
This is an amazing setup. I agree with those of you who are saying that. I mean, the origin address, any of the coins that got sacrificed we were looking at last night. And any of them that were DAI was what, 30 million, 35 million? Yeah. I mean, there's not enough Hex on the market to buy in one foul swoop. And then what are people going to do? What are people going to do when the price goes parabolic? Well, they're going to sell less. They might sell some, right? But they're going to sell less than they would have probably. And so, and how many people is that going to pull in? And so Richard talking about going on a hiring spree, talking about hiring 130 people in order to help, promote the cryptos that he believes in. Him talking about he could be a buyer of Hex in the future, of Pulse, of the things that he believes in. I mean, he's got billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like, that's a really important code to crack, or an important message to pay attention to. And listen, I've listened to Richard. I bought after he noticed that there was somebody buying up at 0.003 cents. At 0.3 of a cent, he noticed that somebody kept buying it up, that the price wouldn't dip below that price point at the time, and it's done really well since then, right? We're much higher now. So,
and Maddie, to double down on what you just said, because that is not, it's not speculation, it's a fact, right? Pro tip: rich people, the richer they get, the less they need to sell, because it's cumbersome. Why create a necessary taxable event? Take what you need and move on. So it's like, as the price goes higher and higher, it adds to the scarcity, because yes, we obviously focus on the math first. This is why Gunther is here, and that's why we show you the thing. But there's also a hidden psychology inside that 3.86 whatever percent. I will even go out of a whim, say there's at least another percent to 1.5%. That's just there. It may not be staked, but they don't plan on selling. Like, I got a few liquid, but I don't plan on selling. It's just literally there for either A, emergency, or B, literally it just sits there. New funds comes in, I add the new money in, and then the old money that's in turns into a stake. So that way I got that rotation where I'm building my position, I'm building wealth. But if there is an emergency, I'm not left stranded and have to worry about, the blasphemy, which is emergency and stake, which is not going to happen. That's why I stake for 15 years, to create that forced discipline, because I know if I mess this up, I get nuked. Again, you don't have to be hardcore like me, but that's just how my brain works. So that way I think very carefully about when to stake, how much, how to set it up, and then I create forced discipline. And then I just go get more money. So that way, I tell people all the time, Mexicans, right? Stay broke, not poor. Big thing. Be rich, stay rich. That's the point. So all those things are going to kick in. It's going to be freaking amazing.
Hey, sorry I have to run, guys. It was unfortunate, but great live stream. Thanks for all the work you guys do. I appreciate it.
Likewise.
Thank you, bro. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming. We'll catch you next time.
Sounds good, man. All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
Peace.
See you, Gunther. Bye-bye.
Bang, bang. Yeah.
He got a Telegram set up to make finding his spreadsheet easier for people. I helped him with that earlier today, and it's t.me/hex audit. t.me/hex audit is where you'll find this information for those data nerds of you out there. Definitely.
Gunther's freaking awesome. Love to do.
Thank you to, thank you to him. Thank you to Ray for the $10 super chat. If Richard Hart and/or Hex.com go away, do we currently have a working and easy to use front end to continue to stake or unstake Hex on the original ETH network? And are there plans for the same on PHEX?
I think there's about 5 of them, isn't there?
Yep.
There's Hex Backup, there's Hex Mob and Go.tshoe.app and somebody Staker app, of course. That's not going anywhere.
Yep.
There's at least 5, and yeah, sure, PHEX for sure.
Absolutely. Cool. All that's going to be built in, which is why it's pretty cool.
Good question.
Yeah, Maddie, I'm sharing by my screen. Let me just finish up with this so we can get this topic out of the way. And I'm going to explain that burning horn that you're talking about. That's very important. So let me know when my screen is shared.
Okay, yeah, and then there's the right contract function. I just want to say real quick, Karim, before we switch to that. So I'm really excited to announce that we're continuing to make lots of progress on the second Hex conference, which will have an in-person conference center meetup. So it'll actually be like a scientific conference. So it'll be a little bit more formal than a meetup. Of course, I totally expect Karim and I to be on stage like usual, and then we'll have a special setup for Whales if he doesn't want to show his face, so that he can still do a main stage presentation.
You got to do the fence. You got to do the fence like on
Or better, Whales, if you're down for it.
What do you think, Whales?
On stage and then you wear a mask.
I forgot the name of the show. Till time. Yeah, Till time. You got to do the fence.
Like Wilson.
Wilson. Yeah, you have the little white hat on and.
whatever Whales wants to do, we're gonna facilitate that.
Yes.
And
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I wanted to let people know that we are selling the tickets and that we do need to do some fundraising. And so the way that this works is when you go to pulsehex.com or you go to pulsehex.eventbrite.com, that's where you can get your ticket. And it's a fundraising ticket. Only people who buy the fundraising tickets are going to get the physical conference tickets. And we're limiting that right now to 1,369 attendees. And so when you think about how much the audience in Hex and Quant Gang has grown, when you think about how 6,000 people watched our stream from a week or two ago, those tickets are very rare to be able to do the in-person thing. And so it's a big help for people to go ahead and order them now, because again, that will allow us to put the money down for the conference venue and to make sure that we have something really nice for people. And so I know that I'm going to do a stream with Tony, T-Money, here on Saturday, and we're going to release more and more details. I think we're also going to show the entire budget so that we can have the maximum amount of transparency possible. And on the Eventbrite, we do accept crypto, Ethereum, and Hex, and USDC. And so feel free to use those, but go ahead and get your tickets now. Otherwise, I don't know if we can help you.
Bang, bang, bang.
So let's go ahead and switch back to the quantitative side of things here.
Perfect. Let me know when okay, perfect. All right. So just to wrap this up here, I just want to show Ethereum also is negative. So obviously get ready for that dead cat. And what I did was I redraw the lines to make it more obvious. Okay. That's what, everybody know what a horn is, right? So I just made them longer for you guys to visualize, right? Because it was already there, but I make it bigger to make it all obvious. This is the horn right here. See, from the head, when we broke down, you got the low, lower low, lower high, and this is the broadening. The reason why it's so deadly is because this is the playground for the market maker. Oh my fucking God. They're going to take you for a field day. Oh, you think it's bullish? Wreck. It comes here. Oh, you think it's bearish? Oh, they're going to bounce it up. Maybe they go back here. Kiss this thing. Boom. Wreck you again. Oh, it's definitely going to hold here. Support. Boom. New lower low. Oh my God, the trend line. And then he goes all the way down here. All the way before it bounces. And then boom. Because that's why it's important. And by the way, I drew this long time ago. Not the top portion because I need to see what's going on. But this trend line here was very, very old. The same way we got out of this zone here. Because I knew usually what happens is when this becomes a sign here from a minute top, when it breaks out, it always will go back and try to retest it before it bounces, which is what it did. So now you're getting the horn, and this is why it's so deadly, because this is the playground, kind of like no man's land. Now, the viewer might be watching and be like, Karim, what is this line over here? Why is it so important? Why it's in blue? Because it goes all the way back. I can't make this shit up. Since the COVID dip. Let me go back. Show you guys. You can see from here all the way, come on, to basically here. And this trend line is a big deal because when this breaks, which funny enough, it's right around 34K. When we break this, oh, forget about it. It's just a matter of time. It's either dead cat comes here to 34K roughly, which is where the Bitcoin premium is, and this becomes support, and then we might go kiss it again, or it just break through, and then the moment this line is broken, I mean, this is a new low you're looking at. So when you zoom out, once again on the daily, this is what it looks like. This is that line I was talking about. So the bullish thing is like the fork that looks like this. That's bullish. But the horn is bad because only the market maker just take you for a field day. Meanwhile, you're being danced around here thinking, oh, we're going back to the top, this, that. And then you're not seeing the elephant in the room, which is the big moving average is already curving. It's closing the door, which means as many days goes by and we stay below, it's going to keep curving and becoming the ceiling, trapdoor, closing for the macro view. And then by the time we get to September, October, don't be surprised if you hang around here or lower, depending on what happens. So same thing in 2017. If I were to draw it, not as severe what we're seeing right now, but it's the same thing. Bounce, kiss this, get rejected, come here, bounce. But because the 200 moving average is going down faster, it's bouncing less and less, and it's doing lower high. And then until the volatility comes down, and then trapdoor. This is how we get to 10K. So we may not get the trapdoor right away, but just get ready for another bounce, lower low, dance around, and then get things going on. So Maddie, I hope that answers your question.
Look out below.
Yeah, watch out below. So this is the horn that Richard was talking about. So I just drew the same line, just longer, to make people realize that's the playground. Wow. So when the crypto furrows are talking about we're going back to 50K, 60K, new all-time high day, that's a joke. Like, don't even entertain that garbage. So this is bad because it's a lower low. Now, we might get a little fake out, come here, bounce, and then go trying to kiss it again. But I don't think we're going to go off that trend. So, and this is where you get to see what's going on. You get to see on the 4-hour. The Kelton channel is good because it shows you a change of direction. And then now we're in kind of like no man's land. So basically, get ready for that. So yeah. So this is basically update so far. Obviously, Ethereum, it's similar, but a little bit less bad, so to speak, even though it's starting to push down, because Bitcoin's going to drag it down. Buy the rumors, sell the news kind of garbage tomorrow or the day after. What is it? When is the EIP stuff? Is it tomorrow or is it
tomorrow?
Is it a 4th or the 5th? Well, yeah. So you might see some shenanigans and then Bitcoin trapdoor, so we might go down. It's not as bad, but you can still see it.
I got to find more Ethereum to sell.
Exactly. So at first, I would have said, okay, this is the horn as well. But fortunately for Ethereum, it made a lower low. Obviously, we called it, but it didn't go all the way down here to retest that previous. So it's not as much of a horn as Bitcoin, but nonetheless, I just need to do it like kind of like this in a way. You know what I mean? Or if I want to be nice, I just look at the bounce and I say like this. You can still see a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Which means next stop, like Richard said, is again 1700 first, and then broke below, and then watch out below. Again, that's something people need to be very, very careful about. So understand that, understand what to come. Meanwhile, Hex is just chilling, doing his own thing. You know, I just want to brief this. We're almost about to hit 15 cents. Look at that, this perfect bounce. Came in here.
We've got a really special comment here that matches up with this chart in particular. So thank you to Yozo for the 150 euro super chat, who says, big thank you to all of you. Personally, I would like to thank Karim for paying for my staker app. I always wanted to pay back the amount in X that Hex has gone up. Thought I should do it now before it takes another 10X. Thanks again.
My pleasure. God bless you. Keep doing your... And shout out to you. I mean this. Shout out to you for taking motherfucking action. Because you could have listened like some and not take action. But you took action, so ultimately the value goes through. Like Richard said, all those who donated, ultimately you guys are the real heroes. So shout out to you. I'm very happy I was able to help a little bit. And this is what we're here for, Quant Gang. So we not pay that shit bullshit. So just hit that value. So you made my day. That comment made my day so far. So thank
That's
you so
awesome.
I'd be interested to see. Sorry, I'd be interested to see from the people in chat how many have gone to share Hex with family members and friends and things, and who have had the experience where they say, okay, it sounds good, but you do it all for me. You manage it all for me, and here's some money, you go manage it for me. I got that a heck of a lot, and it was a hard no every time. Some of them even got a smile, but it's just crazy, you explain all the stuff, you get through, and they go, okay, yeah, all right, okay, it looks pretty good, but then they don't want to take action. They don't want to do it. It's like, what? Don't get it.
But you see, it's funny. This is the reason why, as being an expert, I'm trying to help people, and I've helped people like that too. I just said, just be a little bit patient with them, and this is also what it means to be kind, right? It's not just like, hey, take it or leave it, this and that. You need to understand. Some people, it's kind of like they have attention deficit. Some people have been brainwashed. Some people, it's crazy. I know, sadly, the older you get, the more closed-minded you are. If you haven't been practicing being open-minded. Listen, I see this every day at work. every day when I talk to my customer. My average customer is 65 years old and retired. They have literally seen it all. Even when something is so good in front of them, they won't do it because they're so afraid, because they remember that bad experience that they had. So you have to be, as a professional, but also somebody that really care, you have to show them first that, number one, this is nothing new. You're not losing anything, right? When I talk about solar, I say, hey, you're still paying an electric bill. Nothing's going to change in that aspect. It's just better because of X, Y, and Z. We have better rate. We don't have delivery charge, all this other stuff. I spend the time to explain that to them so they don't believe that it's too good to be true. They need to know where the valuation is coming from. They need to know, like, how is this able to happen? But very important, my customers are at least not like, what's the word? Disingenuous. You know what I mean? They're sitting there scared, yes, but they genuinely want to believe. They genuinely are, to a deeper level, open-minded for the solution. They're just afraid, and they just need somebody to talk their language, not look down on them, not use fancy, strong words that they can understand. Because once it clicks in their head, oh my God, they're your best customer. They'll say, Karim, get out of the way. Let's do this. How fast can we get this done? Hey, can you do my mom's house, my sister's house, my neighbor, my this, my that? Because you just opened the floodgate for them. So we need to also be, as educators, that's what I say all the time. There's nothing to sell. You here to educate. The better you are as an educator, the better you will do. So you need to be a little bit patient. But the key between the nice and kind, once again, is you got to learn. And it takes time at first. You got to be burned a little bit to understand. Listen, I used to knock on doors, talk to 100 people per day. Like, I didn't just learn this skill overnight. Okay, it doesn't work like that. It's like relationship, right? You got to kiss a lot of frogs to figure out what's going on, right? You know what I mean? To know what women's are, what's going on. So once you get to that certain level, you've been to the trial tribulation, which Hexicans, a lot of them are, you're able to know when to go deep with somebody and when somebody's just trolling you, and then you just don't waste your time. So that way you spend your quality time with the people who are worth for them, not because they're special, but because they're open-minded and they want to learn. They just have a lot of questions. Like in sales, a customer asking question is bullish. Those are called buying questions. They're asking questions because they're interested. But if the customer is trying to troll you, that's a different story. That one, you just say, sir, I got no time for this. Yes, no, when I come back, like, we don't have time for this. So this is where you know how to balance the two. So it's not always like black or white. There's a little bit of a gray line. But the beauty is you will get better over time. Again, repetition is the mother of all skill. Sometimes it just needs time. Family members is a perfect example. You tell them a couple of times, you chill for a little bit, you send them some screenshot, they see the Staker app or whatever, whichever app you use, I don't care. But they see the gains, and then you come back. You know what I mean? Oh, what are you doing? Talk about life, how's everything? They see your lifestyle. Maybe you bought something nice, or maybe they just see how happy you are, and then they will come around. So you got to make sure to balance the act between the two and not be overly frustrated. Just understand that people learn at a different speed. And if you want to be a little bit advanced level, maybe you create a little stake that they don't know about. You put it under their name, or you got so much gains that you just create something. And then when they're ready, I've done that. You don't have to do it, but I've done that. My sister, especially family. And then by the time everything clicks, I just send some hex to her wallet, and then she just takes it, and no big deal. Share the love, because I'm trying to teach her something. You know what I mean?
That's where it went in the end, of course.
Yes.
Because
the key is that patience. The key is that patience, and know which one is trying to troll you. Don't waste your time. Again, be kind, but also understand that sometimes people are just a little bit tough, but they don't mean it in a bad way. They just don't understand, and you need to understand that it's the fear talking. And many viewers watching right now know exactly what I'm talking about. Some of you guys were brand new. Some of you guys didn't know what's going on, and then you came to Quant Gang. Maybe in the beginning you don't know what's going on. After a couple of weeks, you're like, oh, I know what's happening. You're seeing how you have grown, how you have got better, how you have applied, because we show receipts here only. And now you get the result to a point where now you're almost like a mini expert. The same way we're always learning from Richard, and then we're able to get better ourselves. It's the same thing. Each one teach one. So it's not an overnight process. Just like delayed gratification, you build the equity over time. That's why we're pumping the way we're pumping right now, which is cool. And another little bullish thing here before I end this section, look at the Hex ETH. It's important. We're barely crossing back. By the time we go back here, our previous all-time high, let me just draw a measure move here just for fun. By the time we go back here, I mean, it's stupid. It's 60%. Okay, even if we go back to Prism, like so 60%, and it moves out a function of a square, right? So just that's 300% move in USD. Obviously, let's say Ethereum goes down a little bit, but if we literally just do like a 30% move in Hex ETH, let's say previously here, roughly 27 to 30%, right? 3 times 3 is 9, right? That's 90% move. That means literally 14, 15 cents becomes 30 cents. Just like that. And that can happen in the matter of, let me do another major move here. When we started to pump like this, because this to me looks like a fractal. I see everything. It's a similar
Karim,
move.
could I wake up one day and Hex is much higher?
Definitely. Maddie, look at this right here. I just highlighted. This move took 3 days. In 3 days, 21 bars on the 4-hour chart, 3 days and 12 hours, we pump like almost 100%. So, and this fractal looks like it's trying to do the same thing. And again, it's nothing new. Hex been doing that. It's bull flags on bull flags on bull flags. You know what I'm saying? And they're getting more and more violent. So this is why it's very, very exciting. So yeah.
There hasn't been a single failed bull flag since what do you call it? Big Payday so long ago. I forgot what it was called. There just hasn't been a single failed one that I can see. I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I stopped seeing flags, and it just looks like trend now. You know, it's just bull flag, bull flag, bull flag, bull flag. It's just, if nothing else, it vindicates the old technical analysis textbook that says this is what a bull flag looks like. I'm like, yep, okay, I believe you now. Yep.
Amen. Yeah, no, Tony, we're pumping. It is true. It is live. So. But yeah,
pump. The only other way to pump the Hex price other than to buy more and onboard people, I guess, would be to hit the like and subscribe button. I'm very, very disappointed in the 200 people that are watching that have not hit the like button yet. So go ahead and hit it, and otherwise you can get out.
Yeah, people hit the
algorithm likes it when I say that. Likes it a lot, because then people hit the like button and then more people come and see it. And the people who don't want to hit the like button, they go away. So the numbers always go up immediately when I say that.
To the poor people using an Apple TV to watch with that little remote, like the one I've got, and frustrated trying to figure out how to hit the like button, just yeah, you'll get there. Don't throw it across the room like I do, the remote, that damn thing. But yeah, they know what I'm talking about, guys. Trust me. Those people. Right. They get
it. Whales is back here after having some internet issues. What's going on?
Whales, can you hear us?
Sorry, I forgot I had myself on mute because you guys know I live in the combat zone. So
there you go. I was like, man, what's going on here? You know.
But yeah, man. All good stuff, right? All true stuff, right? And that's all we care about here. So, you know, more of the same, baby. More of the same. I'm almost done with the charts. I'm just getting the last couple done, and I'll be ready to go. They are looking swimmingly, as always.
Maddie,
shout out to everybody who's volunteering to be a mod in the chat. We appreciate you guys. People who have been here a long time. I went ahead and handed out some more hammers, and thanks for that. We appreciate it. As we continue to grow, we'll continue to appreciate the moderators who help make the chat enjoyable for all.
That's right. Yeah. Got a lot of funny style cats in the chat nowadays, so we definitely need some moderators because we definitely got a lot of haters.
What do? We goes to trolls. That's all we do.
Hey, that's it. Make them disappear. Wish they had something to say.
You know, it's sad because they're projecting, because the thing is they're not getting the gains, right? Instead of humbling themselves and learning how they can change their life, all they do is just waste. And then it's a trap in their mind because we don't see them, we don't waste our time with them, but they're too busy worried about what we do. So,
it's a vicious circle, baby. Somebody got to live it, because it sure as hell ain't going to be me.
All I can do is just feel bad.
I don't even feel bad, bro. You know why? Because it's choices people make. I don't feel bad for them. They be all right. They be all right. We all make the choices we make when we get up and get out of bed, right? So I don't feel bad for people like that. They know damn well what they're doing. So Much luck to you, because you need it more than me.
Amen.
Facts of life.
Let them know. Let them know.
You.
So Matt, we can transition while Wells in the chart. We can transition to that sacrifice now.
Yes, the topic.
Is it that part when I say I told you so again? But the cool thing is, if you go to obviously, and shout out to Gerardo, he has a great website, but he has the whole breakdown, and obviously day 1 to 5 was the best time to be in, and especially right around that day 3. Looking at all the angles and, getting that 18 plus cents. And more importantly, right, the second chill, swimming with the whales, making sure you secure your spot. And just like we said, they're going to do the shenanigans, then they secure their position, and then they're going to take their foot off the neck of the price and let the thing just do its thing. And lo and behold, we're literally talking about last night, right? At the end of the stream, when we're talking about it, get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for tomorrow. And those who listen, and there's somebody in the trading chat, you bought like 100,000 hex chilling. He was new, right on the bottom, literally. And then now he's sitting pretty, 46%. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, hold on real quick. Interestingly enough, the liquidity's still there, so nothing's changed. Exactly. So either that sell wall is about to feel some pain, or they're about to feel some pain. So.
Is that what's being knocked into right now?
Yes, sir. It hasn't gone anywhere.
Ooh, interesting.
Because it's being kind of flush. I was watching metrics throughout the day, because when it started, there was a lot of sell wall around 12.6. Because remember, it started like 11.8, and it was like 12.3, 12.6, 13 cents. It was like 600,000, and then boom, boom, boom. So it just keeps pushing it higher and higher. Because you gotta understand, there's also a lot of the flash bots, the little whatever. So those is pretty much the one you want to worry about. And of course, like we see also in the Pulse chat, there's a lot of people that show up at the last minute. Oh, sacrifice is over, this, that, whatever. And then they're realizing quick, well, the only way you can get involved with Pulse right now is by buying Hex, because you'll be able to use that on the Pulse chain. And just like we talked about earlier, it's actually very smart, because as you buy and the price goes up higher and higher, your buying power potentially on the Pulse chain gets bigger, because the Hex value goes up. So you're making money, everything is cool. And then when the Pulse chain launch, that money can be deployed. So again, it's a win-win-win all around. We just don't know when exactly, obviously, the snapshot. But if you're smart, once again, don't play checkers, play chess. Why wait when you know at some point it's going to be announced? Therefore, get it now while the price is low, compared to what it could be a week from now. Days.
So I'll go ahead and moderate for our title discussion, and so we'll have the 3 different topics here, and we'll go around the room. I'll start off for Hex OA, and then we'll move on to Pulse price predictions and when the snapshot will happen predictions.
Maddie, can I?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'd just like to take a moment for the new people, if that's okay. Because it's not going to fit very well later on. Listen, we talk a lot about the Hex price. Thank you. We talk a lot about the Hex price go up, and we talk a lot about onboarding. For the new people that have heard those kinds of stories before in other arenas, I'd just like to let you know that Hex is a different beast. Those other arenas that you may or may not have had experience with, they need to onboard, because the only way new money comes in to pay the people that were already in is from onboarding new people. Okay. And it may seem like that's what we're doing here, but that is not the case with Hex. Nobody in Hex makes any money, certainly not directly, from new people coming in. It's not one of those systems. The interest that is paid comes to stakers. It comes from inflation generated by the contract. It does not come from onboarding new people, period. Yep. So some of the haters might be thinking that, it's just another one of those, blah, blah, blah. Not the case. Just wanted to make that clear for the new people. You can research it. You'll find out that's true. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's a product, not a project. Go ahead, man.
And in the comments, here's somebody saying that they appreciate the transparent honesty there. Very good, very good. And so for the topic of the Hex OA, as the longtime viewers are aware, I accurately predicted, I guess, I don't know, y'all can decide how accurate it was. I said that I thought that the origin address would sacrifice. I said that I thought it would be about $10 billion. And I guess that was pretty close. This was still a really big surprise. And so to just quickly summarize, like, how did I reach that prediction? Well, you know, from not only a psychology, but a game theory and crypto point of view, I think it made a lot of sense having studied the origin addresses behavior during Big Payday, which was a period when the origin address got to prove that it was there to protect the little people, the people who are not already billionaires or millionaires, right? To create and make new whales and to stop the traders from wreaking havoc whenever, you know, there was an airdrop planned. And sure enough, here we had another situation where there's an airdrop planned, and it was, so I believe that the origin address was there to protect people, there to stalk any whales that needs to be on their best behavior. Like we saw before in Hex, whenever a whale created a giant short-term stake, it seems like the origin address was staking right before and right after them to let them know, I'm watching you, I'm showing you, I'm signaling to other people in the network on this public transparent blockchain that I'm here to protect the price and to be price positive. And so that's exactly what we've seen. And so I was pretty sure, even as the game theory was being crafted over 2 or 3 months of the PulseChain, you know, being designed, that it made a lot of sense for me to not talk about anti-whale strategies. And I don't mean whales only here. I mean billionaires in the legacy system who already maybe have too much power or are bad actors. And I don't even blame billionaires who are bad actors, because I believe that they're part of a sick system, that the fiat monetary system that prints ad infinitum and in a corrupt manner, that creates many of the unhealthy behaviors we see in rich people and poor people, that it creates short-term thinking, borrowing from your future self instead of paying your future self. And so Hex solves this, and it creates a healthier financial environment, not just for people who want to be whales by delaying gratification, but also for legacy whales who are going, I guess, to be forced to, or tricked, or maybe they know what they're signing up for. But the environment of Hex and Pulse themselves, it's in the base layer, is creating game theoretical angles through which whales can act in the best interest of everyone. And that's going to help the whales, and it's going to help everybody else. And that's why it doesn't scare me, or it doesn't bother me that I know that my sacrifice from whatever, day 1 or day 5, that was going to be depreciated by the large sacrifice amount of the origin address. Although I think that too will create a filter, like Hex did, to filter out the haters and only allow people who do their own research and who believe in Richard and in Hex. Those will be the ones that'll win, I think, with Pulse as well. Who wants to go next for your comments on the Hex origin address sacrificing?
I'll go, I guess. So I think it's very important, right? We didn't know how important until we came to learn about Hex and how it works, right? And how it's a successful strategy for the long term for obvious reasons. Well, it's obvious to people in the know that understand markets and how they work. Not so obvious to people that are new to markets and, you know, maybe they just never thought of certain aspects of markets before, right? Because certain things just aren't obvious to everybody. But when you have an actual sizable individual that occupies space within the ecosystem, such as an OA type entity, and they're there to act on your behalf, right? That's actually never existed before. So yeah, it's never existed before. So that's one of the reasons why when you come across that concept, right? It's not a DAO, it's not all this other funky shit that people talk about. It's an actual, an actual benevolent actor, right? And that's just rare. It's not something people are used to. But the proof is in the chain, right? So it is what it is. You don't gotta like it, you just gotta deal with it, as always. and you don't. I mean, hey, it might sound a little funky, but again, it's on chain, so it doesn't matter what it sounds like to you. It's completely irrelevant, because the fact of the matter is that when you look at the tape and you look at the chain, whatever you want to call it, right, the data shows what's actually happened, and that's what's important to understand here, because the data is what's going to lend credence to the theories, right? And the theories then no longer are theories, they are then facts. And this is why it's important to understand exactly what it is that we're talking about. It's not for our benefit, because we already know. It's for your benefit, because you need to understand. And there's a question I like to address in the chat that Crypto King pointed out to me to answer. So whenever we can do that, I'll do that.
Sure. Go ahead now while you have the stage.
Okay, sure. So we got a new person, Ming Tao Chi. Give me a second to pull up what the question is. And I'm guessing it's related to the inflation. Give me a second. I just want to make sure I cover everything since I got disconnected.
I got it here. I could read it out to you if you like.
Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he's saying, but why is it when the Fed prints money and mints their own money and creates inflation, it's a problem, but when Hex is not a problem with minting their own Hex?
Right.
Good question.
Yeah, I talk about this often, so this is one of my top questions. So it's like this, right? Think about it like a funnel. The closer you are to the source of the water, right? The water in this case is the inflation. The more of that water that you get. Otherwise, it has to trickle through all of these spigots, i.e. middlemen, and a lot of water is going to get lost along the way. And that's the same thing that you see in the legacy finance markets. You have all these middlemen, starting with the primary dealers, and they're the ones that receive the inflation first, right? And this is the same thing in Bitcoin and Ethereum. The miners receive the inflation first. In Hex, you print your own inflation. So there's nobody there to interfere with the valuation or the value being produced by the system, because it's strictly you, the staker, interacting with the smart contract. There is no other intermediary. So this is why the inflation works in an increasing valuation sense with Hex versus what you see in the legacy market, which is an actual inflation disbursement mechanism, but it's dispersing it really when it's not, right? Because what you see is those funds going to parties that are supposed to, provide the transmission mechanism, but they don't, right? They take the funds and they pump them in the market and enrich themselves. That's what actually happens. So instead of seeing inflation devalue the value of Hex, it can't, because there's not a bunch of middlemen sucking up the value that you should be getting, right? But in the legacy markets, that's the whole point of the legacy markets. That's why crypto was invented, to eliminate that reality, because that's a reality that we have to deal with every day. That's why the time value of money is negative. It's not positive. Money always loses value over time. It does not gain in value over time. And this is why, again, crypto exists. So if you ever find yourself interacting with middlemen and they're claiming it to be crypto, got some news for you. It's not.
Yeah. Well, one of the ways that I look at it is that stakers are being paid to hold up the price, right? And so That's a pretty profound thing. And who are they being paid by? It's the people who want to have the option to be able to sell the price down. And so that creates a balancing system.
For sure.
And to
Supply and
piggyback on
demand.
what they both said, going into the mechanics, quick math is understand to only whom such inflation is paid to. The simple fact that the sacrifice happened and all those billions of hex, hundreds of billions that got put in that wallet, you need to understand they're going to sit there. So as a function of a system, they're going to be devalued 3.69 annually. And they're going to be paid to who? The staker class, the people who do what they said they're going to do, the people who respect the truth engine, the people who play the system the way the system is played. This is what this is about. Not to be like overly spiritual, but the problem with the legacy market and all the garbage is those motherfuckers didn't do shit to deserve the inflation. It just happens to be there or know somebody or get the connection and this and that. That's why it's bad. Inflation is not inherently bad. If you understand economy and economics, it's actually a good thing to have inflation if that inflation is productive, is rewarded to those who deserve it the most and those who are actually productive. So that way, the one gets like playing Monopoly, but then if the guy with all the wealth, he doesn't need to do nothing, he just sits around, then it's like the game can't play. We need to be able to incentive new people to want to become rich as well and have that incentive. So the power with Hex is, not to be biblical or anything, but the inflation is only paid to the most worthy in retrospect to how they played the system. Irrespective if you have $5, $10, $1 million, longer pays better. As you guys know me, every time I tweet, almost every tweet, because repetition matters, I always put LPB, no matter what, because I want you to remember what this is about. You're delaying gratification. You're staking longer. Therefore, the system recognizes and say, you know what? For every unit of energy that you're staking, aka $1, the longer you are staking, the more I will reward you from that future inflation that's coming from the system. That's why this is so powerful. That's why it's like a meritocracy. It's paid to those who stake, to those who follow the system and do the right thing. That's what separates us from the regular market. And you're getting paid and you're providing kind of like an indirect service and a benefit because like Maddie said, you're holding the price up. You're doing the right thing. If I don't need my money right now, and I put some Ethereum or some Hex in the system and I'm collecting interest, somebody else that might need the money right now can take it, cash out, and go buy something that they need or whatever it might be. That's how the system works, like virtual lending with no counterparty risk. This is how you monetize the time of money because you're getting paid for leaving the money there in a very efficient system, no middleman, no counterparty risk, no bank charging you extra fucking fees and garbage. That still goes to the staker class. That's why our games are so insane because it's literally efficiency at the highest level. The same way when I talk about the solar game, talk about how we're better than the grid because we're efficient and we're cutting the middleman, no delivery charge because the power comes from the roof. It's the same thing in finance, but at even high. There's no employee, there's no warehouse, there's no pay rent for this, pay rent for that. It's all code. It can't get any more efficient than that. That's
so
what
let me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, agree with all of that. That's all true at the higher level. So let me break it down in very practical terms about the difference between. So we're using the same word, inflation. Inflation just means, the number of something went to a higher number of the same thing. Here's the difference. When the Fed prints money, they basically, for whatever reason, they just decide to print it. They print a whole bunch, and then they dish it out to whoever they want to dish it out. And that's fine. That's how that system works. When we say that Hex has inflation and the inflation pays the staker class, here's what actually happens. Firstly, only the person who is clicking the button to end their stake is triggering. You are the person, when you end your stake, you are running the code. You're like, click the button to run the code in the contract that does the calculations and whatnot, and the inflation is minted at that point and paid directly to you. All right? That's very, very different to somebody printed a bunch of inflation and divvied it out to the people they like. That's what actually happens. The contract doesn't sit there every year and go, oh, I'm going to inflate 3.69% here, everybody, have some cash. It doesn't work like that. Only the people that locked up their money, went to full term, like they said they would, and then ended their stake on time, you get the inflation. It gets minted. It comes into existence at that juncture.
Yep.
It's very similar to you taking your shovel and trekking up a mountain or down a ravine and digging out a piece of gold. You had to get there first, and you had to bring your shovel. So the gold supply inflates when another bit of gold gets dug out of the ground. That's very different to the Fed just printing out a whole few $1 trillion and just handing them out. And that's the difference right there.
Good point.
Yeah, that's a big difference. That's a good point, because I actually like to harp on that all the time, and I didn't this time. It's how the deflation is deferred, or the inflation, is deferred across time, right? Because everybody has a different time lock, right? And everybody isn't staking for the same time length. So just based on that alone, right, inflation is going to be printed at incremental or at just different points in time across a time curve, right? And that's something that you also have to take into account. And that's also going to allow the price of Hex to be sustained, because we basically have a bunch of mini halvings happening throughout time. Exactly. And that's, important, because that's how the system increases in value. That's beneficial to the system. So it's actually a good thing.
And that's what we tell you guys. We have actually low inflation than Bitcoin in nominal term and in dollar term. In nominal term, when I say 3.69, it's less than that because of what was beautifully just explained. But also in dollar amount, let's say 2 coins are inflating at 2%. But then one has a much, much, much bigger market cap, for now at least. Ha ha ha, the joke. That 2% has a much more economic energy than the other person's 2%. So you need to understand that. So in controversy, you need to understand, because of everything that's just been said, understand that Hex is getting more and more scarce, because that also means that from the system, the only person, as we run out of Hex continuously over time, the only person you're going to be able to get the Hex out of is whatever's left on the market, whatever's sitting on the pair, and whatever that's left that the person that has the Hex is willing to sell you. That's a big deal. Not only he has to run the code, like Future Hex has perfectly said, and get the inflation, but he needs to be willing to sell it on market. Because what if the stake ends? We have seen it many times. Stake ends, you get paid everything. Oh, I made a mistake. Or, oh, I don't need the money right now. Boom, restake, everything plus principal. Those tokens get burned again, and it goes back into the system. So technically, it never actually hits inflation. So you need to understand that. So not only from the nominal term, but what people are willing to do. And from a psychological standpoint, which is important to understand human being, the higher, the more valuable some things become, the less the person owning that is willing to part with that money, with that thing. He will rather sell the less valuable thing first. And also at the unit level, if you have maybe, I don't know, 1 million Hex, or let's say 100,000 Hex, and then the price do a 10X, then you might only need to sell 1,000 Hex only, because it gets you what you need to do. And you can just restake the rest, because you understand about just selling the interest and restaking the principal. So understand that too. That's a heavy dynamic that's going on as well. So all those mechanics matters.
This is a good time too, now that we've explained all of that. Richard often says that, Hex is really just Bitcoin with a better mining system. Well, we've just explained the mining system that he refers to. You actually have to do stuff. It's not just sit there and, rather than burn electricity, we burn time, essentially. Waiting, that's how it works. And it's a beautiful system. It really is.
Absolutely. And on that note, maybe we can spend 5 minutes in the chat. Anybody that's new, or maybe not new, but if you have any questions regarding to the system, anything, we can spend some time. I want to do some quick maths, help people if they have any questions before we switch.
Let's take questions at the end once we answer more of these questions that we advertised on the beautiful thumbnail.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought we went over everything. My bad.
Sorry for what they came to see.
So, Future Us, what are your thoughts on the Hex OA? And then we'll go to Karim to finish out that topic.
My thoughts on the Hex OA is that we need to come up with another name for that. Because OA means, I'm sorry, but OA means origin address. When you read the contract, there is an origin address. It literally says origin address equals
so that's
0x blah, 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 blah.
That is the entity that
control entity
explains where.
No. Okay, so I'll continue. Okay, so that is an address on the Ethereum network. But when we talk about the OA in the context that we're talking about the OA now, we're not talking about just that address. We're talking about the entity that we imagine or assume controls that account and has been linked through chain analysis with a high degree of probability, but not certainty, to another entity that controls the Ethereum that went in through the adoption amplifier. Right? I really want to make that clear, because people are going to go, oh, OA is just Richard Hart, blah blah blah. No, maybe, but genuinely, those funds were divvied up all over the place. There's thousands of accounts. Who knows where it's all been? Now, okay, we see evidence of the funds tending to move in tandem, but they're two different things. In fact, they're probably 5 different things. So I just, if we're not going to come up with a new name for it here on stream, obviously, but I just want, especially the new people, to understand that it's a range of things we're talking about that we collectively refer to as the OA. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, to me, this is the funny thing, right? Quick math. I like to focus on OA in terms of what it does, what the function of the system that it performs, because that's what matters. Everything else is honestly not really relevant. I like to keep it OA because this is Quant Gang. We'll keep it factually accurate. That's what the name started as. So we don't want the haters to use that as an excuse.
A name's just a name. I get
exactly.
it. I get it.
We're going to use that so they know what it is. But for me, as in terms of the function of the system, is what it actually does. It's like monetary policy. Those are the coins that dictate what is the payout is going to be for the API, because I've watched the movement and it makes perfect sense. It's basically those coins sitting there, liquid, is what allows you to have your APY. It's very, very important. Because
those coins that you're talking about, that is the literal OA, the actual address, not the entity.
So for the new viewer watching, as adoption comes in, like anything, even if you heard about the Celsius, the BlockFi, all this other garbage, whatever it may be, as more people come into anything like that and stake, just like in traditional market, APY goes down because it's a bonding curve, it's a bonding math. As more people to jump on something, what Ethereum 2.0 was supposed to be, the yield goes down. Why Hex is different and clearly superior is because since OA has that many coins, and because it just sits there doing anything, it helps maintain the value proposition. As more people come in and buy Hex and stake, instead of APY going down, APY is able to maintain itself because those coins are just sit there liquid, not being staked, allow themselves to be devalued to provide the value proposition. This is the perfect definition of leaving meat on the bone. So the new guy can come 2023, 2030, I don't care. We can maintain this for as long as we want. It will still can get 38% APY, comes in with whatever money he has. I don't care if Hex is $10, $100, stakes his money at that price. And as long as the price is steady, that person, he or she can earn 38% APY. This is why Hex is so good. This is why Hex upsize is unlimited. Yes, God damn it, I said it. It's unlimited because it is a product, not a project. So stop thinking like those old school, oh, it's been up this many times, it cannot go up anymore. No, if the value proposition is there, and Wells has showed you guys many, many times in the chart, especially in the EPS earning per share, if the value proposition is there, you're going to get paid. It's 0.17. It takes 17% of a year for you to double your money. That's insane. That's less than 2 months. And all of that is coming because of the function of the OA by leaving those coins there and moving dynamically. Because let me show you the flip side. If all of a sudden there's crazy amount of emergency end stake because people are getting weekends because they can't handle the gains. I mean, I get it. It's millions of dollars and they want an emergency end stake. That's cool. We can't let the APY go to 60% overnight. That's going to be too much money. People are not going to be able to handle this. Even Maddie Allen's not going to be able to help you. This is just back. It's like the problem is just too fast.
Right? Said the wrong thing.
I like me and Will. We joke about it all the time. We want to do the Amazon chart, right? 90 up and to the right, slow and steady. Slow. What a joke. Listen to this. If we just compound 5% increase every day, literally within a month, we literally almost triple. That's how insane it is. So it's just a balancing system, maintaining the meat on the bone, but not giving too much meat, because we know how human beings are. If we start paying 60% APY, it's going to be insane. People are going to start to sell because it's going to be crazy. So it has to be good, better than anything out there. Nobody beats us, 38, 40%, but not too much so that it mess up the chart. That's the transition. Now, every now and then, like Sacrifice, we can have a crazy day, 62%. That's awesome. That's a one-time event. It's not continuous. It just maintained the value proposition. And again, it's still dynamic. This is what OA is so good. This is why it's different than anything else, because it's dynamically moving to provide the value proposition. And it's on top of what I said earlier about those Sacrifice coins, because they're just going to sit there to act as our inflation so that when new adoption comes in, our value proposition is still there for our APY. So it's very, very important that people understand that, because that's where the money comes from. And as bigger the pie goes, the more value of those inflation coins going to be, the more you are rewarded to be and stay in the pool, because your daily payout becomes more valuable as the pool gets bigger, because the price also went higher. This is how some of us, I'm going to use myself as an example, went from making $30 a day to 5 figures every day. And this is why you shouldn't trade. Just relax, get paid, monetize time. I rest my case.
And you know, the irony is most of all that excellent behavior of the OA that you talked about is the literal OA address, actually. So you're keeping it so pure, you might not have even caught on to what I was even trying to talk about, this other crap out on the side. You're talking about the actual OA address for the most part.
Exactly. This is fun game. We keep it factually accurate. The hater can't do nothing about it. This is how
the rest is speculation. And I can tell you that the OA address, which divvied up its funds over 512 transactions 200 and something days ago, did not sacrifice one single anything. Now, the entity that controls the OA, we believe, probably did sacrifice a whole bunch.
Yes, they came from the liability tab. And this is the reason why those coins will never move, because they serve a purpose. I repeat, they serve a purpose. They are the function of your APY. They do not need to be moved. They're just there, so it keeps paying. So the game continues.
They maintain the lion's share of the ratio of staked Hex to not staked Hex, which is what sets our APY. That's exactly what you're saying.
Still got that meat on the bone. And guess what? They're gonna get coffee on PulseChain too for PX. So for those of you thinking, oh, it's gonna start at 0, yeah, that's true for taxable reason. But make no mistake, it's gonna shoot up very fast. Very, very, very fast. Because guess what? This is just math. If nobody use it or nobody stake it, whoever is there are going to get stupid APY. So it's just going to happen. And since obviously the OG understand this, and all of you guys, most of you guys watching Quant Game, we talked about it at length. We hear about the money printers. We're here to collect both sides, left and right, and then PulseChain too. We're going to turn that bitch into a money printer too.
All right, guys, I've got buy the freaking dip OA, FOMO A. Fear of missing out A, you know, because it's like buying so much. Yeah. And then I got a couple more here. Let me see. We got YOLO A.
YOLO A, I like that one.
You only live origin address because longevity research, right?
Yes.
You only longevity origin address. Yeah. And then UFOA because it could be extraterrestrial.
Yeah. Anybody in the chat, come up with a name related to like some type of diamond hands, like to be like, because it literally just doesn't move. It just holds there. Come up with something away with that. I would love to hear that.
Yeah, so there's that original sort of 50%. Yeah, make no mistake.
That was funny.
The entity on the liability side in time may very well split into multiple entities. It'll be interesting to see. And the only way we know this, or think we can know this, is by studying the behavior what happens to that group of coins, and if they all do a certain thing, then we conjecture that, oh, it must be the same person doing it because they all did the same thing.
No. Another thing too, very, very important. I want to say this because I said it on the trading
Liability side.
It's Hex Clip. This is your cue. Quick maths. Before OA action, there was over $700 million that was sacrificed. That's important. Why? Because the total amount is 14.3 billion, but 750 million was sacrificed before OA action, which means those are actual real users. Some of those users were in the liability tab. They were just saving that hex for the sacrifice, and then they use that as well. So
Gunther said Gunther's figure was somewhere around $7 billion US worth of just market users, not OA.
Because the total sacrifice in Hex is like over 113, 114 or whatever. But I've done the math.
700 million initially, and then in that last day,
I do everything in dollar, and it's going to make sense because I want to show an important ratio, which is important. So 750 million all combined before OA action. OA action comes in, it's 14.3. So you do the math, that means about 13.5 billion was just OA. And then you do another quick math, which is important. You look at it like a ratio. 750 million to go to 13.5 billion. That's an 18x differential. So that 18x differential, you do the ratio of that. That tells you OA has about 95.55% of liquidity for Pulse, which is going to be used also for making sure there's no shenanigans for the delegation, because most of those coins are not going to be sold. It's going to be sit there to make sure the validators are good people. So maybe we're going to switch to the next topic when we talk about PulseChain, but that's important. So that's why that math is important, because in terms of ratio, OA is going to protect the PulseChain as well. And why does that matter? Because that's where our PX is going to be. So we need to make sure there's no shenanigans there.
The original angel. There you go. That's my.
Oh, I like that.
The original angel, the OA. Yo, that's what we've been talking about.
Shout out, Maddie. I like this.
Nice.
Oh, we're getting so religious, but who cares?
Make the hater cringe. Oh, we need to keep this. I like that.
All right.
The OA,
well, that's settled now.
Oh, it's settled. Oh, Richard, if you're watching, we're going with that name. This is awesome. Original angel. Awesome. I fucking love it.
Wasn't me. I didn't do it. It's not my fault.
That's a great name. It's pure. I love it.
And it's accurate. Perfect.
It really is. So
my SP brain can deal with it now.
Shout out to Bitcoin Buck for saying, hey, Quant Gang, can't thank you enough for streaming those long overnight streams. You guys, Whales, Maddie, and Karim, are the reason I'm in. Your enthusiasm combined with intelligence is what got you here. So shout out to you. We really appreciate everybody who's watching. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button, and let us know if this is helpful. Let other people know. Share the stream, and we're all in it to win it and to be of service for others. Somebody's asking, where does the APY come from? If fees are so low, go ahead and rewind about half an hour, and you'll find an awesome explanation from each of us here. And now, if we're going to continue, I'm going to just reorder these because I think when Snap is going to happen before Pulse price. So my estimation, so I've been reading between the lines of what Richard has said, and I think when Snap is going to be a big buying event. I think that he's going to use it strategically to shake out weak hands, maybe even to buy Hex himself, and to maybe drag it out 1 to 3 months. That would be super epic to drag it out and to let people really see how long they can hold their liquid Hex, or if they want to stake, to see how much virality can be generated and how many new people can come to understand what's being built here and what the real product is in crypto other than Bitcoin and Ethereum. So my prediction, let's see if they're, so I like it when airdrops fall on holidays. Let's see, are there any major holidays coming up in about 1 or 2 or 3 months?
No, but I'll say something related to that, which is actually strategically smart. It's the typical going back to school, right around for colleges or students, because eyeball, profundity or whatever. I mean, they might They might try to do a throwback pandemic. Who knows? But right around end of August, beginning of September, you gotta look at everything, right?
That's a good one, though.
I'm
gonna say Thanksgiving.
The fucking hedge fund finish their party, right? And then they go back to work. They leave their fucking mansion in fucking upstate New York or whatever, you know what I mean? And then they go back to work. So September, you gotta look out for that. First week, going back to school for the kids.
Halloween. Halloween is a big Bitcoin day.
That is true. That is true.
But you know what, Maddie? Because of all the dead cat action in the market, we're gonna pass Bitcoin. Yeah, I said it probably before then. So it's just because it's gonna just die by then because people don't understand what's coming from the traditional market.
They really don't.
Yeah, that
don't,
class
bro.
is not waiting October. I'm sorry.
Look, I'm streaming the shit I'm streaming on tomorrow morning is serious. Like everybody, I'm doing a special stream in the freaking morning tomorrow because it's so serious that needs to be the sole focus and nothing else.
Yep.
That's how serious it is.
When Wells and I were talking, we saw that repo go above $1 trillion. The reverse repo, shit, the cat is out of the bag. So get ready for that.
Yeah, man.
But
it's about to get serious.
Had good potential in the chat. The anniversary of the of the big pay. There could be something there. But my thing is this: it's definitely going to be some shenanigans before that. And Maddie, real quick, somebody had a really good competition for the OA. It says original architect. That's a good one too.
Ooh, that is a good one. I actually prefer that. I prefer that because it doesn't have the sort of religious connotation.
Yeah.
That's money.
Well done.
I like both.
Well done.
Very nice.
As an engineer, I love the architect. It's swag. It's like clean.
The architect, yeah. Like in the Matrix too, right? The architect. Yeah.
You got that meme.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the winner. That's
Shout out to Jeff R. Thank you for that.
What's that? Yeah, the original architect. That's cool.
It's perfect. Well done.
Yes. Now, a whale.
Somebody send that guy a gummy bear.
That's right. Yeah. We've.
Wells, you go.
Go around the room and have Whales talk about when Snap.
Oh, when Snap. That's an interesting one, right? Because we all know software is not easy. So what is this? August? I gotta guess within the next 60 days, man.
60?
Yeah, that's my guess. Next 60 days. Because he's clearly pushing to get it out as soon as possible. Yes. Right? So they were already in private testnet, right? They're looking to launch the public testnet soon. Yep. After that, comes the fork or the snapshot, then the fork, right? Which is basically the same thing. So a snapshot is what happens when the system state is recorded. Yep. Okay. So the snapshot has no bearing on whether something is an airdrop or a fork. That's irrelevant. It's just a technical term. So just in case people seem to be confused about that for some reason. So that's the clarity on that. But yeah, 60 days. If it doesn't happen in 60 days, then there's a good reason for it. And the longer it takes, the better. So
yeah, that much is true.
Sure. So I'm not worried about it, honestly. But I would guess 60 days.
All right, should I go?
Go ahead, bro.
All right, this gets really serious. Hex again, pay attention, please, for the love of God. Hex clip, this is your cue. Rule number 1, stop thinking like a trader. Yeah, I fucking said it. Stop thinking like a trader. Play chess, not checkers. Sacrifice is over. Let that sink in. The only way you get involved in PulseChain right now is by getting Hex. So if you don't have your bags ready, better get your buy now because it's going to get more and more expensive and there's no more lying around like we have been telling you. The problem people don't understand is that whether we like it or not, there's going to be some level of buy the rumor, sell the news. And some of the snipers at this and the haters, trust me, I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't already started buying. There's a reason why this thing pumped the way it pumped in literally 12 hours. It went up 50%. This is no joke. Because those people understand this simple, undeniable fact. It's going to happen. And if you haven't had your Hex bag set up, if you haven't had your Pulse bag set up, the only way mathematically for you to get involved and get a higher valuation, because by the time it gets announced, it's going to pump. The sooner you get in, the better you will be. It's the same conversation we had. Let me throw back a little bit. 1 to 2 months ago, when we're sitting here on Quant and telling you, hey, sacrifice is coming. Hey, people are going to be buying Hex to sacrifice Hex because it's what's the mathematical things to do for you to have higher valuation. You get more points. The price is easy to go up. There's a reason why God, Wells, and everybody have pumped the price so they can use that as a sacrifice. It's the same play. That's why we got people FOMOing at 1 to 5 cents. And look at what it is now. In hindsight, even if you didn't sacrifice the best day, besides the crash, you still got 10 to 12 cents. So if you started to buy at 1 cent or 5 cents, you're good. Even after the little mini crap on day 5, even if you got 8 cents sacrificed or 7.8, you're still better if you bought it at 1 cent, because you write that up. So if you're smart and wise, you don't wait. You start now, because you know it's going to come. And you know people like me are buying religiously, because true accumulation never ends. So what do you think we're going to do? We're just going to stop buying? Hey, Maddie, let me hold my cash and wait for the announcement, the sacrifice, to start buying. Are you fucking kidding me? No.
Hell no.
No.
It's going to be, to some degree, with the shenanigans and the trader, buy the rumor, sell the news. But the experts, the pros, they understand that it already started. The moment sacrifice ended, that case was closed. The only way you get involved is buying Hex. That's a fact. And what happened to the price? Literally hours later, not even, sometimes minutes, it literally was the bottom. If you go back, it ended.
Yeah, it was. I was watching it real time.
It was a bottom. It was a bottom.
It
started popping. I think maybe in the afternoon, and it just kind of went sideways. And then once it ended, that was it. It just started going up.
Yep. And we're up about 45% already.
Exactly. As people waking up and figure out what's going on, and obviously the new people coming in. Oh, is it over yet? What do I got to do? So be smart. This is my biggest gift to you, because you spend the time you're here on Quant Gang. When some people are not, that's why you guys are always ahead. That's why your bags are always better. And you know, in here, it's facts over feelings. It's just a mathematical fact, because the sacrifice has ended. I told you guys in the trading chat. I use the analogy. It's literally the Hex NBA finals. I love basketball. This is the finals. Game 1 was day 1 to 5. Game 2 was the volume game. Game 3 was the 1.75 volume, whatever, to figure out that always going to come in and change the game. But this is game 4. This is the final. This is the end all be all. I'm telling you right now, by the time sacrifice ends and we're going to get our 10,000x. So the bar is at 56 cents. The question you got to ask yourself now is, when do I want to get in to potentially get 56 cents or higher? Do I want to be a fucking idiot and wait until we get to 20 cents because I'm waiting for some announcements, because the price is going to do what the price is going to do? And I'm sure Wells has the math and the chart to show you the vacuum effect. Or do I want to get my entry now, hold for the long term? Again, delayed gratification. Don't trade and be a fucking idiot and get wrecked. You just stack. I don't care if you have $100. I don't care if it's $500. Buy your Hex, relax. Minimum, mathematically, you're getting 2x. And there's a chance one of those Hex is going to be more valuable by the time the sacrifice comes. This is literally sack and chill 2.0, but we're going to change it. We're going to be like buy and chill. Maddie, we got to make this trending on Twitter. Buy and chill. Snap and chill, buy and chill, whatever you want to call it. Get your Hex, relax. They tell you sacrifices in a month, 3 weeks. I'm sorry, Snapshot is in a month, 3 weeks, 60 days. Who cares? Who cares? Who's going to sell the price down? They got
Not financial advice, but I'll give you some free personal advice. Listen to
Let's
people that know what they're talking about.
Yeah, this is mathematical advice. This is Quant Gang. This is what you come here for. So again, be wise. Don't play checkers, play chess. And the grandmasters, guess what? Make no mistake. They already started to buy. They already started to buy. And people like me, that decision was made 2 years ago. Literally, you guys know me. I buy every month. It doesn't matter. It's clockwork. It's like a subscription. Because the product is that good. I'm getting yield on my money. It makes no sense to buy anything else. Period, full stop, end of story. And the traders can come in and do their whatever. They don't understand that the ripple effect over time, like my favorite chart that Wells has, the staker class always wins. In the beginning, they were playing games. They thought we were stupid because, it was launch phase, whatever, a lot of coins slashing around. So volatility was helping them out. Guess what? The game has changed. Liquidity is tight. There is no more. Where the fuck you gonna get your crazy whatever liquidity that's gonna go? It's volatile, but to the upside for the most part, because the game theory is there to support it. So understand that, because I hate to say it, but for some of you guys watching right now, Hex gonna continue to go higher, and it's great, but it's going to start to price you out for accumulation. That's a reality. Some of you guys know you used to buy 100,000 Hex like it was no big deal. 1,000,000 Hex back in the day was like, what does it matter? It was like $100. You can get 1,000,000 Hex, some stupid number like that. But those days are over. You understand? It's fucking over. When Hex is a fucking dollar, you be 10,000 Hex is 10 grand. 10 grand. How many people here work and make 10 grand cash after tax? So you need to understand what you hold, because this is your future T-share creation. There's going to be a cliff, because that's what T-share acceleration does. Don't worry about 15 years from now. The higher the price goes, those cliffs are going to happen. There's going to be a separation of class, whether I like it or not. I need you to understand that, because I love you and I care for you. The separation of class happens two ways. T-share price is a function of two things: share rate and price appreciation. In the beginning, share rate was the only thing that matters. But now price appreciation matters, because we're in that zone where we're accelerating, which means some of the effect that we thought we're going to see 15 years from now, when all those Genesis T-shares expire and you go to renew, you get way less. That's cute, but it's already happening now as the price go higher and higher. Getting 1,000 T-share used to be cute. Now it's almost impossible for the average person. 100 T-share is cute right now. Another 10x, it's going to be impossible. 10 T-shares is cute until 2 years from now. And then it's going to become almost impossible. We're going to start talking about B shares here. So know what you own, prepare yourself, stack up now, because it's going to get to a point where in about 6 months to a year, I'm telling you right now, unless there's a miracle or you win the lottery, it's going to be very hard for you to change your class from, let's say, I don't know, a squid to a dolphin, or a dolphin to whatever. It's going to be very, very hard. Now, that doesn't mean your bag's not going to go appreciate. You can still be a squid and be a millionaire. It's going to happen. But for you trying to increase your position, do it the fuck now. Do not wait. If you wait, you only lose. Understand that the snapshot is coming. You don't need to care what day it is. Just know it's coming. And the pros are already buying. While you're waiting, they're buying. When Richard started the live stream yesterday, the first thing he said, don't watch me. Go buy. Go to pulse.com. Pulse.info. It's the same fucking thing I'm giving you right now. Prepare yourself. It's coming. And it's going to be good. When that when the testnet comes out, it's going to be a bullish event. Because when people realize, oh shit, this is for real. The code is awesome. It is better than Ethereum. Why do you think those guys sitting on the sideline that may have bought some Pulse, but maybe they only go halfway in, when they realize the testnet is for real, that we are really forking this thing, what do you think they're going to do? All that money sitting on the sideline? Shit. What do you think they're going to do? When Bitcoin continues to the debt cap and the people losing money left and right, what do you think they're going to do? When Ethereum keeps going down, what do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to wait for you to get your snapshot date? No. Don't be stupid. Buy now, not later. I rest my case. I love you.
You're resting now? That's it?
Very, very heartfelt.
You're never going to bring this up again. No, true words, respect, man.
I know Hex Clip is watching, so I want to make sure I'm making something.
Yeah, no, respect. Seriously.
Now, future us, we want to hear from you about when Snap.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I want it to be 3 months.
Okay.
But I really, really also want it to be tomorrow. So,
sure.
You know, for the trader in me, and there's not much of me that is a trader, but once 3 months, just wants the time for it's not the price chart per se. It's really more about the opportunity that would give in the space as a whole for the conversation to expand through many more minds. I always remember the story about when Henry Ford first built his production line factory, and for months everybody was hassling them because it hadn't produced a single car. All these people would go in every day, they'd change shifts, had come out, and there's all this activity, and not a single vehicle came out of it for months and months. And the media used to play jokes and say, yeah, what, you know, because it had never been done before, that way of doing things. And then one day, they started coming out. Like, there was a car and another one right behind it, and another one right behind it, and another one right behind it, and they never stopped. And that's the kind of event that this whole thing is to me. It's ramping up, and when it starts going, it's just going to, you know, and a couple of months later, it's like, oh, well, there's another 100 cars, you know. That's the new reality, right?
Yep.
And I think that's, it feels like that to me. So yeah, 2 to 3 months seems reasonable. I'll take it sooner because I'm impatient, but I don't think it'll do us any harm. You know, if it goes out a whole 6 months, that might be harmful. We might lose a bit of steam in the marketplace. But up to 3 months, I'd be comfortable with. But sooner the better.
There's an inside joke for people who remember before Hex was launched, this joke about 4 more weeks. And somebody in the chat just tonight, I maybe was joking, or maybe they uncovered more of this original architecture, but they said FOMO weeks. And
FOMO weeks.
I never thought about that before, but that's true. You know, sometimes people are able to FOMO more when they have more time. So that's kind of interesting.
And another thing too, and I'm going to answer April's question in the comment, which is important, is that you need to understand that as a function of the system, once again, share rate in Hex doesn't wait for any fucking body. So the longer you wait, you actually don't understand that your proposition is actually going away from you, because share rate is going to continue to increase. So if you haven't bought Hex, if you haven't staked Hex, you actually don't understand that time is working against you. When you monetize time because you're stake, you're winning. When you're not monetizing time, you're actually losing. You're sitting on the sideline. So at best, and this is to answer April's question, say, what do you think about holding liquid Hex instead of staking, blah, blah, blah. I will say this. It's a protect mechanism when you protect yourself from yourself. And going back to what Maddie talks about all the time, is you paying your future self. There's a reason why I'm 99.99 whatever stake, because A, I don't need the money, and B, I'm protecting myself from myself, because sometimes it's just so much money. You're like, you might be tempted to do something stupid that you will may not end up regretting later. So I only leave liquid what I absolutely need, or what is like for emergency. And like I give this analogy all the time, it sits there not to be sold, is literally there just for emergency. And when the new money comes in, the new money replaces the old money, and the old money gets turned into a stake, because I don't want the share rate to go against me. This is how I build my stack. This is how I said build wealth, not just make money, right? Everything that I preach is something that I do. You don't just become a super shark because you want to be one. That doesn't work like that. You have to actually build it up. For people who are new, right? I wasn't here day one. Money has to come from somewhere, but you have to grow it. But then it looks like it's nothing until you do it religiously multiple weeks in a row, years in a row, and you look back like, wow, look how far I've come. That's what it is. For the elderly or whatever, people a little bit older in the chat, they understand. This is what a good CD used to be when you are getting at least decent interest rate way back when you work your ass off and you turn back and you can actually retire because you made all this money, and you're like, wow, I'm blown away, because you learn how to be a saver. You have to save the money first to then be able to invest the money, to then multiply the money. That's where that mental discipline comes from. That is the key, because when you leave too much liquid, you end up wrecking yourself. You overtrade, you lose money. You sell on a 10x pump and then the price go 100x. Like even right now, I'm sure there's people in the chat trying to time the market, thinking about, oh my God, it's going to correct this, that, whatever. And they might sell. And guess what? You wake up tomorrow, it's 17 cents. And you'll feel really stupid because you sold too early. The same way some people thought it's going to go to 8 cents. And they sold the bottom, bear trap, boom, see you later. Now it's, what is it? It's almost 15 cents. Don't be that guy. So April, wow. Great question. Only leave liquid what you absolutely need. That's my 2 cents. It's a mathematical advice, simply because, again, A, you protect yourself from yourself. B, you're having the mental discipline. You're building wealth. It's not about making money. It's about building wealth. and you're making that T-share works for you, which, by the way, is going to be copied on the PulseChain, not just the Hex. The T-share is the most valuable. It's going to get copied, which means if you copy T-shares and not Hex, guess what? Those Hex are waiting for you on the other side anyway. And chances are it's going to be very, very valuable. And imagine you can create stakes who are long enough. That means you can hold the share rate times 2 on 2 different chains. It's going to be insane. There's going to be shenanigans on the PulseChain too. You don't even understand the value of the emergency end stake you're going to get on the PulseChain. It's insane. There's so much game theory. All you got to do is maximize the system, and you will always get paid. So I hope that answers your question. Oh, we're having fun tonight. Well, Richard went all out yesterday. We're going all out today.
Yeah, I got to say, this whole thing, it was real before, but it's starting to really feel real now. When we start seeing figures like $14 billion coming in, and that was at yesterday's price, it's more like, $20 billion now. And, and just having the freedom of mind now that the sacrifice phase is over to be able to think again, this is epic. This is so epic. It's not just the numbers. It's the thing that's happening here is epic. It almost feels like when I first discovered Bitcoin. It really does. There's just so much to it. It goes wide.
Yeah, it's easy to get carried away trying to compare apples to apples when there's no apples to compare this to. I think that's the biggest thing that people fail to realize when it comes to Hex. There's no comparison. So it's just a unique, it's a unique beast all unto itself. That's why it takes, it took 20, 30 guys to figure this thing out correctly, right? So
that's
important stuff. Yeah, it's important stuff. It's important stuff. It's not because it's easy breezy, It takes time.
When I first discovered Bitcoin in late 2012, I think it was, or when I first read the white paper, took it seriously anyway. I had lots of questions, but what if this and what if that and what if the government this and that and how come blah, blah, blah. I don't have those questions with this. They've all been answered.
There you go.
They're all, it's all in check,
It's,
it's a fantastic evolution.
It is. I mean, it just, it lends testament to the simplicity of the design, right? It works so well. It's just there to do what it is supposed to do, and it does it, and that's all you can ask for from a product. Like, you can't really ask for more than that. You honestly cannot. So that's all you can really say or do, man. When something is designed to work a certain way and it actually does, hallelujah.
And can't be corrupted.
Yeah. Hard to beat that, so.
I'm sure a lot of countries in history got started out with their economic systems, with their best economists, and, had pretty decent systems comparatively speaking, but they all get corrupted. They just
yeah.
corrupted.
It's, this
can't.
Yeah, it's funny you mention that because that's exactly how they all start. They all start the right way, but they never finish the right way.
For the first time, we have a complete economic system that cannot be corrupted. It's huge.
Correct.
Can't overstate it.
Yep, it's important.
Enjoy the magic carpet ride, Just understand that, but also know what that means. It means, in wisdom term, the magic carpet ride is unique. And guess what? It only comes once. I give another analogy by saying, buy your ticket. This is a special flight. We're going to a new continent, new area, but there's only one plane, and he only comes once. You don't get your ticket? Hey, shame on you. We told you. Now, the wise people, they understand that when you fly international, you got to be at the airport 2 hours early. Do you want to be stressed? No. You're there early. You do the TSA pre-check. You're going first class. You're not worried about none of that stuff. You just know what's coming. You're looking at the brochure. You're going to be on an island. You're looking at what kind of excursion you're going to be doing, who you're going to be meeting, relaxing with your friends. And then on the other hand, you got the people who are like last minute, want to be there an hour before the flight, argue with the TSA, trying to rush, and then they might miss their flight. Don't be that dude. Don't be that lady. Okay? Get the TSA pre-check. That's what Quant Gain is. We give you the TSA pre-check. We let you know the destination. It's Treasure Island. Your wildest dreams. Richard said it on stream many, many times. We're gonna be living in our own world. Bitcoin, what's that? We don't care. It's coming. It's coming. He said on the BitBoy stream, oh, you talking shit? All right, next year when Hex is #1 market cap, he literally said that. You're gonna come back, you're gonna cry. So, like, what are we talking about? I don't care if you have 5,000, 1,000, 10,000. There's a highly likelihood that in a year and a half, this money could easily 10 to 100x. This is unheard of. You don't see that nowhere. Like Wells tweets all the time, if you're in a traditional market, you're wasting your time. You never get those kind of gains. Warren Buffett took him how many years? 40 years, 50 years to get this kind of gains that you can potentially, but in the balance of probability, it could happen. You can potentially get those gains within a year or two. What the fuck are you doing? Just relax. Accumulate, buy, relax. Trust the process. Get your ticket. Go to the TSA pre-check. Come with the first class. Your boy's going to be right there with you, welcoming you, letting you know. We're going to be just cheering on the plane. Relax. We're going to paradise. Everything else is not relevant. Don't get wrecked. You know?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to be in my submarine. Seriously, that's my dream. I've been sharing pictures of it. I want to get a private submarine.
And that's fine too. You get
that's going to be awesome.
That's
I figured there's more to see under the ocean than out around the stars, and you can get there quicker.
How many Hex Flex do you want to see? We see it everywhere. The new guy just got another car.
All of them.
Like a couple of days ago, somebody bought a golf course. We're talking about it. I mean, you can't make this shit up.
That's crazy.
No. But you got to do your part. You got to do your part. You got to use the system the way it's designed to. No pain, no gain. No free lunch here.
That's it.
So we're going to go around the room again here and talk about the third clickbait topic, pulse price. And while we're at it, why not say what we think the end of year Hex price. So pulse price, we know it's going to start out at 0. I guess I'm going first. We know it's going to start out at 0. Then a bot's going to come along and do a little bit of arbitrage here and there. So far, we think that Pulse is going to be the main bridge. We know that there could be a lot more pairs, and the system is actually going to be designed to have the ability to have a lot more liquidity pairs than just Pulse and ETH, right, as the bridge. There could be other bridges that are created, especially because, and this is some of the master game theory, I believe, that not everybody realizes yet. When you give everybody who has an ERC20, when you give them a copy of something for free, and then you allow them to earn yield or earn fees by opening up a trading pair between the ERC20 and the PRC20, you've just incentivized massive amounts of liquidity to be created. And what we know is that Hart's Law is telling us a lot about liquidity and about how, really, I think one of the major things is that Hex has always traded on decentralized exchanges for the most part, probably 99% of the volume. Sure, you can find it on a centralized exchange here and there, but not in massive volume that we're seeing on Uniswap, 1inch, and all these Matcha.xyz, all these decentralized exchanges, which is what crypto was designed for. So I think that is going to play into the Hex price and the Pulse price. I think Pulse is going to onboard a bunch of people into Hex. I think that's the end game. I think people will see the real mechanics of Hex for themselves once their minds are opened up by Pulse, by getting something for free, by this airdrop. I think Richard has designed something that is going to have a huge, powerful effect on people's psychology, because they're going to go in to try to get value out of their airdrop. They're going to be paying attention. And that's all we need in order to prove what technology really is in the crypto space, and what not being corrupt really does when you have so many people who are working together, right? I myself witnessed in, the dev chat, what was happening with the game theory being crafted around Pulse. And so I can tell you that Richard has accumulated the knowledge of everything that's ever worked in crypto and all the best ideas. And there were tens of thousands of messages in that Telegram chat of just eventually about 70 people. And so all of this to say, I think that the Pulse price, I think it is capable of doing 1,000x from wherever it starts. And I guess where it starts is, what everybody paid in, right? One 10,000th of a dollar is probably, I guess, what the,
yes and then no,
what the price was. But we'll get to that. My end of the year price for Hex continues to be, and I'm going to say that this is the P Hex plus E Hex value total is $10.01 by the end of the year. I hope I'm wrong and it's $100 per hex. But,
Matty, even 10. I love you already, so it doesn't matter.
and that's what we said on our first stream. That's what's in the thumbnail from the first stream. Whales
Only. $10 and what? I'm writing this down.
$10.01 for the total value of E hex and P hex.
So $5 each, roughly, if they were like the same.
I'm not speculating as to the ratio.
Do you want to briefly explain where you get that number from, or that's just you guess? Just make it fun. It's Quant game. What's the
my
logic?
imagination.
Okay.
Matty just creates his own reality, and it bleeds out into our reality.
I said 10 billion for the OA sacrificing. That was $10 hex.
I just thought maybe you had some insight you wanted to explain how you got to that, but I'll take it. Duly noted. 10.1.
It's the random line. Everything we've said.
That's what I mean.
Everything we've said since the beginning of
that makes sense.
Quant Gang streams.
By the way, if you were watching, the random line is the same thing. If you do like a linear regression of hey, if we grow at this much per day, compounded, it's basically what that line is. If you do X amount of percentage, same every day, because that's what that line is. It's a slope, right? So you can literally say, on average, we're growing by this much percentage per day, and then you get to the $10. It's kind of fun. Okay.
I think it was a landmark to reach penny parity, and parity means when you equal something, right? Yep. So when 1 hex equaled 1 penny, that was a landmark. I think for Bitcoin too, when Bitcoin finally reached $1, that was a big deal. Dollar parity. Yeah. I think Hex is within striking range of dollar parity before it even goes viral. So that's going to be mind-boggling, and definitely shout out to Bitfinesse here and with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Bitfinesse. The idea of separating interest from dollar value is foreign to people. Imagine receiving interest for positive behavior. Imagine the interest is in the form of pencils. The dollar price of pencils goes up and down. Now imagine there's a shortage of trees and graphite. Wow, I love that. That's amazing.
Yep. So, Matty, question for you. Are you just doing Hex, like Hex and PX, or are you doing Pulse as well? Just want to make sure I understand the question.
Both. So, yeah, I guess
when you say $10, you're basically saying all 3 coins, because technically you're going to have 3 coins, EX, PX, and Pulse?
Just EHEX and PHEX, $10.01 as
then what about
price, UTC or New Year's Eve in the United States or whatever it was, in that 1 day window. And for Pulse, I would say 1,000x from 1/10,000th of a penny. And I don't know when I'm saying that by. 6 months from now. How about that? Or end of year, whatever.
Okay.
Whales, why don't we go to you next?
So let's see. That's kind of a tough one for me.
Depends a lot if the PulseChain is launched or not, too.
You say end of year, so.
End of year for Hex, end of year for Pulse.
For Pulse, okay, so Pulse, it depends on how it launches for me, because I don't think you can realistically project something that doesn't have a starting value along with an actual rate of change. We don't have either. So we can't really give any feasible, estimates as far as PHEX is concerned. All we can realistically say is that it either compares to Hex or it's close to it. And the fact of the matter is that we're only about 4 or 5x away from $1, and then that's only 10x away from $10. So the higher we go, the less x's we need to traverse in order to hit these high dollar value targets. So, and with that, the psychology of the market changes as well, the higher the value goes. So it's just that's how the storm is created, right? Well, all of a sudden it's fucking 5 cents, 1 cent. Next thing you know, it's a quarter. Next thing you know, it's $5. Like, that's literally how markets work. Like, it's just how it goes. So you have to be ready, you have to be willing, and you have to be capable. Otherwise, you're gonna get left behind. So, market don't care if you're following somebody that knows. Market's gonna know that you don't know, and they're gonna let you know. So, that's why you gotta educate yourself. I mean, you can follow whoever you want. When the market is doing what it does, and you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna pay the price.
Amen.
Thanks to Mount Coiner for the $5 super chat. Hexagon's rule. Roughly, what is the speculated Pulse supply going to be based on the sacrifice numbers? Stay classy, everyone. I'm not sure I've seen that calculated yet.
About 130, 140 trillion coins.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So, Matty, from me, right? And again, I'm trying to back it up with math and do like kind of what you did for the 3. So, for me, first thing foremost, there's no doubt in my mind, no matter what, that before we get on the PulseChain, Hex will hit that 10,000x vanity metric, period, full stop, end of story. That is going to happen. Now, it's minimum 56 cents all the way to the $1, again, within the 6 months. That's my range to see what's going on there, because at that point, it's just a function of virality. Everything else for me personally is just bonus from there. But it's going to accelerate fast, and then from there, it's just going to leave a lot of people behind. So that's that. And then it's going to be ×2. I'm very, very confident that EX and PX are going to be very close in price, because they're going to hold their value just fine. PX is going to come out the gate and have so much value because, again, it's a system state. And just that alone, people doubling their wealth, it's going to be stupid. So when I say 56 cents or close to $1, you got to understand that that's whatever that number is ×2, because I'm expecting both to be as valuable. One maybe a little bit more valuable than the other one, but from the moment we go snapshot, I don't expect one to tremendously lose value versus the other one. It's going to just maintain, and then one's going to just take off, because it might just accelerate faster, lower fee, more adoption, PulseChain's involvement, people just transact directly through there, blah, blah, blah. So there's going to be a lot of that action going on. Ethereum could crash. I could care less. The value, the biggest pair is USDC. Our Hex to ETH is just going to continue to go insane. It's going to do like 100,000 grade, 200,000 grade. It's just going to keep separating. So I'm not worried about what Ethereum does, because our biggest pair is USDC. So those are those two things. 56 cents to shove it to the haters all the way to $1 just for fun. Because like you said, parity for 1 cent, I'm looking at parity for $1. $1, 1 Hex, I mean, that's a dream come true. Like, you know what I mean? And we're going to be #1 market cap, of course, but before the end of the year or by the end of the year. So that's that. Now, in terms of Pulse, and it's basically what Will said, I look at it like a different approach because we do have 35,000 plus people in that chat. This is no joke. It could literally pump out the gate. But also because I understand how market works, I understand when new company, token, whatever launch, even the very, very successful ones, there's always an accumulation phase. There's always going to be the trader that got trigger happy. The gains are so stupid. They're going to sell. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. Also, let's not forget the volume multiplier is a big deal because some people are getting free Pulse. So they might say, you know what, I'm going to unload some of it because I got it for free thanks to the volume multiplier. So when you do your cost basis based on what you did, that doesn't mean it's the same thing that somebody else. So you need to be mindful of that. But I say this, from the bottom, that's the key, because Pulse can come out of the gate and literally run 10x, like right out the gate. Or be like, first time it launched, it could be up 300%. Like kind of the Coinbase thing. So nobody knows when it's going to be very explosive. The demand is there. The use case is there. There's product market fit, yada, yada, yada. So do not, Hexagon, listen to me loud and clear. Do not try to trade those first couple of days. You will get wrecked. Mark my word. Hex, clip this. Do not. So much shenanigans going to happen. The automatic market maker is going to kick in to readjust the price. It's a 2.5% of total circulating supply. I need you to fucking understand that. There's going to be trillions of Pulse. When that automatic market maker comes in, he doesn't give a fuck about you. He's going to readjust this motherfucker all the way where it needs to be. So if you're trying to overtrade in the beginning and he comes in, he wrecks you, it's nobody's fault. It's your fault. Because you went to trade, you thought somebody sold on your head. That's not true. The automatic system has to rebalance. So you need to stay away and let the thing find its bottom. If you're smart, you dollar cost average, you buy the dip, you have no taxable event, your stuff was in for free. You just chill. And then when that event happens, might take a couple of days, might take a week, who knows, with the traders, whatever. When that gets done, we're gonna find the bottom, the round bottom. Automatic market maker done, everything done. Traders got wrecked. They do their shenanigans. You can't fake stupid. People are gonna do what they're gonna do, right? Drug addicts are gonna do drugs, whatever you like it or not. As much as you want to help them, it is what it is. But once we find that bottom, yeah. Once we find that bottom, Maddie, I'm saying 40x from the bottom. And why it's important, because in the beginning, it could launch, go up 300%. Literally within just a couple candles, just pump out of the gate. And then it retrace maybe 50%. Who knows, right? Looking at other coin launch phase, whatever. But because you didn't trade and you were in, 50% retracement, you're still 150% on your money because the original impulse of valuation was so high. It's kind of like we can pump 10x and then the haters say, oh, Hex went down 60%. Bitch, it's still 10 fucking cents. 2 months ago, we were 1 penny or 2 penny. The fuck you talking about? We're still up like 10 times on our money. Like, we don't need to sell shit. We're good. So I expect the same thing. Crazy valuation, hype, all that cool stuff. Then it has to find the bottom, whatever that is. It could retrace 10%, 20%, 30%. Nobody knows. But once it's done doing that, from that bottom, which we're going to find, call it day 30. What is it? Day 33? Or day 34, whatever. What is the bottom heck? I forgot. Is it 33 or 34?
33.
Okay, because I thought it was day 30 OG. But anyway, from that bottom, whatever Pulse is, 40x from there within 6 months. It's going to do EOS, but better. EOS took a year. We're going to do it in half the time, 6 months, which is roughly almost the end of the year. That's my call. 40x from the bottom once we're done doing the launch, find the round bottom, and then because once we take off, it's going to be insane. Let me repeat, 95.555% is OA. Those coins are not going to be sold. They're just going to be chilling. So it's just the regular 3 and whatever percent. And a lot of it is not going to be sold because a lot of it is the top 100 wallets, Godwells, all those other people. They're going to be too busy trying to buy Pulse because they want to be a validator. So they're not going to be selling anything. So you got to be understanding that your number one enemy is the automatic market maker coming in with that 2.5% total circulating supply Pulse. that's going to be trillions of coins. So you need to understand when that comes in, stay away, buy the dip, relax yourself. And then once we find the bottom, we're going to be wilding out. Just take your pulse, turn that bitch into a money printer, get paid, relax. Relax. We're not traders. I repeat, we're not traders. You're going to get paid. When you look back at your pulse bag a year from now, you're going to be like, man, don't repeat the mistakes some people did. Trading their fucking hex in the beginning, having millions of hex, bragging about emergency and staking hundreds of millions of hex. Look at them now. Again, don't be smart, be wise. This has happened before. Do you want to be that person again? Or do you want to learn from that? I rest my case.
And Karim, are you doing end of year for your pulse prediction?
Oh yeah, but again, I said 40x from the bottom. So because I'm expecting the exploding start, Maddie. So it's like it's gonna 40x my money no matter what from the bottom. But then again, if we do 300% and then we retrace 100 or let's say 50%, that means I'm up 150% of my money, and then 40x from then, which means I'm getting like almost like 100%, 100x, which is 1,000% return. So because like Wells says, we don't know from the automatic market maker. There's a heavy demand, but that automatic market maker is something to be cognizant of. It's nobody's dumping on your head. It's just going to distribute that liquidity to create the pair. It's not going to be no OA, no big wells dumping on you. It's just the automatic market maker doing what it's going to do. And if we're lucky, it just does it right away. That would be the most unbelievable thing. Or it might do it over time. It might take him a day or two to disperse the coins or whatever. It's a liquidity event. Maddie, when you list something on any stock exchange, the company needs to raise money. What do? They sell shares to investors to buy. An investor will gladly fucking buy, especially Pulse. Why? Because that fucking shit is deflationary. The more you can buy, especially if the price goes down in the beginning, because it's an accumulation phase, because the automatic market maker is just distributing those 2.5%, that is your last chance to get some of it, especially if you're listening and you haven't got the chance to be in the Pulse sacrifice. That's your last chance. All I'm saying is in the beginning, it might pump 300% and then do that retracement. But when the retracement comes, the round bottom, that's what I call it. Again, it could take us a week. It could take us 3 weeks. Who knows? The reason why I say 3 weeks to a month is because let's not forget, quick math, there is still the freemium from all the Ethereum people. The people that didn't get into sacrifice, that got that shit for free. They still diluted 10,000x, but they still got some fucking free pulse. Those motherfuckers are going to sell. It's free money. They don't care about it.
But it's only, I think, isn't Vitalik's worth only like, it's only worth
true.
like $10.
But Maddie,
so.
my point is it's going to push the price down because I'm expecting the price to go very high right off the bat. It could literally hit valuation first hour of listing and the candle is like 1,000%. I need you to understand that. I'm saying from whatever that initial pump is, there's going to be a retracement. That retracement doesn't mean it goes to zero. It means that, again, if we pump 300% on one candle, it could happen. I've seen it. It can even go 1,000%. The price is going to be so low, somebody can literally just buy Pulse for like $1,000 because it's 0.000 whatever, and the candle can just go up like fucking 1,000x because it could happen. I'm just saying it's going to find is round bottom, just like any launch. You look at the Coinbase IPO, similar shit like that. Those motherfuckers bought Coinbase at like 10 cents on the dollar, some stupid number like that. It fucking listed at $480 some. Yes, it went down to $295, but guess what? The guy that bought it for 12 cents, 10 cents, he's still stupid on his money. That's what I mean. The initial impulse listing is going to be very high. It's going to find its bottom. I'm just saying, once that bottom is identified, it could be a round bottom. It could be just a flat bottom. Nobody sells, just sit there. But whatever that bottom is fine, the moment we start to curve up, see you later. Because if you look at the Ethereum chart, Matic chart, BSC, whatever, you can see this initial listing, there's some shenanigans, and then it takes off. But once it takes off, it never looks back. So what I'm saying is from that bottom, 40x. If you're smart and you're already in the sacrifice phase, you do not need to be a fucking gambler. You just need to relax. It's going to happen within a month, no matter what. Because
I don't
guess
want to
what?
lose these. I don't want to lose these comments here.
Yeah.
So thank you for the super chat, $5. Hexasaurus Rex. You guys make my week. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Our pleasure.
Amen. Thank you, my friend.
You. And let's see. I don't want to lose these chats here. Thank you to Leonardo Rivera for the $20 super chat. How much of the OA's sacrifice for Pulse will remain out of circulation? I'm not sure that we know. What do you guys?
A lot of it, almost all of it.
A lot of it.
Because number one, Pulse is deflationary. Let me explain something to you guys. Just by holding the coin, you accrue value. That's what the mathematical fact is. Degen is going to degen. Traders going to trade like crazy. The volume is going to go insane. Why? I have seen it when I was on EOS. The lower the price is, the more people are going to trade. The more the volume is going to be insane because degen is going to degen. The price is so low. The trading fee is so low. You're kidding me? They're going to be making a fucking trade every 5 minutes because that's just who they are. That's going to create a lot of volume. That's going to burn a lot of coins. OA doesn't need to do anything. It just sits on it. It just accrue value over time because token burning is going to do the job. That's mathematical fact number one. Mathematical fact number two, OA is the protector, right? The original architect. Those coins are going to be delegated or may some men become validators, who knows, to make sure the 33 validators are not bullshitters because if not, they get voted out because they can't do anything about it. This is a protection mechanism. I've seen it in EOS too. Block 1 was controlling the validators to some extent just to make sure they behave because we don't want some random. That's the danger of a proof of stake. Random guy shows up, doesn't communicate with the community, buy a lot of coins, and then think they're going to come and run the show. It's not going to happen. So it's a protection mechanism. It's not designed to be sold. It just sits there. Or they got too much money to do themselves with.
Or to keep the whales in check. And
exactly. It's the same thing because a whale could be nefarious, buy enough coins, don't do the right thing, just want to be a validator. Like the miners, they're not your friend. They dump on your face. Right? They might say, you know what, I'm going to play this Pulse game. I'm going to play this, whatever. I'm going to come and buy this and then just be a miner or whatever and then not do the right thing. Well, guess what? You're not going to be able to. Unless you buy billions worth of Pulse. Good luck with that. But my point is they're not going to be able to. This is why I showed you the math, the ratio. It's one. OA got 18 times more than everybody else combined. That means it's 96.55%. I don't care how many Pulse. First of all, there's no Pulse. Where are you going to buy the Pulse? You only can buy the Pulse from the 4% that's left because those are the people that might be willing to sell it to you because OA is not going to sell you shit. So that means they will never be able to lose controlling stakes. So that way it's a safety mechanism. So those coins have a purpose. This is what's
we're
important.
We're in the middle of a round here to get to future us about the price prediction, but also I don't want to lose more of these comments. So we know that Karim is so knowledgeable and is such a good speaker that really you're able to connect all the dots, right? And so it's beautiful how you can just keep addressing things that people are asking and thinking.
And guys, remember, I'm just like you guys too. I just have a little bigger bag. I gotta care about this stuff too, right? And that's what makes me bullish because I want to make sure that no shenanigan happens. So as an investor, I look at what's going on. I'm like, oh, this is good. And I know what is going on, what is being done for. And again, this is where when you understand the math, people can talk to each other without talking to each other because it's a study of incentive. It's just understanding the number. And that's what quant game is about. It's no feelings. We're showing you the number and we explain to you why it makes sense.
And then to ask you how that makes you feel as a therapist, I have to ask, how does that make you feel?
Makes me feel amazed.
Hey, this is a common question that I've seen, and I think it's been addressed by Richard that for tax purposes, things will start at zero, but they won't actually trade at zero other than through a bot that will let things sit there for a day to make sure that, in a lot of different jurisdictions that would be considered trading at zero. And then the bot's going to go in and balance things in a way that there's not just whoever has the best supercomputer can suck up all the value there. So that's kind of what we've heard there. And then I want to get to this next
Yes.
Super
And by the way,
chat.
thanks everybody for the comments. I appreciate it. But this is the
Yes.
reason why it's going to trade at zero, and people are going to be trading worthless tokens at first because it's going to find valuation after maybe a couple of days. It's to protect you for the tax, and also because the bot is the one doing the harvesting. Nobody's going to feel like some other entity person came in and basically executed a trade and took all the money. No,
Which is
it's
awesome.
going to be the bot. It's gonna switch the ratio. Don't panic if all of a sudden you think, oh my God, I'm in the red. No, just understand it's just the bot. Take this as the buying the dip opportunity, because right after it's done rebalancing, it's going to start to shoot right back up. So you need to look at it like this is maybe your last dip. So anybody watching that couldn't get his pulse bag or messed around or didn't get a good deal, that will be your last chance. When the bot comes in with this 2.5% pulse, price might go down a little bit, but it's all temporarily. Buy that dip. Because when he's
what
done,
the Origin bot is going to do with all of its mad gains. Maybe it'll pump something
Richard's
that
famous
it likes.
quote: the money is made from buying the bottom, selling the top, not the opposite.
Correct. Maybe it'll help balance things going forward, but no expectations of the bots of others. Thank you, Hex Deck 16 for the $20 super chat. Just wanted to say, looking forward to seeing you all in Vegas on March 6th through 9th for the Hex conference. Awesome. And people can go ahead and get tickets before they sell out. No crying to us whenever you can't get a ticket later on because Hex has gone so mainstream. And
I'll be out the front selling tickets.
on
the day. Small premium.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
and
premium.
Amen.
Good. So yes, thanks to everybody for the super chats and for checking out pulsehex.com and pulsehex.eventbrite.com. And let's see. So future us, I think we're on you, and since you live in the future on the other side of the world and it's always tomorrow there, I guess you're going to be the most accurate person to be able to tell us what the price of Pulse and Hex will be tomorrow at least, and then also maybe at end of year.
Sure, why not? I got to be right once in my life, right? Yeah, okay, so Hex, I think Hex on both chains will excuse me, probably trade very close to each other in value, because I just can't imagine a world where there aren't arbitrage bots just making that so.
Yep.
Now, they could drag one down or drag the other up, or a combination of both. Who knows? But at the end of the day, the market will just bring it back to wherever it sort of was going to be anyway, I think, for the most part. So that said, I think a reasonable range for Christmas Day, I've made this, so 37 cents to $2.60, somewhere in that range. The outlaying ranges, I would say, would be down around 5.2 cents for a short period of time, around about that time, and as high as maybe $26. But yeah, I'm going to call between, the average would be 95.932096 cents, give or take. About $1. About $1. Pulse, no freaking idea. There's just absolutely no way to make an estimate on Pulse. I agree with what Karim said in terms of the sort of 40x min and all the rest of that, but 40x from where? I mean, we just, who knows?
If you did have an idea, what would you say?
Well, I don't know. So one 10,000th roughly of Ethereum's price minus 40%, minus another 40%, and then up 40x. No, lost it. Can't do it. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I was following you.
Were you? Oh, what was the answer? Okay, let me do it. It
becomes 20% times 40x. So 20% of 40x, which means 10x.
Oh yeah.
Or like not 8x actually, because it's a fifth. It's a fifth. So.
Hang on a minute.
Because you said something like 40% down, then 40% down, and then 40x, right?
Yeah, we're going to have the 10,000th at the beginning of that.
Yeah.
So, 0.2 times 10x.
Because the 10,000
about $20. About $20.
Because the 10,000 thing is not really.
No, it's just a starting point. I had to pick a starting point, right? And that's an intuitive one that's probably way off. So then I take 40% dump, another 40% dump, and then sort of go from there. So I wind up somewhere around $20 by the end of the year. But it's still going to be really volatile.
Yeah, the reason why I don't worry personally about the 10,000x dilution, because if you're one of those watching that sacrifice between day 1 and 5, you literally got 10,000 points for every $1. So definitely that 10,000 dilution doesn't really affect you because you already got the ratio in coins to compensate for that. So it's just a matter of how high does it launch? Because let's say there is a 30% retracement, okay, or even a 50% retracement like Ethereum did after it launched or whatever. The point now becomes retracement from where? Because I think in the beginning there's going to be an explosion. So what if, like I said earlier, it pumps 300% right off the gate from whatever your initial entry point was? Because we know OA coins are not going to be sold. You're left with that 3%, almost 4%, because it's like 4.5%, because it's 95.555, 18x times whatever's left. So out of that 4.555% that's left, that's what's available to potentially sell. And then you got to ask yourself, well, the big wallets, probably the smart one, from number one, from the volume multiplier all the way to at least the first 1,000 wallet, and Hexicans are getting smarter by the day, probably the first 5,000 wallets, the biggest one out of the 42 that invest in Pulse, there's a high probability those people are going to be smart. They're not going to trade. They're not going to sell. They're just going to delegate stake and start earning APY. Because if something goes 40x and you're getting, let's say, I'm going to use Ethereum conventions numbers, you're getting 8% APY on your money, on your delegated Pulse. Well, you get 8% on something that can potentially go up 40x, which means if it's 10x, 8% becomes 80%. If it's 40x, that means 8% becomes 320%. That's the value of those future yield a year or two from now. Yeah. And I know a lot of them, including myself, that's the game plan. It's very simple. You just let it ride and then that's it. So a lot of those top wallets are not going to sell, which means inside that 4.5% that's left, mathematically, it's safe to assume another 2% is not going to move. And then you're left with whatever it's left, which is another 2%. And the degen is going to degen, but that's an opportunity for the big wallet to scoop up Hex at a discount. That's what I mean by the round bottom. And then when that happened, it's game over. There is no more Pulse. There is no inflation. You cannot get it anywhere else. You must buy it from somebody else.
Well, so if the market turns out to give a crap about the actual circulating supply, there's one thing. If there's one thing I know about markets, that they're irrational. But if it did, then you could be looking at $400, $500, $600 at the end of the year. But I can see some pretty wild swings up and down through that time, like wild. It's going to be volatile as all hell for the first 3 months, I think. Depends on it depends on how much arbitrage comes online and whether central exchanges get involved in a big way or a small way, because the central exchanges will allow for high velocity arbitrage, and that changes everything. So I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, everything you said.
Yeah. So Maddie, obviously, Maddie, as we get close, we're going to be able to give you more accurate. My biggest event that I'm looking for after launch is where that rounding bottom is going to be, like I mentioned. And there's a big event that's worth to notice for everybody that's new. It's the first 30 days. After that day 30, it's going to be a big deal because that's when the freemium gets removed. So whoever got money for free, yes, Manny, we're right. It's not much. It's worth, if you're Vitalik, it's worth $30, whatever. But let's not forget that in the beginning, the Pulse price is going to be very, very low, 0.000 whatever. So even $30 is still 300,000 coins. So if you're not careful and you're trying to overtrade, you can get liquidated even fast. The price is so low, it's going to feel like margin trading. That's how volatile it can be. And you can get wrecked like that. Hexican, listen up. Do not get wrecked.
Yeah.
You need the price to go at a certain level to even dream about trading. I know some of you guys, I know I get it. You're trigger happy. You feel like, because there's no staking like Hex, I know some of you guys are going to be out there like keyboard warriors ready to make a trade. But understand, it's going to be very, very volatile. And you can get left behind. In Hex, we call somebody being wrecked when they sell a 10x move and the price go 100x. And you literally could have retired, but then you fucked around with your back. You already did the good thing. You already sacrificed. You're getting 10,000 for the best, or even 9,000, whatever, for every dollar you have. That's insane. You're a VC. You're getting VC money. All you got to do now, this is the wisdom, is just to stand still, man. Meditate, learn something, go outdoor or something. I don't understand. It's summertime. Just go do something else. Just close the screen. Show up in 6 months. The game is there. I told Maddie it's 40x within 6 months. Close the screen, open it 6 months from now. The gains is there. No taxable event. In the balance of probability, mathematically, the gains are going to be there. Do not get yourself wrecked. Protect yourself from yourself. Remember, Pulse is not Hex. There is no heavy staking mechanism. You can stake and you can unstake the next day. That's good and that's bad. That means if you're not mentally strong, you're going to be triggered. You're going to want to unstake that thing, and then you're going to get left behind. And then a year from now, we're going to have the same conversation, and then we're going to have people crying in the chat how they used to have millions of Pulse, billions of Pulse. And then now the price is like, $1, $10, whatever.
It could just as easily be sub 1 cent by the end of the year. It just because the multiplier factor, which should still be that could still be a 40x gain, but you just can't
because it's going to start so low, and because it's so low, somebody investing $30 can pump the price 50%. I need you to understand that. That's what it means when it starts so low. A little bit can move the price a lot. There's going to be a lot of shenanigans. There's going to be a lot of traders. There's going to be a lot of people that don't want your best interest. The way the system guarantees your best interest is it allowed you to sacrifice. Whoever's listening this show, whoever is part of the 42,000 wallets that sacrifice, you're already ahead of the game. PulseChain will be a replacement of Ethereum. I need you to let that sink in. God knows how many Ethereum wallets are out there. They're growing so fast, and they're bigger than even Bitcoin to some extent. The active one, the one that actually matters, because DeFi is here to stay. And Pulse is going to do that and more. Because remember, it's a copy, but it starts with the system state, which means those people are going to move over. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to dump their shitcoin on the other side to buy their new coin. I'm not going to call it shitcoin. The better version on Pulse. And a lot of the time, where do you think they're going to come through? They're going to come through the bridge, which means they need Pulse. And there is no fucking inflation. Who do you think they're going to buy it from? Don't be that idiot that give it away to them for free. Understand the diamonds, the De Beers analogy. Hold the fucking diamond. Do not give it away for peanuts. Because if you do, you got what you deserve. Because remember, we're kind people. I'm warning you now. Don't come crying to me later and be like this, that, oh, you got lucky and this. No, there's no luck. This is discipline. You're building wealth. You're not a fucking trader. You're going to get your Hex back. You're going to get your copy. You're going to get mad gains. The reason why you get mad gains is so that you can chill, relax, be like Neo. Shout out to the person that said that in the chat. I am Neo. You see the matrix because you're not stressed. You got your IQ back. Because you're not desperate, because you already got your mad gains, and you're going to get more mad gains. I need you to stay level-headed, please, for the love of God. Because in the beginning, the volatility is going to be so insane, the best traders are going to get chopped off. I don't care who they are. They're going to become the liquidity. We're just going to say, thank you very much for the free money. That's it.
It's a lottery, a total lottery every 1.5 seconds for quite some time.
And remember, this is PulseChain. This is not fucking Ethereum garbage, which means there could be a transaction every fucking 3 seconds. It's going to go fast. The trading speed is going to go. There's nobody on this fucking call listening are going to beat the bots. When the traders and the haters are going to bring their bot overs, because make no mistake, they're going to try to do arbitrage, because sadly, that's what happens when there's more throughput. There's always going to be those arbitrage bots. If you thought they were bad on Ethereum, they're about to get worse on Pulse. You got to prepare for them because they're going to try to take your money. The way you beat them is by buy and hold because they can't argue if you don't give it away for free. Because once you give it away, they're going to pump the price, they're going to funnel back in, and they're going to dump on your head.
The major difference here is that everything is going to be on DEX. Nothing is going to be on centralized anything. So they're going to pay the price. It's not going to be as easy.
Yep. Not going to be as easy, like Will said. Absolutely. But it's going to be faster than Ethereum. So for those of you out there who are not traders, you're good. I'm worried about the people who actually are traders, think they know what they're doing. You're down. Because if the R-Bot can make even 10 cents on the money, they're going to fucking do it. Because the fee is going to be so cheap, they can just fucking do it every time. On Ethereum, they do it only when it matters because they got to worry about if there's a surge in way. But on Pulse, they're not going to give a fuck.
And our bot just does the math. If it's got 10 grand, it can swing for 2 cents profit after fees. It just does it. Exactly. 2 cents is 2 cents. That's how they work.
2 cents is 2 cents. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So with 3 seconds left, what do you think they're going to do?
For the chat, we don't speculate in promise coins here. Exactly. Sorry. Yeah.
Facts. That's important too. I need you to pay attention to that. Please make no mistake. No fucking promise coin. Don't go lose all your Pulse, lose all your Hex, because they're going to come. The scavengers, the leech, the hyenas, because they know we got the money. So they're going to come. Oh, buy this, buy that. No. Be kind with them. Not nice. They got a good idea? Good. Go figure it out. Come up with a finished product. Then we talk. Before then, and if you're watching, don't DM me. Come with a finished product. Then we talk. If not,
So
sorry.
Yeah, thanks for saying that.
Thanks, Wells. Yeah.
Everybody, and I think like the most wild speculation I'm going to do is probably hold the small amount of USDC that I still have in MetaMask.
Yeah, just
hold
for the fun
that
of it.
through the snapshot if I can. And
Manny's trying to swap that free USD before the contract gets done. Manny, you wild. Don't say that live right now, man. The degenerate's gonna hear you. They're gonna go do it. Like,
what do you mean? I mean, listen, how could you get a worse deal than holding cash for 2 to 3 months?
All right, tell them how much are we talking about.
To go down,
right? We're talking about
it's pegged to go down, and then you've got all this Tether FUD that's popping up, and like, I didn't even realize all the connections because I don't know. That's a whole nother topic. But if I had to break it down in just like 10 seconds, I would basically say, so I made up my mind in 2018 and 2019 by reading extensively about the Tether FUD. And I decided that it was not a problem, that it was mostly backed, and that it was the legacy financial system that was blowing smoke. Now, when I look at all the facts, I don't know who to believe because the crypto news media is so corrupt.
Yep.
So, who knows?
Yeah, and
right?
the vast majority of it just goes backwards and forwards inside private databases on exchange, right? So
yeah,
there can't be a run on it. So ticking time bomb. But
address didn't hold on to a bunch of Tether, did it? It held on to USDC, but didn't it dump the Tether?
Yeah, no, definitely. Because, Maddie, you need to understand something. Again, this is Quant Gang. The main thing about Tether is this, okay? We know they're trying their best and this and that and whatever, and they own whatever value. But there's a reason why me and we did a stream about understanding commercial paper and what it does. Because it's all good until you get fucked up. And then guess what? Joke's on you. And then they're going to come back and say, oh, you told me X, Y, and Z. It's the same thing when Richard said, watch out for Manic with the admin key. Oh, they're not going to do it. It's all cool until they fucking use it. And then the 8 billion is gone. And then everybody's going to come back crying, oh, I wish I pay attention. No, it's about not letting anything to chance. It's unnecessary. If there is a risk that it could happen, it's something you have to factor in. It's about risk management. There's a reason why I tell people you sacrifice day 1 to 5. You swim with the whales because you can do the other stuff. You're going to gamble. It may or may not happen. And then you get wrecked. The problem with Tether is because a lot of it is not backed 1-to-1 with dollar. And that's a fact. And they can say, yeah, but we got the commercial paper and the value can increase because we invest in those companies and da-da-da. Say that to me in fucking October, November, when most likely the market crash or whatever, or some shit happens, and then they cannot pay. All of a sudden, there's a run. And you're going to be like, what the hell? It's about not taking unnecessary systemic risk. USDC does not have that systemic risk. It's not like you're holding the Tether and the fucking $1 is worth more. No, it's the same $1 with less systemic risk. Yes, USDC has admin keys, but it's the same shit at my bank. So at the very least, it's a little less risky than the Tether because I know it's truly one-to-one. It's related to my bank. And there's rumor has it that might be the next future Fed coin because they know we're onto them. So they might do it through USDC by buying the parent company and Circle and Goldman Sachs and whatever. They might just do it through them. So you need to hold the thing that is less risky if you have the option. All you fucking traders out there, hear me loud and clear. When Tether used to be the only option, that's one thing. But when you have multiple other options, when you get the same value with less risk, it makes absolutely no fucking sense to hold Tether. Now, you could be watching this and you're not in the United States, or you don't have access to Tether in terms of not holding it decentralized, but you need it to like move back to your bank account. Because guess what? Even me, I go through Gemini. I don't fucking like Coinbase. So it sucks. I can't move the USDC to Gemini. I have to switch back to Ethereum and then move it to Gemini because I don't touch that fucking GUSD. It's a waste of time. So I'm forced to hold some USDC, but switch back to Ethereum and move back to my account if need be, because that's what Gemini uses. So I get it. Some people hold Tether because they have to, because of the jurisdiction where they are. I know Southeast Asia, that's the only thing that's there, that's popular, whatever. But if you have the chance to choose, you do not want to fucking do that. That's a systemic risk. Heck, you can hold USDC all the fucking time, decentralized, and then when you need money, and maybe your bank only take Tether, you can switch from one stable to the other stable and then move that to your account. And the systemic risk is temporarily. It's just a 10-minute transfer, whatever it might be, USDC to Tether, Tether to your account, and then exit out of Tether to dollar. It's about lowering potential risk. That's what risk management is about.
Yeah, it's interesting how inside the United States that's a big deal. Outside the United States, we're like, what's backing the United States? Forget Tether. We're all worried.
That's a big problem to worry about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's still. But then on the flip side of that, it's like, well, things seem to be going.
Because you gotta look at it this way.
Even though,
you got more money, right? That's what we worried about the DXY. That shit is trash, but I gotta worry about it because at the end of the day, when big D swing, you're gonna bow down. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it seems to be flip side of that coin. And my point really is that it seems to be working out. And,
and that's what's happening right now. What do you think the reverse repo come from? They're doing that to strengthen the dollar because they don't want to let that shit go too worthless too fast because people are gonna talk shit about inflation. So they got a rug pull, get some of that liquidity back to slow down the rate of inflation because they realize they overprinted. So they have to recoil a little bit, even though they're gonna end up printing again a year from now. But they're doing it like a balancing act. The point is you want to mitigate your risk. That's the key.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And, that includes your opportunity cost. For me, I'm saying the total upside, if, nothing makes sense and USDC is worth a whole dollar, what did I really do? 2x my bag? While I'm holding on to this shit coin, it's pegged to a shit coin called the dollar, right? So whatever, I think people are going to do way better in Hex and way better in Pulse, but that's why I'm sarcastically answering the question of will I be trading the Hex copies, and mostly that's a no.
Holding Tether in order to get it duplicated on Pulse feels to me very much like when Doge first came out, and it's like, like when it first launched, and it's like, what? So anyone can just launch a crypto? That sounds like fun. And you just did it for the sheer fun of it.
But then again, right? When you take it to another level, if we're playing the duplicate game, it makes no sense. Why would I deal with the unnecessary risk? I'd rather hold the Hex and get that duplicate because I know it's going to be valuable. So again,
you'd never put any. I mean, you just do it for the pure fun. So whatever you can afford to, like, if you could take it to the casino or blow it on some cocktails or something or other, that's all I'm talking about. It just feels like that.
The only what I call dust compared to my account.
Yeah. It just seems like a fun thing.
That's gonna get copied from me It's just the USDC that was just sitting there just for like emergency funds or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But the point of the matter is, if it wasn't for that, that shit would have been converted back up anyway, and then just become a stake. So this is what you want to look at to protect your risk. And for the viewer watching that whatever your bank account only takes Tether, I respect that. I'm just saying you're better off holding USDC and then switch that to the Tether when the time comes.
Or die.
Then deploy that to your bank account, because that's the beauty about decentralized system. You don't have to hold the more riskier shit. You actually have the luxury, because it's decentralized, to hold the one that's the most valuable. And then when the time comes, because you need to use it like a transaction, like I call it like using like a public restroom. You only use it because you need to take a leak. That's all it is. But you don't like hold it for too long. That's why most of my money is not on a fucking exchange. However secure they are, this, that, they're in New York, all that cool stuff, regulated. I don't give a fuck. I hold my own money. I use you when I need you. On-ramp, off-ramp. That's it. Everything else, there's no money there. Don't waste my time.
I have a technical question for future us. Richard has stated that the people who control the admin keys for different things, such as USDC, they could invalidate those, and that would potentially put them at legal risk. However, my question is, if somebody moves their USDC, is there any way to get around a potential invalidation, technically speaking?
Okay, well, we have to define what we mean by invalidation.
Okay.
In practical terms, I would assume they would just lock it. So you'd no longer be able to do anything with them. Period. That's what it really means. I think. I mean, they certainly won't be redeemable unless they want to double their fractional reserve exposure risk.
So I'm kind of thinking broadly though that that there's going to be a use for stablecoins on the Pulse network, maybe, and that they don't have to be backed. I mean, the number of times Richard has brought this up, I think it would be interesting if PUSDC traded at like 5 cents and people just dumped it at 5 cents. Yeah. And then maybe it could go up to $1 after that.
Well, let's say they can't. Sorry,
the money needs to be backed up. The money needs to be backed up. If you have 10 million USDC because it's backed up by 10 million real dollar, and all of a sudden there's 20 million, as a business, you got to ask yourself, what if all of a sudden that new free money shows up and start to claim for real dollar? They can get in trouble.
But I'm talking, technically speaking, you would assume that it would still have to go through the Pulse bridge in order to be redeemed. And so
yes, but you got to look at it like a business worst case scenario to avoid the systemic risk, because at this point they definitely know about Pulse. We're making
but who decides? Can the market decide, or is it always up to the admin?
No.
Admin key. That's the power of the admin key. They can shut that shit down. Right,
the most likely, unless they're already geared up to go, the most likely thing I would guess would be that they will just lock it while they decide what to do.
Imagine
and you just won't be able to transfer it anyway.
Okay. Just imagine imagine I'm some sort of genius programmer or something, or maybe not I'm Satoshi, but Satoshi's out there, pops up and says, "Hey, I'm gonna fork PUSDC without admin keys," and then the market could decide.
Well, guess what? Then we say
then it's not USDC anymore.
Exactly.
You've changed it.
Satoshi, where's the fucking money? Where's the guarantee that this shit is backed by something? Everybody can create a coin and call it whatever, but it's about making sure that it's backed by the dollar. The reason why USDC is worth a damn is because we know where the money is and where it's backed up. If not, you're just another fucking Tether.
But that's not what the Tether pseudo audits are suggesting.
Yeah, but to some degree, Tether has shit. They have Bitcoin, they have stuff, they have commercial paper. Now
they got all their money
commercial
seized.
Paper could be worthless, but at the end of the day, they're not broke. They have something to show for. So my point is, the problem is the admin key. Now they can show up.
When's the last time you looked up what Tether's actually holding? Because supposedly what they're holding is Brock Pierce's Shell Corporation stocks as their
Yes.
as their
And it has a
backing,
lot
which
of
is
risk
literally
attached to it.
nothing. That's like
Yeah, it has
worse
a lot of risk
than.
attached to it, but it's not
Well,
worth it. It's
in
not
the
worth it.
short term, it doesn't really matter what the
Exactly.
assets are per se. It's the investment, you know. It's the
You can't
people
create something
that
out of
have.
thin air and
Yeah.
call it a stable coin
That's a
and have
risky
nothing
game.
to back up the thing that you just created. That's the problem. We can argue that Tether is volatile because the holding commercial paper is volatile, but at the end of the day, there's still some level of money there. They've been here for a while. It was the first one to do it. So they have some validity. They have some trust because they've been doing this for years. So the problem is
It's a little bit like how that Australian fella came on and tried to tell us that we couldn't cash out for Lambos because there's only a small amount of trading volume. The volume shows up when it's needed, in our case, right?
Yes.
So with things like this, there are vested interests and parties that, you know, that the capital could show up if it really had to, if the vested interest wants to rescue the coin and not let it go to zero, right? You don't know.
Because
But
legally, the company holding USDC legally, because they have the admin key, can say this: we're shutting this shit down. We don't have the actual money to back up the coin that you guys are trying to create. Let's say we got $10 million and there's 10 million USDC 1-to-1. We can't let it go to 20 million because they're risking the bank run, because bad actor can take the new fake coin, switch that to the other side, and then trying to claim it for real money. That can become a problem. The way that is solved is if the companies step up and say, hey, we're going to back up this thing on the other side. We have the money. Don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah. Because that's what we want to see. That's what we're lucky we have time. If I see that, great. We can speculate PUSD all we want. But if we don't see that, we got to expect that this thing is going to be worth nothing because it won't be allowed to be redeemed for anything else. And then we're going to rely on what we know for sure, which is Pulse and Hex, because we know their value is derived from the USDC on the other chain, thanks to the bridge, because the bridge is going to bring the valuation. The same way Ethereum brought valuation to Hex in the beginning, the bridge, the USDC on Ethereum is going to bring the value, because the bridge says this: the fake coin on PulseChain has value because it's pegged 1-to-1 to the USDC on Ethereum. This is how we can do it in a smart way. So we don't care about what USDC decides to do. We're just basically saying, here's this new coin. Richard explained it many times. Here's this new coin, fake coin, PUSDC, but we're going to allow you on this bridge to redeem it for real USDC on the other side. So when
Who's
that
gonna
is
say
established,
that? Who's going to let people redeem it?
Yeah, but that's the thing too. That's the trick. Because
who's going to make that trade? I don't think anybody would set up liquidity because. So what I'm saying, I am predicting that this is going to be new territory, and that there would be a way that we're not thinking of, or that I'm not articulating, right? Because if you have to go through Pulse, then the market will decide. That's what I'm saying, is that surprise, the market will decide.
No, they will lock it, and by lock it, it doesn't mean it.
And what I'm saying is that there's going to be another way, and that's my prediction.
Yeah.
Another way to what?
For the market to decide.
No. I'm just looking at.
No. Admin keys are admin keys. The market doesn't get to decide shit. The dude logs in, click, done.
I have fake Pokemon cards, and those have value because people remember fake Pokemon cards.
Yeah, but then Thanos comes along with his admin. Thanos comes along with his admin keys, clicks his fingers, and those things are locked in stone. No one can move them anywhere. You can say there they are, but good luck. What?
Gotta catch them all. That's all I'm saying.
Doesn't matter. You still can't move them. You'll be glued in space-time. You won't be able to go anywhere.
Let's do it.
Like gone.
Make something clear. Even if the token is worthless, the admin key can stop you from even moving it. That's what I need you to understand. That's what Future is trying to tell you.
Okay.
If they
programmable money. I'm saying there's a way.
Yeah, but if you do anything you're talking about, then you're not talking about the Tether contract anymore. It's a different contract on a different address. You're talking about creating an. You present. I think you're talking about what if we just make another coin and call it TTUSDT, and say it's pegged to $1, but it's not, and just see what happens. Well, that's been tried.
You don't need it.
So people
you don't need it. We got Pulse.
So people are going to speculate until the admins turn off USDC. That's what you guys are predicting.
They'll turn it off straight away.
And nobody's going to turn it back on. Nobody's going to have a financial incentive to turn on.
They might turn it back on. They might. But look, if the two choices are the way Richard was painting it, was like, don't turn it off because we'll get sued, or turn it off because we can't back it. There is a choice in the middle, which is turn it off pending review, right?
Exactly. So in the beginning, because we're not traders and we're not taking a necessary risk, the safe thing to say to the viewer is stay away, wait for clarification. We might get lucky and they make an announcement before the snapshot. That'll be the best case scenario. Saying clearly, because they have done it before. Hey, we're gonna be on this chain. Hey, we're gonna be on Ethereum. Hey, we're gonna be on Tron. Whatever. Like Tether did. We need an announcement. They're not stupid. They know what's going on. They know PulseChain is launching.
They're not.
If they really want, they can make an announcement. It's like those people doing the launchpad stuff. They are now, we're going to be on PulseChain, whatever.
They're not going to magically double their backing. At the best you could hope for, because that's just giving you all money, right?
Exactly.
The best you could hope for is that they would double their risk by halving their doubling their I've forgotten the word now, fractional. The fractional reserve would half to half the fraction. And then they'd have to be public about that, and that and it just I don't know what they're going to do, but they're certainly not going to just let it go.
If Brock Pierce's Shell Corporation can make imaginary money to prop up USDT, then why can't he do it for PUSDC? I guess we'll find out. We'll find out.
No, they could, but if it just make it more fractionally reserved.
Thank you to JForce1 for the $5 super chat. How are we going to make money on Pulse? Richard sent over 14 billion. You guys work for Richard. No, not true.
No.
What was it?
I wish.
Put that back up. Put that back up.
I heard he's hiring. There's another comment from the same JForce1. Thank you for the $15 super chat. Thanks for the advice. I wish you told me sooner that I could have saved $5.
Nice. Yeah, guys, come on. Don't take unnecessary risk because you got to look at the company side. Why would they double their risk to back up? Because it's all fun and good when somebody comes with a fake coin and say, hey, give me money, give me real dollar. And then they get in trouble because overnight, that means they need to double their reserve. And what if they don't have it? You know what I mean? You know how many USDCs are out there? Millions, and probably billions on the Ethereum chain. They're all going to get copied? Come on. No. But what they can do is by saying, hey, we're going to create this bridge. You can switch from this USDC to the other USDC on the PulseChain, but this is the caviar. Your tokens are still worthless. We're just going to create our own bridge, and you got to come in with your USDC from Ethereum, and we're going to give you a counterpart on the PulseChain. That way, they protect their ass. That way, there is no doubling copy of fake money. They're going to say, give me your real USDC on the Ethereum chain, and I will give you a USDC on the PulseChain. That way, everybody fucking wins. So nobody.
That would be the most.
All fake money. It's all fake money. There's something else there. Richard is hinting at it. You guys are missing it, and that's my prediction.
Let's just.
No. We're not missing. We're not missing it. We're not missing it.
I'm just making sure people hear the right data.
There's a reason he keeps bringing up that and NFTs is because theoretically it's going to expose the fiat system and the crypto system, and it's going to make people question and say, oh, maybe the Pulse and Hex fake money is better than the government's fake money.
We'll see.
That's why I care, not because I'm going to trade it.
All right, cool.
That's why I care.
Don't gamble. That's what I'm going to say. Don't take unnecessary risk. Keep the thing that you know is going to be valuable. That's my thing. And let USDC figure out what they want to do. And when they make a move, we'll know what to do. That's it. We're in a luxury position.
Wales is sitting there telling us everything he knows is going to happen after the launch. He's saying it all right there. Total silence. You know why? Because we don't know. We just don't know.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's all speculation, man. The only thing we do know is that after the launch, everybody that did sacrifice is going to be in the green. You just don't know how green. That's it. You don't really need to know anything else. Everything else is pure speculation, and you're just making it up. So
Double the money printers.
It's a fun topic, but to put any kind of dollar figure on it or value or anything is just forget it. You just don't know.
Well said it best. It's going to be in the green. Why are you worried about it? And I'm just saying, the longer you hold it, the more
the better off you are. Yeah,
exactly.
Sure.
Balance the probability. That's it.
Yeah,
Don't
that's a no-brainer for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's like you're at the ground floor of something that has zero value right now. What are you questioning? Just sit your ass down, relax, and enjoy the fucking ride. Damn. What's your price projection? What's your price projection? What the fuck you want a price projection for? You ready to cash out already? You just put your fucking money up. What are you asking for?
Here's an analogy for you, right? You're a caveman or whatever. You're walking around, and you're the first human being, first creature in the universe that we know of that sees a shiny stone on the ground. You pick it up. It's a little piece of gold, right?
Fucking love it.
You either go, throw it away, or you put it in your pocket. Now, if you hold this worthless piece of stone in your pocket and forget you have it, one day somebody sees it and goes, where can I get one of those? And you go, I don't know, I found on the mountain. So they go up there and they can't find any. So then they send a whole tribe up there and they still can't find any. Now they're beating down the door. Dude, can you cut yours in half and give me some? Now, you only get that if you held on to the worthless piece of bloody shiny crap, right? Yep. You've got to hold it. You don't hold it, it's worth nothing. It's simple.
Because people forget, this is the shitcoin tactics. What do? They create tokens out of thin air, this and that. The only reason why it's valuable is because of the path of liquidity. They will extend their shitcoin for the thing that's actually valuable because it is fake pair, and that's how they take the valuable thing and they give you the thing that's valueless. That's what you got to be careful of. So when you're worried about this USDC stuff, you're thinking like a trader, you're taking unnecessary risk, and then what if they turn this thing off? What if it's valueless? Then you ape on that, and then you realize you lost all your money. That is very, very dangerous. You wait for confirmation. If not, you stick to what works. You want USDC? You got it on the Ethereum.
Or you stick to the two cryptos that exist in the universe after Pulse launch and forget all of that other crap.
That's it. Facts.
Can we get into some charts, maybe?
Perfect. Hour 4, baby. Perfect time. Well,
let's do it.
You get away, baby.
You go ahead, share my screen, man.
Got it.
All right. So, as always, disclaimer: the information displayed in this broadcast is known to cause increased amounts of FOMO. Quant Gang is not responsible for any losses you may accrue for being a fool.
Boom.
There's nothing we can do. Unless you must sell your hex, there's literally no reason to sell your hex, and that's just basic mathematics. Yeah, pretty much. So let's talk about how an economy works. An economy, whether municipal, meaning the most local level, all the way on up to the most global level, is a construct of a pie. That pie is made up of two buckets, public and private. The private sector is typically the value creation nexus of the bucket of an economy, while the public sector is there to facilitate what we consider as high living standards that we, enjoy today in society, civilization, whatever you want to call it, right? But the reality is that we all know that these funds that they take from the value creation nexus of the economy is not used to facilitate quality of life improvements or anything of that fashion. How do we know? Well, look outside. How are your roads doing? How are your schools doing? How is your infrastructure doing? Well, hell, speaking of infrastructure, they're trying to steal another trillion, so clearly not that fucking well. If they think they have to steal another trillion, or they think they can get away with stealing another trillion. Facts. Right? Because that's exactly what's going on. It's never, the name of the bill is never to actually invoke any reform, quote unquote, on the titling or the words used for the titling of any bill, right? And I've been reading this bullshit that they've been writing for fucking decades, and that's a fact, not an opinion. Go look it up if you don't know. So understand.
No government has a department of we'll get the fuck out of the way and let you actually live your life.
Nope.
And there's always hidden footnotes in those fucking bills that nobody talks about. They only tell you the headline names, and then there's so many footnotes and stuff that you don't know about. Like Richard tweeted about this thing about crypto that can mess you up, and that's in the infrastructure bill. So you think, oh, infrastructure, non-related, but it's in the package. You don't even fucking know. By the time you know, 2-3 years later, it's too late. They're gonna tell you it's law. It's already here. Disgusting.
That's it. I mean, it's all a charade, right? And this is why I always start my chart sets with people needing to understand how an economy works, because they need to realize that they are being robbed because they are the value creation nexus, right? They are the value creation nexus, and that's why it's important to realize what this pie represents, because this pie is true no matter what level of economic, situation you're talking about. It could be municipal, it could be international, global, whatever you want to call it, but this is always going to be true. You're going to have value creators and you're going to have value detractors, and that's just what it is, right? So now we're going to get into the top 100 market cap dominance for the top 100 cryptos, and this is going back to the 23rd of July, and we can see Hex is at 4.88. We were already in the midst of the downswing at that point, going down to 4.62% on the 27th, down to 4.45 on the 30th, and I think we jumped to today. Oh, nope, one more, 5.09, and then, hold on. Oh, wait, I just put the date wrong. That's what it is. It was the 3rd, and I thought it was the 2nd, but this is for the 3rd. So that's for the day when I recorded it at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was at 5.1%, basically. So we're covering ground again, and we're probably just going to keep going until we hit 7% again, and then we'll see what happens then. I mean, it'll be interesting, right? Because the rest of the market is now kind of rolling over. So they're back moving on down, even though they were moving up. So it's going to get interesting here. Karim already broke down what the rest of the market is doing, so I might even want to touch on that. So here we go into the first 592 days of existence for each of the respective coins we got in this chart: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, along with the T-shares. And now this trend line is depicting, the trend lines are depicting the return natures for both Ethereum and the T-shares. Now, we don't have one for Bitcoin because, as you can see, the chart doesn't allow for a trend line given the form of the curve, right? The shape of the curve is almost non-trend-like. So we just have to take it as it comes. But for the T-share trend line, we can see that the nature of the returns is in the form of a log-based 2 curve. And for Ethereum, the nature of the returns are in the form of a log-based 10 chart. If you don't know what that is, Google it or go back and watch my first video, How Do Cryptos Work. Very good explanations there. The long story short, Hex will always outperform Ethereum because it's designed to do so, math and code. And as you can see here, we got 4,200 on the Hex index, whereas the BTC index is at 1,000. And we have the Hex index all the way up here at 65,261, whereas the T-shirt index are even further up at 120,800 on the index. And if you don't know what an index is, please go back and watch one of my early videos. I don't remember what the name is, but I go into it. Like I got videos for everything if you don't know what anything is. So we can't break all of these aspects down during every stream because you can see they run long. So go catch the videos. Yep, go catch the videos.
Also, like and subscribe, youtube.com/WhalesOnly.
There you go. But also understand what this trend line is saying. It's very simple. This trend line is saying the longer you hold this asset, the higher the value is going to be at the end of the ride. Simply because if you get in here, here is where it's at, right? But the thing you have to realize is that this is like something you put in your back pocket once you hold it. I got in all the way back here, right? So the longer you hold this rope, the higher the value is always going to be at the end. And that's all you need to understand about this curve. Right. I mean, and it's kind of true for Ethereum, but not really. Right. I mean, Jesus, it took forever for it to make a move. Right. And Bitcoin, it took also a while also. It's nothing like Hex. Hex just came out and boom, it just shot up and that's it. 65,000. 65,000. Come on. Get out of here. All right. Hex post-big payday. We're 259 days post-big payday. And as always, Big Payday was a one-time inflationary event that replicated the Bitcoin halvings. And what happened at that instance is that we had 30% of the inflation come out, which was a remaining supply that had to exit the system. And what we saw was a run up into the 2-3 weeks prior to the event, and then a sell off into the event. And that's where the chart starts here. And what we see from then on is just the market absorbing that inflation and then just trading like it's supposed to up and to the right. And now the Hex index is giving us a reading of 2,729 rounding down. And it's just dusting everything else. I mean, it's 250% ahead of the first Bitcoin halving, 1,600% above the second, and 600% above the third. So everything is just, down there, and that's what it is. So, yeah. Not much to talk about with respect to that, except for the fact that Hex is just whooping ass. And it's about to whoop some more ass. As you see that now, we've commenced a reversal. So that's pretty much how what's going on there. And here we have the T-shares to Ethereum and Bitcoin charts. T-shirts to Ethereum in pink. T-shares of Bitcoin in orange. And again, we're just sustaining value, right? We create value, sustain it, create it, sustain it, and that's what it's about. It's about not losing value, right? And the value is never really the price you pay for something. The price you pay is the price you pay. The value you get is always going to be greater than if you paid the right price, right? So it's important to understand that. And we're greater than parity versus ETH, which is great because we want to stay there now that we finally traversed that hill. And it was a long time coming because I remember those days where that thing dipped to 6%, right? And we had these dips back here where it was going to 6-7%, and it just wasn't looking as nice. But now, man, we sure as hell whooped that shit in the ass, right? I mean, 0.5% T-share to a Bitcoin. Now we're just floating along at 7%. I mean, this is just phenomenal, man. It's just phenomenal. It just speaks to the greatness of Hex, right? And how well it was designed. And we got the dynamic Hex stock to flow tracker. Dynamic because you can't forecast what the T-share rate is going to be because the supply is always changing, right? The future supply that we see on Hex.vision is always going to be changing. It's never going to be the same, right? Because people are always staking and unstaking. And we'll get to charts that replicate that soon. But on this chart, what we have is a dollar cost of a T-share at $2,628.58. That's a nice crossover. And that's tonight on the East Coast. The cost of 10,000 Hex is $1,418.78. And when you divide the dollar cost of a T-share by the dollar cost of 10,000 Hex, it yields you the T-share rate. And this is a forward-looking rate because it's based on the current prices at the time of the crossover when this is recorded, because the systemic rate is typically different. In this case, it's different by about 175 Hex, I think. So that's your delta as far as what's incoming, right? Because this is activity that's happening in real time. And here we have the APY giving us a nice reading of 38.82%. And we'll get into how this number is derived for the system later on towards the end of the slide deck. Here we have the infamous payoff for T-share sumline chart versus the Hex index. And what this chart highlights is how Hex just tracks the value that's created by the system, and it could just not be negated. And this chart just completely obliterates the notion that Hex is a scam. If Hex was a scam, well, it wouldn't have a value proposition, which is this orange line, and the price, therefore, would not follow it. Now, what is this orange line? This orange line is a payout per T-share sum line, and this line details how many Hex have been paid out per single T-share since the inception of the system. So if you have 100 T-shares, you multiply that number by 100. If you've been staked since day one, and that's the number of Hex that you've been paid out, right? And that's pretty much just all this is. So this is the value creation in real time of the system, and this is the price reacting in real time, right? And as you guys can see over time, as the price elevates, the scaling changes, right? Because they're independent scales. Payout for T-share on the left side, excuse me, the Hex index on the right side. And as the value increases, the scaling, the price value is going to increase. And that's just what we're seeing. So it's nothing really out of this world. There is just what it should be, in all honesty. I mean, this is the simplest and best chart probably in crypto, because there's nothing in crypto like it, straight up. And here we have the index form of that chart. Payout per T-share sum line in index form is reading 224,573%. And if you want the return number, you just subtract 100 from that, and that's just 473. I mean, this is just crazy. Just stare at that for a second. Six figures just for fun, just for doing nothing, right?
Hashtag mad games.
Yeah, I mean, this is just for doing nothing, man. This is what people
It
need to
pays to do
understand.
nothing. So
Yeah,
just relax.
When
meditate.
it comes to making money, less is more. Fact, just like Karim said. Less is more, man. That's a fact. So here, the payout per T-share index is letting us know that the system has increased the payout per T-share fivefold at a reading of 535 on the index. Daily payout index is giving us a reading of 174x. And again, it's just the notion that this value is sustained consistently over time, right? We don't have to concern ourselves with such hassles as some of these yield farming situations where the yields are ever fleeting. They're just there for the moment for really advertising purposes, right? And here we have the payout metrics for the daily status for Hex, and this is just mostly post-big payday. And here we're looking at a daily payout of 64,507,000 Hex based on 10,926 trillion T-shares, giving us a payout per T-share of 5.903 Hex. And we're just, like, this is just like cruise control right now, right? If we don't get a whole bunch of emergency stakes, we're just going to get 5.8, 5.6. And that's just what it is. That's just standard. It's crazy.
And for everybody watching that's new, that is the value proposition. Why Hex can go up infinitely, because it is a product, not a project. For every T-share you have, this is what the payout of the system is, steady for a while.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this chart pretty much defines that, right? Because it just tells you, right? Because this is the payout per T-share index, right? This isn't even like a representation of what the payout per T-share is, which is this. Mm-hmm. This is letting you know what is done since inception. So not only is it a product, it's a product that actually improves with time.
Yep.
How about that one?
It's paying you. Doesn't care about price. You come in, you get your T-shirt, and you get paid per T-shirt.
And you get paid. You get paid per T-shirt.
You do your time value money, CD, blockchain CD, trustless. You get your money, and then you walk out. That's it.
Yeah. But what's cool is you can kind of see how you always say there's always meat left on the bone, because this chart really details it well, right? Amen. This chart is the chart that details how there's always meat on the bone, because these two metrics, these specific two metrics right here, are the ones that are letting you know that there is indeed meat on the bone, because these are systemic metrics, right? This is what the system is doing. This is just the output, but this is the reading. Mm-hmm. This is the measurement, right? This is the what is actually happening now, right? And that's why it's important to look at these metrics and see what's happening.
Exactly. It's going to be this chart and then the earnings per share, which is represented from that. That really
when we get to that chart is
everybody gets paid. I love that name.
Yeah, this is my favorite chart. Yeah, this chart is cool because it just lets you know all the different ways all the different views of how you're getting paid, right? We got the all-time average 4.081.
Wells, need to frame this. Man,
it's a good one, yo.
I'll frame this. I'm like,
it's a good one.
Calendar. Every day, everybody gets paid. I like that.
It's a good one, bro. And here we got the average days at 28 days and 55 days. 6.02 hex per T-share on 55 days and 6.233 hex per T-share on 28 days. I mean, what's cool is that this is steadily going up, right? I mean, over time, it seems like it just steps up.
And it kind of goes in line with what's happening here, right? Which is cool. Because that's what we want to see. We want to see these things lining up, right? And what's cool also is like, well, what is price doing in between these bands, right? Because it's like price escaped back here and then it had to go sideways for a long time just because of that. So it makes me curious. Are we seeing something similar here? Or is it really that we are going to only follow this? Because that's kind of what it looks like to me, right? But you have to be cognizant of what the limitations of the system could be, because this could be an upside limitation.
Yes.
Right? I mean, this is the value band here to a certain effect, because if I was to do this number for 84 days, for example, or whatever, which is just a longer random time frame, it's just a random number, the value per T-share, right, the payout per T-share would be somewhere around the 6th line as well. It wouldn't be that much different.
Which is important. Well, I'm going to speak on that. It's important. This is also a function of the system. When I was saying earlier, where OA acts as a regulator to make sure that there's meat on the bone, but it's not too much, because you don't want to sponsor the greed of human being too much. There's a reason why you got 40% APY and not 60%, because if it's too much, people are going to mess up the chart. We already know we're the best out there. I mean, the second best probably give you 15% on a sustainable level. So we're nowhere near that. We're more than double. So it kind of acts as a barometer, because if it gets too hot too fast, it's going to mess up the bond math, which is why this chart is so beautiful, because it kind of captures where the system is a control structure and is going up and to the right in a sustainable way, right? We say up and to the right. We don't say up to the right and then down. There's no down. Up and to the fucking right. And the reason is because it pays out sick gains in Hex, which as the price go up even more, but it's not doing too much so that it mess up the chart. So this is where this bound is located as. So that as the user behave the right way, we go there faster. The user behave the wrong way, shit gets wrecked. So this is kind of how, as we educate the community, we're flying. We're doing the diagonal up and to the right. No pump and dumps here. It's just slow and steady. You win the race. You take what you need, you restake the rest, and you live a happy life. That's it.
That's it.
Simple.
That's it. Take what you need, because it's going to give it to you indeed. And now we got as far as the share chart. So this chart is just detailing how heavy the stakes are and where. It's a much clearer barometer of what is currently driving the T-share rate versus what most people think, because this is really the driver. It's the end staking that drives the T-share rate. And this is going back to the 23rd of July, and we're already at the damn, I probably put the 2nd of August on this damn thing too, but 3rd of August when I recorded this data. So July is just going to consistently drop, while August is basically finding its footing. And here we got the 25th, and as you can see, you see just that, because each point plotted across time here is a representation on this line chart. So as you guys can see, you have the the dates going all the way out to 2036. Across the bottom from 2021, which is a total of 15 years, which is the max, right? 15.2 years, 5,555 days, which the system tracks. And I download this from Hex.vision. And here's the 27th, and again, it's just readjusting. And the 30th, again, big drop, right? Because that's pretty much the day before the last month. So the 31st, you're going to pretty much would see this drop to 0. But of course, I'm not showing this. I'm going to go to the 2nd. And here we are already above 46%, which is typical. That's typical for, and I put the wrong date. It should be the 3rd. But this is typical, right? But what's interesting is that you're seeing the further out shorter months like November pick up volume over time. Now, I kind of wish I had more time frames to show, but if you can just look at just the curve of all the lines and how they connect, you're going to note that they kind of pick themselves up as time goes on. Not much, but slightly, right? And that's just a sign of adoption of just a little bit more out here, right? Which is going to also be a part of this a lot more that's here. So all of this is just going to drive the T-share rate up even quicker, because before you didn't have this hump here. It was really just the first couple, maybe 3 months that you had a lot of activity in. Not really
the first 6. So this is new, really, right? Because you're almost going out to a year. This is almost a year right here of almost pure activity. This is like 9 months of, solid staking activity. That's relatively new. So that's going to definitely cause the T-share rate to start ratcheting up even faster as we move forward. So it's going to be interesting to see what changes actually materialize in the payout metrics, depending on the quality of the staker that's going to enter the system. And by the quality, I mean the economic mass that they're bringing to the table, because that is going to affect the payout per T-share that a person receives.
And actually, speaking of that, which is a very important, another word of wisdom, what this, oh man, Wells, I love you. Why this chart is so important. Hexagon, please pay attention. Quick math, hex clip, this is your cue. Another thing that's important in the system is we went from overall over 63 billion hex plus stake. Now we're down to 60 and change. 3 billions got removed. Now, obviously, a lot of it went to sacrifice and disappear. Why is that important? That means those hex are no longer stakes. That means they're moving to cold storage, aka depreciation, aka daily payout is about to go up in day payout, which means those who have T-share in the system are going to be, again, sustainably getting paid higher and higher. And as the share rate goes higher and higher, as it gets more difficult for you to create a T-share, like Wells is showing you here, you're going to realize that those who stay in the system are going to start getting paid higher and higher. This is how we can potentially get to 6 and then 7, because there's less people in the pool as the T-share becomes more expensive to create. And because a lot of those hex that got sacrificed are no longer going to be staked, therefore they're going to act as your daily payout. They're going to help for the inflation number to come up higher. So you need to be aware of that. And you need to understand that this chart is very important, because when those hex comes out, if you want to stack up your bag, this is your chance to get them. Because just like the diamond analogy, the bears, it's going to get to a point where it's going to be less and less and less and less. 5 years from now, it's going to be a drought. People are going to be waiting months before hex comes out. It's going to be insane. Because the smart one are going to take what they need, restake the rest. Why is that important? Price could go up 10x. And the guy that got millions of hex, he can be like, yeah, fuck that. I'm going to restake most of it because share rate went up. So I need to maintain my position, which means most of it is going back to the system. Price just went up. Therefore, maybe I wanted to sell X amount of hex. Now I need to sell X minus maybe 50% because price just doubled. So I need to sell less hex. Therefore, I'm actually adding to the scarcity because I'm not selling. I'm just restaking. So you need to understand that when the word gets around how valuable hex is and the price goes up and the rich get richer and the little guy becomes rich, therefore he realizes he doesn't need to sell because he understands that if he sells, T-share is going to leave him behind and he's not going to be able to maintain his position. So that's a mechanism that's going to make this scarcity very, very important. So I need you to pay attention. Make no mistake. This chart is very important because it's letting you how the drought is coming. Because after where Wells has the cursor, about a year from now, shit. If you thought billions, we used to have months where we were getting 5-6 billion hex coming out per month. Now it went all the way down to like 1 to 2, maybe 3, and it's getting less and less and less. We're gonna start averaging months where you're lucky if there's 500 million hex coming out of circulation. Diamonds.
It's gonna get real interesting, that's for sure. Because this is basically what you're talking about. You don't see anything coming out.
Exactly.
This is just a little zoomed out, but this is 2022, 2023, 2024. So all we're gonna see is just this hump. It just roll across.
Exactly.
That's it. That's best case.
Yep.
That's
and
best
if you
case.
look at the chart, it's almost like inverse log on supply, which is amazing because it really shows you the scarcity factor. And this is why those charts are so important. I'm just trying to make you guys understand what is happening, but you need to pay attention, please. Because when it goes,
it's gone.
The scarcity, it gets even more. Well, next thing you know, you wake up, there's no more.
and this chart is really the dagger, right? Because once you understand this chart, you're like, holy shit, because let me tell you, the people with money do. And that's why you got to understand this chart. So what is this chart showing us? This chart is showing us a couple things. First thing is it's showing us a correlation between Hex and ETH or Hex and Bitcoin, because these are two charts that we're looking at, and they're both giving us, well, interestingly enough, the correlation is 0 with a 1 at the end for both, and just on the opposite side of the 0 for both, which is interesting. Anyways, you know, the further as time passes on, this number just gains more and more zeros. I just want people to notice this, because that's very important. Now, it might seem irrelevant to most that aren't like into math and shit, but what that's saying is that the decorrelation just gets greater and greater because the zeros just keep getting added in a transcendental nature, meaning all that's happening as far as the correlation aspect goes is that they're moving completely in their own way. No correlation whatsoever, literally. So that's number one. Number two, you got Hex returns on the x-axis along with Bitcoin returns and the ETH returns on the y-axis. Now, I always keep forgetting to do this, but give me a second so I could make it easy for the newcomers, since we do have a lot now. Just want this to be visible. So each plot on this chart is a XY plot, right? Now, I already explained Hex is on the x-axis and Bitcoin and Ethereum on the y-axis. So in essence, this is 65% positive return for Hex, and this is a minus 23% return for Ethereum, right? So taking that into account, we can pretty much see what this is saying for Bitcoin. Basically a negative reading of, what was that, 9% for Bitcoin versus a positive reading of maybe 10, 15% for Hex, right, in this data plot. So each plot, each dot is an XY representation of the returns on a specific point in time, at a specific point in time, between Hex and Bitcoin. So look at the amalgamation or the group of plots. What you notice is for Hex, the majority of the plots are on the right side of the x-axis for both versus ETH and Bitcoin. Just what it is. Not the case for Ethereum or Bitcoin, however. Their returns are spread out across the zero because remember, they're on the y-axis. And then on top of that, what you'll also notice is that a lot of their returns are below the zero line. Just not what you want to see. So if a professional looks at this chart, they're going to quickly notice that Hex is the outperformer. No questions asked. And they're not going to have to look at anything else. It's an easy decision for them to make right then and there. And this is something you need to understand because this is real. All that other crap that people look at in crypto is not. This, however, is. So you take that one to the bank.
And this is why it's not worth buying anything else. Because you want to buy the income generating asset yielding you what you need.
And this is not, and hold on, because thank you for mentioning that. Because this isn't taking into account any interest. This is just price action.
Yep.
So, yeah, this doesn't even take into account the fact that it's a productive asset. This is just really the face value. You don't even get the full value, the full look. Right? But it's embedded in there because that value proposition chasing is embedded in Hex, right? So it's kind of baked in there, but you don't see it outright. Because that is really, it's just crazy, bro. Damn.
That's why the data helps to make you rational.
Yeah, it's
longer
crazy.
pays better, baby. LPB.
And this chart is showing it right here, right? So this chart is a roller coaster relation between the dollar cost of a T-share and the dollar cost of Hex. And what we're tracking here is 21-day, 34-day, and 55-day correlations. And as you can see, it's been strictly positive across all time frames for what? 3 months and going right now, 3 months solid. So this is just letting us know that the price of Hex is going to continue to go up and to the right because the T-share rate always goes up. Now, what's the difference between the dollar cost of a T-share and the T-share rate? Let me explain. T-share rate, again, is, hold on, let's pull it up. T-share rate, right, is a quantity of Hex required to obtain a T-share. The dollar cost of a T-share is that rate in dollar terms. So you would literally take that number, multiply it by the dollar cost of Hex, right? Let's go to that.
Right.
Hold on, we're getting there.
14.5, 14.6, something like that.
Oh, damn it. I didn't update the freaking thing. Hold on.
You had it on the previous site. It's about basically $2,600 for a t-shirt right now.
Yeah, and that's what the chart is showing already.
Yeah.
And that's basically the point, right? So that's the difference between a T-share rate and a T-share. And it's very important to understand the difference because that's what's going to help you realize what's going on in this here chart. Because this chart is really like supreme, right? This chart is probably the most important chart out of all the charts that we look at because it speaks truth to what's actually going on in the system, right? It takes all the moving parts in the system and it makes it true because it lends credence to the fact that the T-share, number one, is the value proposition. It sets the value, right? It gives the system its value, and that's what we end up seeing, right? And that's why it's important to understand exactly what these data points are saying. Like these charts are money. If a person, if an institutional investor was looking for something to invest in and they found this shit, they would not believe their eyes because they would understand all the math off the rip because this is how people over there look at this stuff, right? Like this is not foreign. This is not, Chinese and shit. This is straight up basic to them. If they look at things in a quantitative bent, right? So that's the difference, right? I'm looking at things in a quantitative bent. I'm not taking nobody's opinions because they're irrelevant here. We're just taking the data and putting it in graphical form and showing what it shows. And it's always going to be something crazy because the value is always building. Now, we were talking about price forecast earlier, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how I now derive my price forecast for Hex because it's really based on this chart. Because this chart shows in real time how the value is building in the system. Now you have the dollar cost of Hex, the dollar cost of payout per T-share, which is merely the payout per T-share in Hex terms multiplied by the dollar cost of Hex. And then we have the adjusted Hex value, which is merely just a sum of these two values. So the dollar cost of Hex plus the payout per T-share in dollar terms. And then we also have this exponential trend line, which would not exist if this was not an exponential trend. Otherwise, a line just would not be there. The system would not be able to generate it. So this is how we know it's true. So what we're looking at now is the payout per T-share line, which is the pink line. This is literally similar to the payout per T-share sum line, right? Because the difference here is we have a time gap because this is a leading indicator because it's paying us out for the future. This is inflation deferred. Don't forget that. Payout per T-share is deflation deferred. So this is a future value in essence, right? So we're taking the present value, multiplying and adding it to the future value really is what we're doing here, right? And then we're getting an adjusted value. But the cool thing is that over time, Hex tracks this future value. And the more value that the system builds, the quicker the system tries to catch up with that future value, which is interesting because that's exactly another deflationary aspect that we were just talking about it like minutes ago, bro. And it, it's like no matter where you look at this data, it's just there, bro. It's just there, right? I mean, look at the gap, right? The horizontal gets shorter before you get a price move, right? Before you get a vertical move, right? And here it is again, right? Just shorter compressed moves before you get a big vertical move. Like this was, and we've gone over this before. This was what 30 days or something, 45 days. This was hold on here. May to November, or we can call it like that, right? After the peak.
Yeah. That's December and then big payday.
Yeah, big payday. This is a big payday here. And then you had 6 months, 7 months, right? And then you had this big move. But now what you're seeing is you're getting a lot of value building up and to the right. It's not really a sideways motion anymore because it kind of can't be because you're constantly printing value. Like the big payday is like a perfect example of how serious the value building is, because you had a literal spike down to the max of what the system could produce for one day. And then as soon as the system released that lever and it relinquished and it went back to normal, the value went back automatically. So what happens is that in real time, the system yields. It's not a forecast. It's not an estimation. It's not an expectation. This is real time.
Yep. And it's going to continue to go up and to the right. T-share rate first because he drags everything up, because again, it always goes up because he has to mimic compounding. And what I need the new viewer to realize, this is the reason why the staker class always win. Imagine those are basically multiple rides, buses, what are you going to call airplanes. We're all riding on those. But the staker class is riding on the yellow line, because what do we own? Our number one asset adjusted is the T-share.
Literally.
Which is literally dragging everything up. It's the most expensive thing, the most valuable thing, because it moves up as a function of share rate, and he also, because he's paid in hex, so it's a force multiplier. So if share rate is 18,300 and change, 73, whatever, that means it went up 83%, almost 84% since inception, because it started at 10,000 hex for one T-shirt. And then you add the other, 380,000% growth, multiply by 83%. That tells you why we're almost 7,000x on the share rate price in dollar, from 60 cents to what it is now. So once you understand that, and you can see the separation, because the trader is living on the orange line, because all he cares about is the price. And you can see how the staker class on the yellow line is separating himself over time. Look at the beginning. Look around what happened in the pump, then big payday, because it was the major force that Wells talked about. They were almost at the same value. People thought they lost money. And then when it recoiled back up, all of a sudden people saw their bag triple. Because they realized all the new coins they got and everything, plus the price going up. But now we're playing the real game, which is buy and hold, get paid. And you can see it's small, but you can see the separation between yellow and orange over time. Look at what it was the first 6 months of Hex. Look at what it is now, minus the big payday. You can see the separation. And this is just within 2 years, not even 2 years yet. What do you think is going to happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? Again, it grows as a compounding. We're going to start having world where it's going to be so separate. You know how like the Hex chart is compared to everybody else?
Yeah.
Imagine 10 years from now, it's going to look like the T-share from the staker class, and then the trader, like way down here.
So check it, because you made a good point, right? This orange line is a trader line.
Yeah.
Those that don't stake, right? The yellow line is the staker class. The line in between is opportunity cost.
Bang bang.
Straight up.
This is Quant gang, baby.
Yep. Nothing but math over here, baby. So here we got the Hex price to earnings, right? And this is really like another home run chart if you understand what it's saying. Because what it's saying is very simple. It's letting you know how quickly you can make your money back within a year. And this means that you make your money back within 17% of 1 year. So that's what, 4 or 5 doubles in a year? 4 to 5 doubles in a year, 4.5. Let's break it in half, right? 4.5 doubles in a year, basically. Now, look, I've been in Hex for 9 months. I've done more than 4 or 5 doubles. That's all I'm gonna say. So, and on interest, actually, that's about right. Let me think.
Whales,
yeah.
Have you guys covered that you could have sold on and double, sold on and double, sold on and double, sold on and double, sold on and double.
And by the way, the sold and double joke, which is true, that's before interest. That's just the point.
Hold on, did you get the 11th double? There's an 11th one now.
Yeah, we 11.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. I thought I counted 10.
I didn't sell on the 10th. I'm
facts. And for the new viewer watching, when you see a EPS earning PE ratio of 0.60 now, almost 17 cents, it means in simple term, it takes you 17% of a year for you to double your money. That's what Wells is saying. in a full year, based on this ratio, you double basically 4 to 5 times.
Yeah.
So, but in basic term, for the short-term miner out there, whatever, just to show the solid on the double, it takes you 17% of a year for you to sell on a double, because that means you're getting your money back, which means a double. And I'm going to say this very slow about how important it is. This is before fucking price appreciation. This is just you using the staking. Let that sink in. Let it hit.
Yeah, this is just what the system generates in value. Yeah. So let me explain.
Not in dollars. Hex.
Let me explain what this is. This is just
product. There's no price appreciation.
This is nothing. This is literally nothing. This is just 1 hex divided by the payout per T-share. That's all this value. That's all this metric is. This is nothing else. That's it. Because the whole notion is that hex is the measure of value, because it's actually a value proposition. It's a system that actually has a value proposition. So you want to actually use that value proposition to measure value, and that value proposition in this case happens to be the payout per T-share. Exactly. Simple as that.
Yep.
So when somebody
price, very important. Price doesn't move. You just stake based on the APY and whatever. It will take you 17% of a year to double your money, which mathematically is roughly about 6 weeks ish.
Yeah, about so. Yeah, about so. Yeah.
just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of history for the newcomers. We used to talk about price appreciation in percentages, but it just got lame. 380,000%. So then we started talking about it as X's, right? 2x, 3x, 4, and then we got to 3,800x. Screw that. Now we just say 11D. 11D. 11 doubles.
Now we speak in doubles. Well, what's next?
World,
double speak.
What's next?
Yeah, shout out to the chat. It's funny. Yeah, thank you, Tisha. Thank you, Money Printer. You're right.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, every day, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. We get paid, baby. That's it.
Every day.
Get your freedom back.
And check it. This is 16%, right? In the hex system, 17% versus the all-time low of 551 for the S&P 500 price to earnings ratio. All-time low.
Savage.
Beast mode. Get out of here. You're not even ready. Because this is where we are. We haven't even took off yet. This is what people don't understand.
Stupid. That previous chart is so gangster, because basically what Wells is telling you is that the worst time in history, which was obviously the best opportunity to invest when everything was low, right? Yep. It was 5.51, which means compared to the 0.17, so 17%, right? Let's do a quick math here. Let's round it up. Let's say it was 20%, so 0.2, which means from 0.2 to 1, right? That's a 5x, right? And then you got to take that from 1 to go to 5.5, right? That's another
5x,
5.5x on top of that. So basically, there's a 25x differential.
It's crazy,
so
right?
You're getting a 25 times better opportunity than during the worst time in recorded history.
Why the fuck is anybody putting money anywhere? Like, it's literally the stupidest shit that you could be doing on the planet, bro. Like,
drop the mic.
Like, I'm sorry to sound so street, but damn, there's like a limit, you know? There should be a limit to the stupidity people are allowed to commit. And this shit is egregious. This is mathematically egregious.
Yeah,
it is.
This is
25x.
Investor opium right there. This is the pinnacle of the pinnacle.
Warren Buffett is slacking on his Mac, and he's
I want to borrow $1 billion right now. Whoever you are, call me. I'm gonna put this on you.
I mean, hey, look. If you're out there and you have tons of dry powder and you don't know what the fuck to do, t.me/WhalesOnly. I got the hookup.
Yeah.
This shit is a no-brainer.
I give you 20% I'll make the payments. Don't worry about it.
Yo, this is come on, man. All right, let's talk about how the APY in the system works. The APY in the system works is set to be a max. Okay, so hold on. Let me go all the way back. How does the inflation get paid on a daily basis? Where does the payout per T-share even come from? Because this chart details exactly where it comes from. So the system is designed to print an inflation rate at an inflation rate of 3.69% on an annual basis based on a staking pool of 100%. So that means if everybody that buys Hex does not stake it, right, meaning everybody that owns that coin, it does not stake, then that's not 100% staked. Okay, and that's only happened on one instance, and that was on Big Payday. And we saw what that looked like on a chart. And just in case you forgot, let's go back and take a little look, just for reference, because it's important. See, this is what it looks like in proper T-shirt terms. Okay. Again, APY. That's what it looks like. This is what happens to the T-shirt rate, right? Did I skip a chart? I feel like I skipped a chart there. Hold on. 5 points being a biatch.
Yeah, this one. This is a perfect example here. The yellow line.
Wait, where is it?
Wait, go back.
I'm looking.
Right here. Stop.
Is it this one?
Yeah, because it shows the payout.
Ah, no, this isn't the one I was looking for. I'm a fool. It's all the way at the back. But this is also a good one, though, right? Because
the index will represent it too.
Yeah, the index represents it too. I was actually looking for. Let me show you. Because I'm really passive for some reason. I was thinking
the actual number itself. It was it was very close to.
This is what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Because this is a perfect representation of how dynamic the system is. Right? This is how well the system works. This is max representation. This is max staking right here. For one day, it happened in the system. And that was it.
Yep.
Right,
and that was about this is to show you also that in the worst of the worst case scenario, your payout will never be lower than the Hex chart in that case. So worst case scenario, as a staker, you still get what the trader gets.
Yeah,
that's funny. Look at that. But obviously, as more coins move to away and just sit there, the more you're gonna separate yourself. The more people emergency end stake, the more those coins are gonna go sit there, do nothing, and that means your payout's going up. So that's just the beauty of those billions of Hex that just went to get sacrificed. They will never be staked. Therefore, your day payout will accelerate.
That's it.
Oh man! So traders, don't trade. The chart is telling you you're losing long term.
Yeah. So right now.
But I thank you for your liquidity. But I'm a cool guy. I'll let you know.
Hey, man. They know. The math shows it right here. So, look, right now we're like at 9.5%. That's why we got like a 38.8 APY, right? Give or take some penalties, right? So the system pays out an inflation rate every day, right? It takes a little bit of that 3.69 and it pays it out to the staker class, right? To the tune of 38% because it's only staked to the tune of 9%. So that's how the system's designed. It's a balancing act. So if all of a sudden a rush comes in and 100% of the system is staked, then the APY will only be 3.69% versus 38.8. And it's that simple. So not a function of price or anything like that. It's just the staking percentage in the system.
And for the new people watching, well, if you can please go about that chart, this is how the OA function also as a function of APY as monetary policy, right? So it readjusts, it does a rebalancing as new people come in to maintain the meat on the bone. This is exactly the chart that illustrates what I was talking about earlier. Mad people comes in, mad stakes comes in, staking percentages is trending up, APY is going down, as you can see. Therefore, OA will readjust, remove coins out of the staking to allow the meat to stay on the bone. The same way if there's massive amount of emergency end stake out of the blue because people can't hold the gains, it's too much, and they want to cash out, that's fine. Then expect OA to stake, to not let APY go crazy because some people are not mentally ready. Imagine we get to 5% and people start getting 72% APY, it's going to be stupid. It's going to be like, well, people are going to say this is a scam again.
Yeah.
They're not going to handle it.
It's going to be crazy.
We're chilled again. So it's just a regulator. That's why we're chilling at 38, 40%. It's a nice sweet spot. We're nice. You get your money back in 6 weeks, right? 17% of a year. That's good enough. More than that, that's greed. Let's let the price.
Right.
Let's not fuck up the bun math. I like my chart the way it is.
Yeah.
I like it looking like the hockey stick, like we're doing right now.
It's a good look, man. It's a good look. But that's all I got, guys. I'm done. I'm wrapped up. That's it.
Good.
Thanks for your work, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. If anybody got any questions, you know what I'm saying, let them come.
Win Lambo?
Soon
Well,
enough.
Thanks to Graphene for the $4.99 super chat and the many doubles that you speak of.
Yeah, right.
For sure. I mean, look, if the next 9 months are anything like the most recent 9 months, shit, keep it coming.
Forget about it.
Keep it coming, because I was thinking yesterday how many X's I had always been thinking I had done a 20X, but no. I was looking at my dollar values from when I first entered. Nope, wrong as hell. It's more like a 50X. It's retarded. So keep it coming. Keep it coming. I like a 50X. Yeah, that's right.
Facts.
I mean,
Awesome.
Pulse is going to be crazy because people just don't understand how big that's going to be. Like, Sacrifice Phase showed me how people are just dismissing it. Like, they're dismissing it in a big way, and the dollar values are letting us know you can't dismiss it at all. In fact, you better recognize. Yeah,
they're about to be left behind.
Yeah, it's about to get sick, man. I mean, I wasn't giving the coins that much weight, but they're gonna. I'm honestly thinking they're gonna fly. Like after the crawl and walk phase, like I think it's just gonna be a whole different phase, a whole different beast. So it's gonna be interesting, man. I'm glad to be at the ground floor of this one. That's for sure.
Hell yeah.
Surreal.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing, people.
I mean, I've it's one thing to be, like, you've all done ICOs or whatever, but nothing like this, man. Nothing like this. This is a guaranteed winner. Like, you've already seen the work, and of course, no expectations. But if history is anything, I'm gonna ride with that. And history usually don't lie. So.
Yeah.
My first ICO was we did 3,400% in 4 days or something, I think. And I've already betted that. I mean, I thought that was a once in a lifetime. That ain't never happening again. And then CZ came along and just delisted that one, by the way, because they were going to do an exchange. And I'm like, no, you're not. So I don't like that, man. But yeah, anyway, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, most amazing win of my whole life, and we just trumped it with Hex. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, man. What? This is the jackpot, dude, because there's nobody here to tell you no. There's nobody here to tell you how. There's nobody here to tell you what. There's nobody here to tell you when. Everybody can fuck off, in fact. And that's the beauty behind the system. You do what you want on your terms. That's it.
Amen. Case closed.
Or you can get out and sell on a double.
That's it.
You're right, Maddie. You're right. You're fucking right about that.
It's your choice.
Set it on double and chill.
Get out.
So double, get the F out. Oh, man.
Double, enjoy life, stress free.
That's it. That's it, man.
People overcomplicate something that's very simple.
Oh yeah, people love to overcomplicate stuff. Forget about it. It's their specialty.
Brazology. Hex was the first coin I got in on the ground floor.
Oh man.
Pulse will be the second. Well done, my
lucky fucker. Wow. Seriously, shout out to anybody in that elite group. That's gonna be an elite group of people right there, boy. Damn, I hope Richard makes another coin. I don't know what the fuck else he can do, but I hope he does something else.
Well, yeah, there's this thing called PulseChain.
Right
near you.
Shit, man.
But yeah, no. Again, this is one of those things
mask.
Pulse mask.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's one of those things where again, this is where gratitude comes in, and understanding the moment and being wise, not smart, because this is really once in a lifetime opportunity. And I'm not saying that to sound cheesy. I'm saying that for people to
No,
recognize.
sir.
You know what I mean?
Nah,
Mark
I honestly believe I agree with you there. I don't think that's being cheesy at all. I think that's simple math.
Because people like me, people like Wells, I mean, we've been looking at so many different things, so many markets. Like, this is literally the star getting in line. It does
That's
not
it.
happen. This is not normal. I need you guys to understand that. This is like once in a lifetime opportunity. We're sitting here talking about this years from now. I mean, people are gonna have their life changed. This is no joke.
Yeah.
There's people out there struggling. There's people probably gonna get evicted of their house. There's hardship coming our way. That's the reality. So understand what you have, understand what you hold, think long term. We're doing our best to share the knowledge so people don't wreck themselves, but understand that ultimately it's your choice. It's you. You got to take action. You got to do the thing because we're gonna be taken care of. We know what to do. We want to do our thing. The question is, are you going to take action? Are you going to do the right thing? Are you going to protect yourself from yourself? Delayed gratification is a long-term game. At the end of the day, even the best thing in the world requires time for it to grow, to do what it's going to do to help you. So you need to A, stay alive, and B, play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Allow the time to do its work because that's what you're doing. You're monetizing time, so you
Yeah, I
can get paid.
mean, yo, I'm glad you said that because it really made me think of something that I don't think we talk enough about. Maybe we should.
Mm.
And it's just the notion of, uh, just doing nothing and finding things to do. Because,
Yeah.
it's one thing to say delay gratification, it's another thing to just say do nothing. You know what I mean? Like, we got to get used to doing other things than focusing on things we don't need to focus on. Because what ends up happening is we put this 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 laser beam of energy on things that we shouldn't, and that actually messes up your whole energy because you know better, but you're going ahead and trying to ignore that little bit of reality that you know is very important. I mean, imagine, dude, there's gonna be and I hate to say it, man, but I just know there's gonna be so many people that are gonna be immersing and staking and not that long. Like, we're just gonna start seeing like these big EESs, man, and thank you for your service.
Mhm. Exactly. Hey, listen, all we can do, right, is to preach the knowledge, right?
Yeah,
The
man,
famous analogy, right? You can lead the horse to water, you can't make them drink it. But
that's it.
but we do believe that, and our effort has already shown that through education, at least we're gonna get a few. At least some gonna listen. The life's gonna be changed, and at least we did something. Those who never gonna listen, they never plan to listen anyway. So at least we'll preach to those who want to listen, and they'll change their life. And then hopefully over time the ratio gets better. But this is really where the rubber meets the road. This is
Yeah,
where the separation happens because those who get it will get it. Those who don't, then hey, it is what it is. We did our part. That's where you have to take the action. Information is one thing, action is everything. So that's why we say again, it's applied information, not just you hear it and then, oh yeah, that sounds great, boom, and then you go get wrecked. Like,
yeah,
don't do that, but understand what it is. That's why we're trying to bring you the wisdom and add the gratitude. You're getting your life back. That was the whole point. So you're not staring at charts all the time. That's why our community is so great. That's why we're helping one another because we actually have the time because the T-share is doing the work for us. So we can have the time to do the other thing that's very important, which as a decent human being, you always wanted to do anyway. If money was no object, many people would have been doing other things, which a lot of the time has something to do with bettering the life of another human being because that's what we're designed to do. The system allows us to be the best version of ourselves. That's the whole point. But it only works if you use the system the way the system is designed to be used. If you don't, then don't come crying later when you get wrecked because the system also protects itself. Bad behavior gets punished. That's how you get disciplined, right? When you're a kid, you mess up, your dad, your mom discipline you because they want what's best for you. So you don't do it again. That's why you monetize money because it's time locking. If there's no time locking, then what are we actually monetizing, right? The point is you don't touch it. So it grows. Not doing something or not doing anything is doing something. The action is called don't do anything. Don't do shit. That's the action. Meditation, right? You do the action of doing nothing. There's power to letting things grow. That's what investors do. The reason why it's a foreign concept to you, because sadly, a lot of the time, you were broke, you didn't have the results. That's why it sounds foreign, right? The definition of insanity, do the same thing over and over, expecting different results. So doing the right thing, doing the right investment thing is going to sound foreign to you at first. But then you see the result, you see the gains. We're bringing you the math to show you in the balance of probability what's most likely to happen. So you get to see it. Then you taste it, then you use it, you use the system. Those of you using the system in the chat, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You start to see the results. And then over time, what sounded like a foreign concept is almost like a normal thing to do because you have reprogrammed yourself. You do the right thing. Not the thing that feels good, but the thing that's right for you long term. Paying yourself for the future. That's important.
I look at the numbers. I look at the numbers. I can rationally go over, how it all came to be and why it works. But emotionally, I don't understand it yet. I don't know if I'll ever understand it emotionally. I lived 50 years, 49 years, in a different reality. And now there's this. And it makes rational sense. You can do the math. You can do it upside down, around the right way. It always seems to work out. But emotionally, it's just feels off, It just feels off in a good kind of a way, I suppose. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Just speaking specifically to, when you see the results, that's yeah. It's
And you know what? That's why we're here, right? Remember we talked briefly. I mean, that's why we're community. We're helping each other out. Some people are a little bit ahead than others, but at the end of the day, we can all learn from one another and help each other out. That's the hidden power of community, right? Something that people were struggling by themselves, community member comes in, help them out. They get to go through stuff together and then figure stuff out. And then, each one teach one. And that's how we grow. That's why we're unstoppable. I firmly believe we're going to take over this thing because we're organized. We came together for the right reason. We have a great system. We don't have to look at charts every 5 minutes. We're building wealth. We're here to last. We're built to last to begin with. And we have all the tools to do the right thing because all the incentives are aligned. The better I behave, the better you behave, the better we all win. I pump my bag, who pumps your bag? You pump my bag, I pump yours. It works the perfect way. We just need compliance and we just need education. The more people understand how the system works, the better the system will provide value for everybody else. It's literally that simple. But what's easy to do is also easy not to do. That's the trick. That's where the wisdom comes from. We tell people don't trade. And they're like, I can make all this crazy return. And then when you get wrecked, when you get liquidated, you realize, oh, I shouldn't have traded. That's the problem. That's where the wisdom comes in. Right? Don't do the thing that feels good. Do the right thing.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about community like that. I'm sorry, Wales, did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything, man. Go ahead.
Okay. I've been on the internet for about 36 years, I think, if I've done them, 1995 anyway. And I've been in all kinds of different chat groups and all kinds of things, but I have never felt like I even needed or wanted to be part of any community until this happened to me. And this happened to me, It's not the money, it is the money, I guess, but it's just, I don't even have words to it. There's just something about the value of it.
For the community, right? That works.
Well, I'm in it for the technical community. I
like that.
It's just got so much value, and it opens up so many possibilities for how the future could be different with the numbers of people. Like, if I'd just won the lottery, I'd still be going crazy, but there'd be no community, and I wouldn't be thinking, wow, how's the future going to change because only I got it, right? But then when you get involved with a community where there's just literally hundreds of people being not, in many cases potentially, I guess, lifted out of poverty, but in many other cases, wealth beyond their wildest dreams, and it's just getting started. And and then you only think about it in terms of wealth for a brief time until you understand, wow, what can we do with And it's not even it's not about having the power to do this or the power to do that or to have more money than someone else so you can stamp them out or anything. It's just having the time to, quite frankly, just step back and have a think about what life's all about. Just being set free from that frickin' rat race for just long enough to think, you know, maybe there's another way. It's insane. It's very surreal. Very, very surreal. And then you snap out of it and get on with life. But I mean, but it's there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Amen. A lot of wisdom right there. Makes sense.
Yes,
Last I heard, it was like 2,500 or 2,600 people that have gone from not millionaire to millionaire since.
I don't
Hex's
remember the
inception.
count. I don't remember the count. But yeah, it was 4 digits already.
Yeah. And then just from the, like Maddie said at the beginning of the stream, what was it, 30% of the 30% of the people that replied to the thing said yes?
Yeah, I
I'm a
mean,
millionaire.
30% of the people who are subscribed answered the survey, and 30% of those people, Hex has made them a millionaire. And that came out to over 200 people.
Yeah, I'm on that list. I said yes. You know,
Thing.
on paper, locked up, buried in the ground, stay away, go thieve somebody else.
Yeah. But you know what's funny about this? People use that word all the time, but like technically I can say, okay, Elon Musk, richest guy, whatever, but 90% of that shit is on paper too. It's a stock, so it's like, you know what I mean?
No, I was just saying it so someone doesn't come up here and beat me over the head and try to take it.
I get what you say. Yeah. So,
but yeah, I mean, that's right.
It's value needed when it needs to be, then it gets deployed. So the point of the matter is that it grows and it's there when you need it. So just like your house, just other investment, your land, you this, that. So
yeah.
I really like this comment from Sandy B. We've been programmed to believe that it's lonely at the top. Hex fixes this. We know the truth. It's better with a community.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Facts. The truth right there.
100% true.
The wisdom on the 5-hour live stream, which is awesome. Quant gang style. It's always towards the end you get the wisdom. So yeah, thanks for everybody being here as always. Maddie, how many people we got live right now still?
307 people still watching live, and thousands on the replay.
Thanks for being here, as always.
It's amazing.
I think we can do a little segment when if anybody have any questions, they can ask in the chat now, before we wrap it up.
Yeah, because we need to wrap it up. It's already 5 hours.
Yeah. So, and again, thanks for being here, as always. So, any questions in the chat or forever hold your peace until next week.
Never underestimate the power of a community with a moral compass and financial backing.
Bang, bang. That's a double bang right there. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, I guess. Yeah.
Very well said.
Yeah. The ability to act as a group with that kind of backing.
Yeah, it's important. It's powerful. It's what it's all about.
So thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for hitting the like and subscribe button, for checking out quantgang.com every Tuesday night, hextherapy.live on Thursday nights, and then make sure to catch WhalesOnly on every Hex stream that's ever existed. Because he'll be there and he'll blow your mind with mathematical facts.
Oh man.
And
so true.
With that being said,
we did get
we can't sacrifice anymore.
We just did get one extra question. We got one question, and I'd feel real bad having put that invitation out if we didn't answer it. Will the staked pulse from Jeff R, will the staked pulse have a high APY? No idea. Depends entirely on what the validators decide to do.
Yeah. Here's the thing
you'll be able to choose.
In terms of comparison to Ethereum, the range we have seen is anywhere between 6% to 12 to 15.
I'm confident that we're gonna be higher than 12.
Exactly, but the main thing you want to look at is this. Here's the mathematical fact: Hex APY will always be better. And then the moment you understand that it's just a long-term play, whatever that APY is, let's just say conservatively the pulse is 10%. The real value is not the 10%. The real value is the coin is deflationary. And if something do a 40x and you're getting 10% of something that went up 40x, right? Quick math, it's important. That tells you that you're getting more than 400% on that money. Yeah. Because you're getting 10% of something that went up 40x. So understand it's long term. Again, building wealth. It's just another money printer. The more you live it down with this thing, the better you will be. You will never worry about gas fees, transaction fees, because basically it will pay itself with your yield. And then you just go on and have a great life. That's the point. Long-term
whatever the staking return APY will be, it's not something that's programmed into Pulse at the protocol level. That is something to be decided and by validators, and each validator will decide whether they can or will and how much they want to give back to the people that delegate their stake to them, and that'll change over time. It's not baked into the protocol like it is in Hex. There isn't like a rule at launch as to what it's going to be or how it's going to be calculated or anything like that. It's just free market.
Yep, absolutely. And my parting message for all of you watching, very important too. Please, please, please continue to share the word. It's very important. That's only the thing I ask of you, right? Each one, teach one. That friend that you care about, that family member, that person that's not a troll. Again, we're not nice, we're kind, but the person that, you know what, has never been super rude to you, you're just a little confused, go back there one more time. Try again. You have nothing to lose. Educate, because this can change his life too. The same way you got lucky, maybe somebody introduced you to Hex, do the same thing for somebody else. On board. Share the opportunity. If they're confused or if you're not confident about explaining, that's fine. Bring it to our streams. Send us a video, Richard's video, whichever might be. But we got to continue to spread the word. It's very important. Don't waste your time with the trolls. No coiners, preferably, because they understand this and they have an open mind typically. But we gotta keep spreading the word, right? So we have all kinds of services, free wallet. Stake your app. I still on board and help a lot of people. If you're interested, DM me. Make sure you don't get scammed. At Hex Dream account on Telegram or on Twitter. Just type what you see on the screen right now. Stakeaclass.com. It brings you to my Twitter. There's a link there. Let's get people onboarded. Let's keep sharing the word, and let's just grow the community organically, the best way, one at a time.
And just remember, when you're trying to get other people interested in Hex, unlike anything else I've seen in crypto, you're not doing it so that we can all make more money. That's just not how the system works. Mm-hmm. Right now, if not another person ever came in, I don't know what would happen to the dollar value per se, but it's not going to change the fact that we're getting paid interest in Hex.
Yes.
You're doing it for their sake, so they don't miss out, so they can have what you're
sharing the opportunity to them so they can reach financial freedom hopefully one day.
Correct.
The sooner the better.
There's one question I want to address in the chat before we do go. For Connor Leas, I think is how the name is pronounced. The question is, I have one T-shirt staked for 15 years as of yesterday.
Congrats.
Feels like nothing. Any words of wisdom for me? First off, just like Karim said, congratulations, because you just made one of the best financial decisions of your life just based on math.
Did.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So
come back too, because you must
come here. New. Come back a year from now and let us know what you learned.
Correct.
Yep. Let me put it in perspective for you. A T-shirt started at 60 cents.
Correct.
And today it's $2,600 plus almost $2,700 in literally a little bit over
20 months. 20 months.
And I've said this since 10 months ago. A T-shirt is going to be more expensive than a Bitcoin in the entire lifetime of a Bitcoin. So you need to understand what you're holding, even if it's one. It's a very, very important. And let me put in another thing in perspective. A T-share, it's a fancy word, but it's a trillion share. In about 6 months to a year, I am guaranteed we're going to be talking about B shares because T-shares is going to be too expensive. Average person doesn't have $3,000, let alone $30,000 to $50,000 years from now once the obviously price goes up. So it's going to accelerate very fast. So we're going to start talking about B share, which means a T share is 1,000 B shares. So you need to understand how early you are. We got 43,000 stakers, right? Bitcoin, quote unquote, has like 1 million wallet or whatever. They're not all active, but just to kind of give you a sense of scale. and the whole world is like 8 billion plus people. So that's just how early you are. And then the fact that you stake for 15 years is key because that t-shirt will hold its value for 15 years. The payout is going to be great. And also over time, it's going to be great. And remember, true accumulation never ends. Some of us started with way less t-shirt, but what did we do? We just buy over time and we just add to our position. We're building wealth. We're not just here to make money. You start with one, maybe a year from now, maybe you get like 5, or 10, whatever. Just
and here's a little gem for you that you may not have realized, and it usually brings a really big smile to people's faces when they figure this out. So if you have one T-share right now in dollar terms, it's paying you about 82 cents a day, and you might be thinking, 82 cents a day, what the hell? But here's how it works. 15 years from now, when you get to end that stake, the dollar figure for what you're being paid now will be retrospectively upgraded to whatever the price is on that day. So let's just say that a single hex was worth $100 15 years from now. Then that's 100 and I can't do math on the fly. So it's 14 cents per hex now, right? So 100 divided by 0.4. 714 times, or I don't know, whatever it is. You're getting paid several $100s a day now. When you look back in the future, when you think you're only getting paid 80 something cents now, from that T-share. So keep that in mind because it will calculate it in hex terms.
Yes, you get paid in hex terms. Very important.
And then you get paid in the dollars at the time if you sell. So that 80 cents could easily be several $100s a day you're earning.
The value of your payout of your stake only matters when you end stake, because that's the future price, right? Like I was saying earlier, when I started the Dream account, for those who are new, right, the building wealth account, it's very important. At the time, it was paying $27 per day because it was just whatever the price of hex was then. Yes, the thing increased a little bit in size, but the original stakes was staked for 15 years. And now it's doing 5 figures a day. The difference is hex price went up. I added to my position, of course, but you're building over time. 60 cents, 80 cents a day can turn into $2, $3 a day, which can turn to $10 a day. And like Futura said, let's say roughly it pays you $100. Let's say a T-shirt becomes, a hex is $100. And then you're getting, let's say, conservatively 6 to 8 hex per T-shirt, then you're looking at $800 a day. And it's that same output, that same one T-shirt that you had, you just holded it for 15 years. And it's not,
to be clear, I'll just restate it because it sometimes it's hard to believe, but we're not saying that it's going to be $800 a day towards the end of 15 years. We're saying that every day from today onwards, right through those 15 years, that 80 cents will be essentially as if it were whatever that figure was we were just talking about, like $100.
Because as the accrues value, it stays in the system. Again, the inflation is minted at end state. So if you're getting thousands of hex compounded over 15 years, they get given to you on year 15 when you end your stake, and then whatever the price of hex is that day, that's the value of that stake. That's why you see now people in a year and a half, they're ending stakes, and then the payout is like 6 figures by itself. That's just the interest, because the hex was just cooking in the background, and then by the time it ends, whatever the price is, that's how you're able to cash out for. So it's really, really good. Again, you're delaying gratification, you're building wealth, and then longer pays better. You get more inside the system.
Boom.
Boom, boom. And that's before all the force multipliers that are going to kick in once, the system simulates
before you copy
and before
you do anything
staked on a double.
Yes, staked on a double. That's a T-shirt right there, Manny.
Pretty much.
Merch.
Maddie's dying to hit that button. He's falling asleep.
I'm falling asleep.
Listen to Marco. T-shirt will be $1 million.
Me too. Don't feel bad.
I agree with that statement.
So, wow. Yeah. And we're over 5 hours now. So, good job, everybody, for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for you guys being on. And we'll see you guys next week. Take care.
Peace.
Stake wisely, my friends.